At Thanksgiving, my sister accused me of asking for money, so I stopped paying her bills. 4 years, $58,000, gone. She didn't expect that. As I stand at the entrance of my parents' magnificent suburban house, the weight of the handmade pumpkin pie helps to steady my hands. Through the leaded glass panels flanking the front entrance, I see a kaleidoscope of movement. 20 relatives interacting under the light of my mother's beloved crystal chandelier. For a brief time, I consider turning around and going back to my apartment to spend Thanksgiving with a frozen supper and mindless TV. But suddenly my father sees me through the glass. There she is. His voice reverberates as he swings open the door. The number cruncher has come. I force a grin and go in, the smells of sage and roasted turkey surrounding me. My modest knee-length dress in deep teal suddenly feels inadequate among the exuberant glitter of my mother's home. "Oh, you've brought dessert," Mom says, taking the pie with a little peck on my cheek. Her gaze flashed past me, toward the driveway. "Is that everything you brought?" "Just me and the pie," I respond, attempting to keep my voice light. "Created from scratch." Dad pats my shoulder. "Emily works with numbers, a very steady employment, always punctual." The compliment hits like a backhand slap. Always punctual, consistently dependable. It's always dull. I've heard variants of this throughout my life. The phone rings, and Mom's expression brightens. "That is your sister. She is running a bit late. 25 minutes and counting." I grumble, but no one notices as I trudge toward the living room, where family are gathering for drinks and canapés. Uncle Mark raises a drink. The accountant arrived. "Emily, how are you balancing your books?" "I'm an internal auditor," I correct, taking a glass of champagne from the passing tray. "And business exists." The abrupt silence settles over the room like a thick veil. Conversations cease in the middle of a phrase. Heads turn toward the entrance. My sister has come. Jessica enters 25 minutes late, looking like she walked off a magazine cover. Her camel Max Mara coat, which I recognized from last month's Vogue, falls nicely over her shoulders. The Prada purse swinging from her wrist is probably more expensive than my monthly rent. "Sorry I'm late," she says, not sounding sorry at all. "The traffic was extremely terrible." Mom rushes forward, smiling with a joy she seldom displays when presenting me. "You look gorgeous, dear." She touches the sleeve of Jessica's coat. "Is this new?" Jessica shows off. "I picked it up last weekend." The hue appealed to me. "You work so hard," Mom exclaims. "You deserve to reward yourself." I drink hard and empty my champagne glass in one gulp. The irony burns hotter than the bubbles. Jessica hasn't had a stable work in 4 years, moving between consulting assignments that never stay but always have impressive-sounding titles. Dinner is called before I can go for a refill. I am sat between Cousin Sophia and Uncle Mark's new girlfriend, whose name I have already forgotten. Across from me, Jessica holds court, regaling the group with tales of her latest initiative, which involves social media and premium labels. "Emily?" Sophia turns to me during a pause, her voice quiet. "I had been meaning to question you about my school debts. The interest is killing me, and I was wondering if you had any advice about restructuring." I lean in, sincerely happy to be helping. "Actually, I recently read of an application that could be useful. If your income falls below a specific threshold." "Not everyone wants to talk about math over dinner, sweetheart." Mom interrupts from 3 seats away, her hearing suddenly selective and acute. She grins at Sophia. "Why not ask Jessica? She's good with money." The table becomes silent. I look at my plate, fork hanging above uncooked turkey. Jessica's laughter tinkles like ice in a crystal glass. "Oh, Emily is constantly crunching figures," she continues, swirling her wine. "And it appears that cash is constantly in short supply." My cheeks are burning. I handle my money well. "Do you?" Jessica arches one gorgeous brow. "So, why are you continuously begging for loans?" The dining room temperature drops 10 degrees. 20 sets of eyes move between us, like spectators at a tennis match. "I've never asked you for money," I continue, my voice calm amidst the screaming in my ears. "Not once. Not once. Please." Jessica rolls her eyes dramatically. "You should not ask for money. It is humiliating." The words struck me like a physical blow. My ears ring with the boldness of her deception, a total reversal of our reality. No one speaks. Nobody protects me. Not even our parents, who know exactly where the money is going. Talk about humiliating. Dad interrupts with forced humor. Did anyone see the Seahawks game last Sunday? The fourth quarter was something else. Just like that, the conversation moves on, leaving my shame behind like roadkill no one wants to see. I sat transfixed, taken back to when I was 10 years old, emptying my piggy bank to assist Jessica purchase a dancing outfit. Your sister needs it more than you. Mom had stated this while caressing my head. She has a recital coming soon. You are the realistic one, Emily. The practical one. The accountable one. The one expected to make a sacrifice. When dessert is served, I excuse myself and sneak into the powder room. My hands quiver as I shut the door behind me. But my mind is as clear as it has ever been. I take out my phone and open my banking app, glancing at the 5 regular payments too. Various accounts in Jessica's name. 4 years. $58,200. A monthly average of $900. Auto insurance. Credit card minimums. Personal loan repayments. The proof of my sister's financial vampirism appears on my computer in tidy, orderly rows, just as an auditor would. Without hesitation, I choose each payment and cancel it. Confirmation messages display one at a time. Recurring payment was discontinued. 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 I pour cold water on my face, then wipe it with one of Mom's ornate guest towels before returning to the dining room. My pumpkin pie is in the center of the table with chunks missing from the flawless crust. There you are, Mom says. We started without you. That is okay. I settle back into my seat, a peculiar serenity flowing over me. I'm not really hungry for dessert anyway. My cell phone vibrates in my pocket. My bank sends me confirmation letters. The cancellations are complete. More coffee, Emily? Dad offers the pot in his hand. I grin and hold out my cup. Yes, I believe I will have a second helping. Tonight will be the first time in 4 years that I will not be paying for my sister's life. For the first time in forever, I'm selecting myself, and it feels like the first breath after nearly drowning. Numbers do not lie. They do. The next morning, the morning light streams through the blinds of my modest one-bedroom apartment, and I open my laptop at the little desk cramped between the kitchen and living room. The coffee maker gurgles in the background, its familiar cadence keeping my hands steady while I work on a new spreadsheet. Payment history. Jess Cole. I write in the heading, my fingers working with the accuracy that makes me useful at work. Each keystroke feels like recovering a part of me. I open out my financial records and meticulously replicate every payment made to my sister over the last 4 years. The spreadsheet rises row by row, like an archaeological dig into my financial sacrifices. Each month, you make 3 separate credit card payments. The personal loan that was meant to be temporary until her commission arrived, and auto insurance for the luxury SUV she desperately required for client appointments but never materialized. The sum is at the bottom of the column. $58,200. The number lies there, accusing me of gullibility rather than kindness. Every month, about $950 more than my own vehicle payment are secretly fed to Jessica's meticulously created facade. I store the document in 3 different cloud locations. After gathering the evidence, I take another drink of coffee. My phone vibrated. Again. The panel displays Jessica's name for the 16th time since morning. I quiet it without reading the message, yet the notifications continue to show. Something is incorrect with the payments. Call me right now. Have you changed banks? Payment failed. What have you done? The credit card company phoned. Fix it. Autopay was turned down. Call me back. Are there insufficient funds? What's happening? The texts go from perplexity to fear to wrath, the punctuation increasing with her urgency. 15 calls, more than 30 texts in barely 24 hours. I put my phone screen down and resume working. By mid-afternoon, the inevitable occurs. My mother's name appeared on screen. I answer on the 3rd ring. Emily? What's happening? Jessica claims you are refusing to help her with something. Her voice contains the typical sense of disappointment. It's like if I'm 10 years old again, hoarding my birthday money instead of sharing. I have been paying her bills for 4 years, Mom. When I speak to my mother, my voice sounds different, more steady than it ever has. She informed everyone at Thanksgiving yesterday that I had asked her for money, so I stopped. A sudden intake of breath. That's not what she intended. You know how Jessica reacts when she is nervous. She exaggerates. It was not an exaggeration. That was a lie. Everyone believed her. You're being theatrical. Family helps family. I assisted for 4 years. That's $58,200 of my money. A long silence followed by rustling as the phone changed hands. Emily, this is Dad. His voice suddenly sounds older. What is this about money? Your sister claims you cut her off without notice. Did she explain why she needs my money each month? She has been experiencing cash flow issues with her firm. You are aware of this. Dad, she doesn't own a business. She has not had consistent job in 3 years. Another prolonged stillness. You have changed, he eventually admits. You used to be kind. The words cut deeper than intended, yet clarity emerges to counteract the agony. I respond, I have not changed. I basically stopped allowing others to utilize my compassion as a safety net. The stunned quiet that ensues tells me they have never analyzed our family dynamic from this perspective. The call ends uncomfortably with promises to speak about it later, which we all know means, I hope you come to your senses. I'd hardly put down my phone when it rang again. Lauren, I'm just checking in. You left Thanksgiving so soon. Her voice drifts off, looking for information. It was a rough evening. I make my proposition cautiously. Jessica has been contacting everyone about her money issues. Something about you pulling out of a loan? A bitter chuckle emerges before I can stop it. I did not back out of a loan. After 4 years of paying her debts, I stopped sending her monthly payments. Wait, have you been paying her bills? But she owns a large house in Bellevue. Lauren's surprised tone reinforces my suspicions. Nobody knew. Jessica had spent years projecting a successful image while quietly emptying my funds. How much are we talking about? Lauren asks. $58,200. Emily, holy crap. She pauses. No wonder you constantly decline family trips. A lump develops in my throat. All those years of making excuses about job responsibilities, saving for a house, and the need to be present in case of an emergency when the truth was simpler and more painful. I couldn't afford Jessica's lifestyle while also maintaining my own. Lauren hangs off, vowing secrecy she knows she won't keep, and my phone beeps with a text from cousin Michael. It's about time someone stood up to the golden child. The truth is now spreading around the family, reshaping 4 years of events where Jessica arrived in luxury attire while I wore the same black dress with various accessories. She brought costly wines, whilst I made from scratch because it was cheaper. Where she discussed luxury resorts and I gently proposed staycations. I closed the spreadsheet and shut down my laptop. The documentation is completed. The payments are terminated. The truth is out in the wild. For the first time in 4 years, the entire $950 of my monthly Jessica payment will remain in my personal account. The thought does not provide the satisfaction I imagined, but rather an empty sense of relief. It's like removing a splinter that has been in your body for so long that you've adapted your actions to prevent discomfort. I check my phone, where the notification count has risen to 48. Tomorrow will bring more calls, guilt, and pressure. But tonight, the figures are plain. And unlike sisters, statistics do not lie. At 6:47 a.m., my phone receives a notice for the family group chat. The following morning, I gaze at the screen, still warm under my cover, and immediately regret looking. Please pray for Emily at this tough time. Jessica's note reads, mental health issues can manifest in a variety of ways, including financial jealousy and irrational behavior. I look at the ceiling, counting the soft popcorn ridges to keep from flinging my phone across the space. Within seconds, replies poured in. Oh no. What happened? Sending you love, Emily. We are here for you. Should we prepare a care package? Nobody is asking what triggered this announcement. Nobody disputes its veracity. My sister's word is gospel, and I am suddenly positioned as the unstable family member who is having a breakdown. My mother calls within minutes. Emily Marie Thompson. Her voice has that special tone reserved for serious disappointments. You have to address this before Thanksgiving is entirely ruined. What precisely do I need to fix? I inquire, putting my feet into slippers and going into my kitchen to begin coffee. Don't act stupid. Jessica is devastated. Your father can hardly look at his phone when she texts about you. She pauses. We raised you better than that. The coffee maker gurgles as I measure the grinds with practiced accuracy. Did you ask Jessica precisely what I had done? She showed me the bank's alerts. All of those payments were immediately discontinued. Mother's voice lowers to an accusing whisper. Emily has bills, responsibilities, roots. So do I. The words are stronger than I anticipated. This is not like you, she adds. The daughter I nurtured would never forsake her sister. I watch the coffee flow gradually into the pot, black and clear. Jessica's bills have been paid for 4 years by the daughter you raised, despite the fact that she claims I asked her for money. Silence spreads between us like a wire. I'm going to be late for work, I announce, in an extraordinary act of defiance. Give Dad my love. I stop the conversation before she can react and open Facebook to see Jessica's most recent performance, a nicely filtered photo of her looking pensively out a window with the message, "Heartbroken when family members battle with envy." I'm praying for healing at this terrible time. There have already been 27 supportive comments. I dismiss the app without answering and finish preparing for work. When I get at the office, something unexpected occurs. I'm working better than I have in months. Client documents move through my review process with extraordinary speed. Spreadsheets that often require double-checking become perfectly obvious on the first pass. You appear to be more concentrated recently. My manager makes a statement during our afternoon check-in. Maintain your current course of action. I'm saving an additional $950 every month in my bank account and sleeping through the night for the first time in years. That evening, I bought a new desk for my home office, a substantial wood piece that I'd wanted for months but couldn't afford while supporting Jessica's lifestyle. As I input my credit card information, I don't feel the normal concern about spending on myself. I made no mental calculations regarding how this purchase would influence my capacity to cover Jessica's auto insurance or minimum credit card payments. I understand I've been living below my means, not through austerity or prudent financial planning, but to subsidize my sister's extravagance. The realization sits in my gut like a stone. The actual test of my newfound determination comes 3 days later, when Jessica emerges unexpectedly in my office building lobby. As I return from lunch, I notice her through the glass doors, with luxury sunglasses perched over immaculate makeup, intentionally unkempt hair, and what looks to be a carefully chosen dress that signals both affluent casualness and sorrow. "How could you leave me like this?" she demands loudly as I approach, tears flowing down her cheeks but without upsetting her mascara. "After everything I've done for you," heads turn in the lobby. My co-workers decrease their pace, trying not to listen yet plainly taking in every word. I keep my voice measured and quiet. "This is not the place to talk about your money troubles, Jessica." "Financial problems?" She chuckles, her voice loud and harsh. "You're the one who's always required my assistance, and now when I just need you momentarily, you cut me off completely." A security guy turns our way, alarmed about the increasing volume. "Call me when you're ready to discuss repayment plans," I reply gently. "Repayment?" The word lingers between us like a grenade with the pin removed. Her tears go instantaneously. The metamorphosis would be stunning if I hadn't seen it so many times before. The abrupt shift from hurt victim to cold calculation when persuasion fails. "This is not over." She hisses, her voice suddenly calm. She turns abruptly, stiletto heels clicking on marble as she departs through spinning doors. I watch her go, strangely calm in the aftermath of what could have been a disastrous argument. Saturday offers unexpected support. Lauren appears at my apartment door with lunch from my favorite deli and a compassionate grin. "You okay?" she asks as she unpacks sandwiches and soup containers on my modest dining table. Everyone's discussing what occurred. "Which version are they discussing?" I inquire, taking plates from my cupboard. Lauren shook her head. "The full story is coming out. Michael phoned me after chatting with your father. Is it true that Jessica owes you almost $50,000? I confirm the amount of $58,200, but from what I can figure, her overall debt is closer to $104,000. Lauren stops eating her lunch in the middle. "How much is $104,000? How is this possible?" "They reside in that lovely Bellevue home. Mortgage to the limit," I respond. "Plus 3 maxed out credit cards, 2 personal loans, and a 3-month late automobile lease. I've been paying the minimum for years. She was using you the entire time." Lauren's voice becomes agitated, despite the fact that she appears to be successful. My phone vibrates with a notice. The younger cousins have started a new group chat called Team Emily, which does not include Jessica or my parents. When my phone calls with an unusual number, I'm still processing what's happened. I nearly decline until Lauren looks at the screen. "That is David's cell," she replies, her eyes widening. "Jessica's spouse." I accept the call and put it on speaker. "Emily?" David's voice sounds strained. "We need to discuss." "I'm listening," I say. I had no notion about any of it. He begins. "She hid everything. The payments, the debt, all of it. All of it." The genuine honesty in his speech catches me off guard. "Thank you for assisting her discreetly throughout the years." He continues. "I believed we were steady, but we've been spending more than we can afford to keep up appearances with the neighbors." I meet Lauren's surprised look across the table. "We're not as financially secure as everyone thinks," David admits. "Not even close." I get a peculiar sense of weightlessness. For years I assumed I was the only person who saw Jessica clearly. Others are starting to see beyond the curtain. "Finally, I hope you can assist her in developing stronger coping strategies." Lauren squeezes my hand across the table as the call concludes. For the first time in years, I am not alone in my interpretation of Jessica. And for the first time in my life, I am not expected to be the one to solve everything. That night, at 11:42 p.m., 3 tremendous strikes rattle the hinges on my apartment door. I know who it is before I look through the peephole. Jessica stands in the glaring hallway lighting, arms curled about herself. Her hair falls limp around her face, with no sign of makeup evident. She's wearing faded jeans and a basic cotton t-shirt, which I've never seen her wear before. I open the door but block it with my body. It's almost midnight. Please," she says quietly, her voice breaking. "Emily, I'm coming apart." David knows everything. For a brief moment, I recall the little child who used to climb into my bed during thunderstorms, seeking solace from her practical sister who was unafraid of the noise. But then, I recall the Thanksgiving table, her words filled with faux worry. "You should quit begging for money, it is humiliating." Nonetheless, I stand away. "Come inside." She runs by me, pacing the living room like a trapped beast. Credit card firms keep calling. I've blocked 8 different numbers, but they keep using new ones. "And the BMW," her voice catches. "They plan to repossess it next week." I offer her water in a basic glass tumbler. She looks at it momentarily, evidently hoping for wine. "Mom and Dad are sad." She continues to accept the water but does not drink it. "You are pulling the family apart with your vendetta." I sat on my couch, watching her performances with renewed clarity. "If I lose everything, it's on you," she continues, her voice tightening. "Is this what you want? To see me fail?" I wait until her speech loses pace, until the theatrical pauses intended to inspire my reassurances become uncomfortable. When she eventually goes silent, I speak. "Jessica, I've been helping you for 4 years." She sniffs and nods enthusiastically. "And I'm really appreciative. That's why I can't understand why you'd stop now, when I need you the most." I let a measured pause pass between us. "That's $58,200, divided equally. I have records of every payment." Her expression changes from vulnerable begging to protective rage in an instant. "It wasn't really much. You are exaggerating to make me appear awful." Without saying a word, I open my laptop on the coffee table between us. The screen displays a spreadsheet, with each row representing a payment and each column representing a category. Dates, quantities, and account numbers. Notes chronicling her calls, her excuses and her vow to pay me back next month this time. 4 years of financial devastation, painstakingly chronicled in the language I know best, numbers that do not lie. This is when she struggles with her words. "You're doing this to make yourself appear good. You're constantly expected to be flawless." When I do not reply, she changes methods. "You know I have expenditures, but you don't. Just the payments for the country club." She pauses, understanding how this sounds. "You make so much more than I do," she attempts, her voice rising. "You don't know what it's like to struggle." "I make $185,000 every year," I admit softly. Her eyes widened slightly. She had definitely expecting far less. "I reside in this 1-bedroom flat and can afford to pay your expenses." The silence that follows seems like the first honest moment we've had in years. Her lips expands and shuts, looking for a different viewpoint. "But we're sisters," she eventually admits, her voice quiet. "Family helps family." I straighten up and approach to the door, opening it once more. "You had 4 years, Jessica. I paid $58,200 of your loan. That is enough. She collects her purse, shoulders tight with rage. At the threshold she turns, her gaze narrowed. You are heartless, she hisses. You're going to regret this. Number. I maintain a steady stare with her. You should regret mistaking someone's kindness for responsibility. The door between us closes with a quiet click. 2 hours later, my mother phoned. I can detect strain in her voice. The attempt to keep calmness. Jessica claims you refuse to help. She's going through a lot right now. Did she tell you how much I had already helped her? I ask. She cites a few modest debts. Mom hedges. Mom. $58,200 over 4 years is not a tiny amount. Her sudden intake of breath conveys more than words could. Dad's voice abruptly replaces hers. $58,200? That cannot be correct. I can email you the documentation. I say this with my finger lingering above the submit button on an email I drafted some days ago. Why would you keep giving her money if she was, or not? To be quite honest, I finished for him. Because she is family. And you showed me that family always looks out for each other. The astonished quiet on the other end evokes both vindication and sadness. Later that night, texts started coming on my phone. Uncle Mark. Your sister is heartbroken. Where is your compassion? Aunt Linda. The family forgave. Period. This cold shoulder is below you. But there are others. Cousin James. It's about time someone stood up to her. Call if you need to chat. Lauren. I just heard the true story. We are all supporting you. Mom and Dad too. My phone pings with a notice from our extended family group chat. I prepare for another round of guilt and pressure, but instead receive a surprise message from David. Thank you all for your concerns. Jessica and I are working through some financial challenges that have arisen. We appreciate your understanding at this time. And Emily, thank you for your previous assistance. It was not recognized appropriately. The conventional family order, with Jessica at its brilliant center and me orbiting as the dependable, practical moon, has begun to crumble. Thanksgiving meal has become a dividing point in our family history. Before the truth, and after. My father phones back, his voice quiet. I've been reviewing the statements you sent. You've been around all these years. He pauses, unable to finish the notion that his golden kid was lying while his practical one was sacrificing. We should talk, he eventually adds. All of us. Maybe a Sunday dinner? Not yet, I respond, startling myself with the barrier. I need some time. Of course, he speaks swiftly. Too fast. Whatever you need. The phrases seem weird coming from him, or anybody in my family really. Previously, everything I needed was not a top priority. I snuggle up on my couch, covered in the quilt my grandmother sewed, which Jessica always thought was too old-fashioned for her taste. My place feels different tonight, not larger or more opulent, but more personal. For the first time in 4 years, the burden of secrecy and duty has been removed. The money that paid for Jessica's perfectly managed existence will now pay my honest one. On my coffee table, the spreadsheet still lights on my laptop screen. 4 years of payments, each one a brick in the wall that separates who I was and who I am becoming. I close the laptop, and the room becomes black save for the mild city light that filters through my blinds. Tomorrow will come more calls, more family members choosing sides, and more pressure to return to my usual position. But now, in the calm aftermath of finally telling the truth, I discover something unexpected. Peace. A week later, the language on David's message still glows ominously on my phone screen. Family gathering. Our residence. Tomorrow at 2. It's just your parents and a few others. This has to cease. I gaze at the words for a whole minute, my gut constricting. In the week since I faced Jessica in my apartment, the family has split into competing factions. Mother continues to call regularly with sad appeals. Father has fallen into uncommon stillness. Cousins send messages of support or condemnation based on whatever version of events they believe. What impresses me is David's unexpected involvement. Throughout his 5-year marriage to my sister, he has stayed delightfully removed from family strife. When I arrive to their house, which is noticeably smaller than Mother had led everyone to expect, David answers the door before I even knock. His usual easygoing demeanor is replaced by something harsher, more determined. Thank you for coming, he adds, his voice low. This will not be simple. The living room resembles a courthouse awaiting trial. Mother and father sit stiffly in identical seats. Uncle Mark sits at one end of the sofa, alongside Aunt Linda and grandmother, whose presence emphasizes the severity of the situation. Jessica is nowhere in sight. "Where is Jessica?" I begin. David interrupts, nodding toward the vacant chair that is clearly the main point. "She will join us shortly. Please sit." Instead, I chose a corner of the sofa to keep my distance from the emotional blast zone. The air is fraught with unsaid accusations. Mother tries a faint grin. "This is unneeded. Family conflicts should remain private." "Not this one," David replies firmly, placing a hefty manila folder on the coffee table. "Not anymore." The sound of a door closing resonates through the hall. Jessica walks in, her face free of makeup, wearing basic jeans and a beige pullover I've never seen before. No designer brands or statement jewelry. Her eyes are red-rimmed and dry. "Sit down, Jessica," David says without looking at her. She sits on the edge of the vacant chair, hands firmly folded in her lap. David stands before us, shoulders square. "I've asked you here because it's time for everyone to understand what's going on." He opens the folder. Jessica has accrued $104,000 in personal debt over the last few years. Mother gives a gasp. Father's head snapped up. "That includes the $58,200 Emily has been paying in secret for 4 years. David continues. "Jessica told me that the money came from her grandmother's trust fund." Grandmother's sudden intake of breath echoes around the room. "I never set up such a thing." "I know that now." David distributes the credit card statements on the table. "These are regular purchases from Nordstrom, Saks, Neiman Marcus, designer clothing, jewelry, and handbags. Things to give the impression of accomplishment while we were silently drowning." Father leans forward, inspecting the documents with increasing incredulity. "This does not sound like the daughter that we raised." Jessica murmurs. "I needed those things. Everyone expected me to succeed." Mother reaches out to her. "Is all this real, sweetheart?" The question hangs in the air. It's the first time in 30 years that I've heard Mother doubt Jessica's version of events. Jessica's calm demeanor collapses. Tears run down her cheeks. "I just wanted everyone to feel proud of me. By lying. By stealing from your sister." Aunt Linda's speech cuts like a sword. "I was going to repay her," Jessica protests weakly. "When?" David asks. "With what money? You haven't had a regular employment in 3 years." The silence that follows seems like a tangible burden. I witness my family accept the fact that they had been denying for years. David straightens. "Things will change beginning today. We're selling our Range Rover. The Maldives trip has been cancelled. Jessica starts working 40 hours a week at Belinda's shop on Monday, and we begin financial counseling on Thursday." Mother's face pales. "But that's too excessive." "It's vital," David says. "And very overdue." Father looks to me, his eyes clouded with something I've rarely seen. True remorse. "We should have noticed it sooner." His voice has dropped to a near whisper. "I apologize, Emily." The words I'd waited decades to hear arrived gently and without the gratification I expected. I nodded once, accepting but not absolved. For the first time in my life, I am in a family problem without being expected to solve it. I am neither savior nor villain, just present. The weird liberty of this moment sticks in my throat. The following 6 months will unfold in slow, deliberate steps. Family chatter changes when the complete tale emerges. Jessica works in retail after years of pleasure, arriving home with hurting feet and humiliated eyes. David manages their finances using spreadsheets that mirror my own scrupulous records. When Mother calls today, her voice has a new reluctance, as if she is learning to traverse foreign territory. Father inquires about my investing methods, listening with real curiosity. One Thursday morning in May, my phone vibrates with a banking message. "Deposit. $600. A text message follows. "It will take years, but I will repay you. M." I gaze at the TV, recalling the Thanksgiving meal when she openly accused me of begging. The bathroom room is when I finally discovered my boundaries. The spreadsheet tracks 4 years of quiet sacrifice. My fingers hover over the keyboard. A dozen replies arise and vanish in my imagination. In the end, I type only 2 words. Received. Thank you. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But possibly a door left slightly open in a wall that I had every right to construct. As I stand at the entrance of David and Jessica's scaled Tudor-style home, The weight of the pumpkin-scented candle helps to steady my hands. Through the leaded glass panels flanking the front entrance, I catch a glimpse of modest Thanksgiving decorations, in stark contrast to the elaborate displays at our parents' home last year. For a moment, I consider turning around and driving back to my flat to spend the vacation alone with a good book. But then I see my father through the glass. And our gazes connect. 1 year has changed more than simply my living environment. My apartment now has a beautiful sectional couch in deep burgundy, which replaced the shabby hand-me-down I had suffered for years. My home office now has a decent desk. Instead of the rickety card table where I had been managing my and Jessica's finances for half a decade. The $950 monthly contribution that used to slip into my sister's bottomless desires now goes into an investing account with a 14% return. Dad opens the door before I can knock. "There she is," he says. But his voice lacks the booming tone I recall from childhood. Instead, I've never heard the word respect before. "Happy Thanksgiving." I go inside, inhaling the fragrance of roasted turkey. My basic knee-length dress in rich forest green feels suitable for this occasion. "Oh, you are right on time," Mom says, kissing my cheek without the usual perfunctory tone. "Jessica is just ready to serve." The dining room table, set simply with white plates and cotton napkins, now has only 8 place settings, down from 20 last year. No glittering chandelier hangs overhead, just a simple pendant light that illuminates faces I now recognize as family rather than audience. Jessica appears from the kitchen in pants and a cream-colored pullover. No expensive labels are apparent, and no flashy jewelry catches the light. Her hair tied back into a modest ponytail, she carries a tray of sliced turkey with steady hands. "Everything looks beautiful," I remark, and I mean it. Jessica's smile holds something new. Humility. "Thank you for attending." When everyone is seated, David proposes a toast. All eyes are on him, but he nods to Jessica, who gently stands. She lifts her water glass. "To a family that tells the truth, even if it hurts." My throat tightens abruptly. I raise my glass in acknowledgement, not yet ready for full reconciliation, but grateful for this honest new beginning. Throughout dinner, discussion flows naturally. Uncle Mark describes his latest heart operation, without downplaying its significance. Lauren announces her promotion without downplaying its significance. Parents admit to struggling with retirement planning without pretending everything is wonderful. No one performs or competes. We just exist together in reality. Later, back in my flat, I open my laptop out of habit, but I no longer check the spreadsheet every day. Jessica has regularly delivered 12 payments, all on schedule. I scan through my phone, deleting previous desperate texts from her that I'd kept as proof. They are no longer essential to protect against gaslighting. The truth has surfaced and settled like dust after a rainstorm. Opening my journal, I write, $58,200. If she were a stranger, I would have stopped long ago. But she was my sister, or, at least, I assumed she was. I pause to contemplate what has changed. Jessica's monthly payments are more than simply financial reparation. They acknowledge that my limits matter and that my sacrifice is worthy of appreciation. My worth was never based on family acceptance, even if it took me 28 years to realize this. Boundaries are not harsh, they are about self-respect. I close the journal without feeling either triumph or remorse. Just clarification. Sometimes compassion entails knowing when to quit. You can't save someone who keeps sinking, especially if they're pulling you down. The question hangs in the nighttime air of my quiet apartment. If you were in the same scenario, what would you do? Cut them off as I did. Give them one more opportunity since they are family. Take legal action to retrieve what you've lost. Where do you draw the line between assisting and being exploited? At Christmas dinner, my sister was given a dream lake house worth $350,000. Then, they handed me a letter. I read it aloud, and her smile vanished. I'm Emily, and this story happened 2 years ago when I was 27. My sister Charlotte was 30 at the time, and she'd always been the golden child in our family. Everything came easy to her. Straight A's without studying, full scholarship to Northwestern, landed her dream marketing job right out of college, married her college sweetheart, Ethan, who came from money. Meanwhile, I struggled through community college, worked 3 jobs to pay for nursing school, and lived in a studio apartment above Mrs. Chen's Chinese restaurant. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't bitter about working hard. I actually loved nursing and felt proud of what I'd accomplished on my own. But the way my parents, William and Catherine, constantly compared us was exhausting. Every family dinner was filled with Charlotte's latest achievements, while my accomplishments got a polite nod at best. The real issue started 2 years before this Christmas Eve. Charlotte and Ethan had been trying to have kids for about 3 years with no success. They'd gone through fertility treatments, specialists, the whole 9 yards. It was heartbreaking to watch, and I genuinely felt terrible for them. But Charlotte being Charlotte, she couldn't just quietly deal with her struggles. She had to make everyone else's life revolve around her pain. She started showing up to family gatherings late or leaving early because seeing me with kids was too triggering. The thing is, I didn't even have kids yet. I was dating my boyfriend James seriously, and we talked about marriage and kids, but we weren't in any rush. But Charlotte seemed to think that just because I could potentially have children easily, I was somehow flaunting my fertility. The breaking point came during Thanksgiving 2 years ago. James and I announced our engagement, and instead of congratulations, Charlotte burst into tears and ran to the bathroom. My parents followed her, leaving James and me sitting alone at the dinner table with my aunt and uncle looking incredibly uncomfortable. When they came back, my mother suggested we keep our wedding planning low-key so as not to upset Charlotte further. I was frustrated, but tried to be understanding. We planned a small wedding the following summer, and Charlotte was my maid of honor despite her obvious reluctance. She showed up to my bachelorette party for exactly 1 hour, spent my wedding day sighing dramatically during photos, and gave a toast that was more about her own struggles than celebrating James and me. But I bit my tongue because family is family, right? Things got worse after James and I got married the following summer. Charlotte started making comments about how easy my life was, how I didn't understand real problems, and how I should be grateful for my natural advantages. She seemed to forget that I'd worked my ass off to get through nursing school. While she'd had everything handed to her, the final straw came the Christmas after we got married. 2 years before the Christmas Eve I'm telling you about, Charlotte announced she and Ethan were taking a break from trying to have kids, and were going to focus on travel and their careers instead. My parents threw them a celebration of life changes party and invited the whole extended family. It was bizarre, but I supported her decision. 3 weeks later, James and I found out I was pregnant. We were thrilled but nervous about telling my family given Charlotte's sensitivity about the topic. We decided to wait until I was past the first trimester to share the news. At 12 weeks we gathered everyone for Sunday dinner and made our announcement. Charlotte's face went white, then red. Then she started screaming. She accused me of getting pregnant on purpose to rub it in her face. She said I was selfish and cruel and that I planned this to upstage her new life direction. My parents just sat there while she berated me, not saying a word in my defense. James finally spoke up and told Charlotte her reaction was completely inappropriate. She turned on him, saying he didn't understand what it was like to want something so desperately and watch other people get it without even trying. When James pointed out that we've been married for 7 months, and trying wasn't exactly shocking, Charlotte stormed out. But here's where it gets really messy. A week later, I had a miscarriage. It was devastating for James and me. We were both heartbroken and I took 2 weeks off work to recover physically and emotionally. Did Charlotte call to check on me, apologize for her reaction, offer any support at all? Nope. In fact, when my mom called to tell her what happened, Charlotte's response was that maybe this was the universe's way of teaching me not to take things for granted. I was done. Absolutely done with her and frankly pretty fed up with my parents for enabling her behavior. James and I spent the rest of that year focused on healing in our marriage with minimal contact with my family. But Charlotte wasn't finished. Over the following months, she started a social media campaign that was clearly directed at me, posting things like, "When people show you who they really are, believe them. And some people will never understand what real pain feels like." She'd make vague posts about family members who lack empathy and how some people get everything handed to them and still complain. What made it worse was that she'd post these things right after family events where we'd actually gotten along. Okay, we'd have a decent Sunday dinner, maybe even share a laugh or two, and then the next day there would be some passive-aggressive post about fake family members or people who pretend to care. It was like she couldn't stand having a normal moment with me without punishing me for it later. The social media thing got so bad that my friends started asking me about it. My college roommate Sarah called me one day and said, "Is everything okay with you and Charlotte? Because her Facebook posts are concerning." I had to explain the whole situation to Sarah, who was horrified. She couldn't believe that a 30-something professional was carrying on like a teenager on social media. But the absolute worst incident happened about 7 months after my miscarriage. James and I had gone to our friend's baby shower, a couple from nursing school who'd been trying for years and had just had their first baby through IVF. It was a beautiful, emotional celebration, and James and I were genuinely happy to be there supporting our friends. I posted one innocent photo from the shower, just me and James with the new parents, all of us smiling. I didn't even mention babies or pregnancy in the caption. Just so happy for these two amazing people. Within an hour, Charlotte had posted a long rant about people who flaunt their ability to be around babies and how some people use other people's joy to make themselves feel better about their own failures. The post didn't mention me by name, but anyone who knew our family situation would know exactly who she was talking about. Several of our relatives commented asking if everything was okay, and I ended up deleting my own post because I was so embarrassed by the drama Charlotte had stirred up. That night, I called my parents, furious. I told them about Charlotte's post and how humiliating it was to have her constantly monitoring my social media and turning everything into a public attack on me. My mother's response: "Well, honey, maybe you could be more sensitive about what you post. You know, Charlotte's struggling." That was the moment I realized my parents weren't just enabling Charlotte. They were actively participating in making me responsible for managing her emotions. It wasn't enough that I had to walk on eggshells around her in person. Now I was supposed to curate my entire social media presence around her feelings too. James was furious when I told him about the phone call. He said we should go no contact with my whole family until they started treating me with basic respect. Part of me wanted to do exactly that, but I couldn't bring myself to cut off my parents completely. They weren't malicious people. They were just so focused on keeping Charlotte from falling apart that they couldn't see how they were throwing me under the bus in the process. The situation got even more complicated when Charlotte started involving Ethan's family in her campaign against me. Ethan's parents, David and Margaret, were lovely people who had always been kind to me. But Charlotte started telling them her version of events, painting me as the cruel sister who deliberately got pregnant to hurt her and who then played the victim when I lost the baby. I found out about this when Margaret called me out of the blue one day. She was clearly uncomfortable, but she felt she needed to say something. "Emily, I hope you know that, David, and I don't believe what Charlotte's been saying about you. We've known you for years, and we know you're not the kind of person who would deliberately hurt someone you love." I was mortified that Charlotte had dragged Ethan's parents into our mess, but also grateful that Margaret had reached out. She told me that Charlotte had been calling them regularly, crying about how I'd turned the whole family against her and how I was manipulating our parents into taking my side. Margaret said it had gotten so bad that Ethan had finally had to ask Charlotte to stop involving his parents in our drama. That conversation with Margaret made me realize just how far Charlotte's victim narrative had spread. She wasn't just posting vague things on social media. She was actively telling people that I was some kind of mastermind who'd orchestrated a campaign against her. In her version of events, I was the villain who got pregnant on purpose to hurt her, then used my miscarriage to gain sympathy and turn everyone against her. The irony wasn't lost on me. Charlotte was accusing me of playing the victim while she spent every day posting about how mistreated she was by her cruel, insensitive family. She was claiming I was manipulative while she was literally manipulating every conversation and every family gathering to be about her pain and her needs. The worst part was watching my parents get more and more exhausted by it all. My father, who'd always been the peacekeeper in the family, started looking genuinely stressed every time Charlotte's name came up. My mother developed this nervous habit of immediately changing the subject whenever anyone mentioned babies, pregnancy, or anything that might set Charlotte off. Family gatherings became exercises in collective anxiety management. Everyone walking on eggshells, everyone monitoring their words, everyone responsible for Charlotte's emotional state except Charlotte herself. If she had a bad day, it became everyone's problem. If she was triggered by something, it was everyone's responsibility to fix it. I started dreading family events completely. Even when Charlotte was in a good mood, there was always this undercurrent of tension. This sense that one wrong word or topic could set off an explosion. James and I would drive home from these gatherings, emotionally exhausted, feeling like we just navigated a minefield for 3 hours. The breaking point for James came during Easter dinner about 7 months before the Christmas I'm telling you about. We were having a nice meal. Everyone getting along when my aunt mentioned that her daughter had just gotten engaged. It was innocent conversation, just family news. But I saw Charlotte's face change immediately. Instead of congratulating her cousin, Charlotte got very quiet and then excused herself from the table. She came back 10 minutes later with red eyes, clearly having been crying, and the dinner shifted. Everyone started overcompensating, trying to cheer Charlotte up, asking if she was okay, making a big fuss over her. Meanwhile, my cousin's engagement, what should have been a happy family moment, got completely overshadowed by Charlotte's reaction to it. The bathroom, the entire mood of. My aunt looked embarrassed for bringing it up, and my cousin's good news got maybe 2 more minutes of conversation before everyone moved on to safer topics. James was quiet on the drive home, and when I asked him what was wrong, he exploded. "This is insane, Emily. One person's emotions are controlling your entire family. Everyone is so busy managing Charlotte's feelings that they can't even celebrate normal life events anymore." He was right, and I knew it. But I felt trapped. These were my parents, my family, and despite everything, I loved them. I didn't want to cut them off. But I also couldn't keep subjecting James and myself to this toxic dynamic. That's when we made the decision to pull back significantly from family events. We started declining about half the invitations, making excuses about work schedules and other commitments. When we did go, we'd arrive later and leave earlier, minimizing our exposure to the drama. My parents noticed, of course, and they weren't happy about it. They started making comments about how we were abandoning the family and how I was punishing everyone because of issues with Charlotte. They couldn't see that their own enabling behavior was driving us away. They just saw it as me being dramatic and holding grudges. The worst part was watching my parents get more and more desperate to fix things, which only made them enable Charlotte more. They called me with increasingly elaborate plans for family gatherings that would somehow magically make everyone get along. They'd suggest we all go to family therapy together or take a family vacation or have some kind of intervention. But none of their solutions involved Charlotte actually changing her behavior or taking involved everyone else responsibility for accommodating her emotions and finding new ways to avoid triggering her. It was like they thought they could manage their way out of the problem without ever addressing the root cause. So by the time the Christmas Eve I'm telling you about rolled around 2 years after my miscarriage, I was pretty much done with all of them. James and I had been trying to conceive again, but we decided not to share any news with my family until absolutely necessary. We were planning to spend Christmas morning together and then make a brief appearance at my parents' house for dinner. But then my mother called 3 days before Christmas Eve, practically begging us to come for their Christmas Eve gift exchange instead. The damage she'd caused. She said Charlotte had been having a really hard time lately, and it would mean the world to have everyone together. Against my better judgment, I agreed. So, Christmas Eve arrives, and James and I show up to my parents' house around 7 p.m. The living room is decorated to the nines. My mother had gone all out with garland, lights, and a massive tree. Charlotte and Ethan are already there, and Charlotte actually seems to be in a good mood for once. She hugs me when we arrive, which hasn't happened in over a year. We have dinner first, prime rib, my dad's specialty, and for once, conversation flows pretty normally. Charlotte asks about my work. I ask about her latest marketing campaign, and my parents seem relieved that we're getting along. Ethan's being more talkative than usual, and James is making an effort to keep things light. I start thinking maybe this Christmas won't be a disaster after all. After dinner, we move to the living room for gifts. My parents always go overboard, but this year seems especially extravagant. There are piles of wrapped presents under the tree, way more than usual. "Okay," my dad says, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Catherine and I have some very special gifts this year, so we want to do things a little differently. We're going to save the big surprises for last. We start with the usual stuff. Sweaters, books, gift cards, a bottle of wine. Charlotte gets James an expensive bottle of scotch he'd mentioned liking, and I actually feel hopeful that maybe she's turning over a new leaf. James and I give everyone thoughtful gifts we'd picked out months earlier back when I was still trying to maintain family relationships. Then my parents exchange a look and my mother gets up to retrieve something from the kitchen. She comes back with a large envelope and hands it to Charlotte. "This is from both of us," my dad says, his voice thick with emotion. "We wanted to do something really special for you and Ethan this year." Charlotte opens the envelope and her eyes go wide. She pulls out what looks like a deed or some kind of official document. And Ethan leans over to read it with her. "Oh my God," Charlotte whispers, and then she starts crying. Happy tears, though she's smiling so wide I think her face might crack. "Ethan, they bought us the lake house. They bought us the cabin at Lake Geneva." For context, this lake house was a place we'd vacationed at a few times when Charlotte and I were kids. It belonged to some friends of my parents, and we'd always talked about how amazing it would be to own a place like that. It was this gorgeous 3-bedroom cabin right on the water with a private dock and everything. I'd looked it up online once out of curiosity and saw similar places going for around $350,000. Charlotte jumps up and hugs both my parents, still crying. Ethan shakes my dad's hand and thanking them over and over. It's clearly a massive, incredibly generous gift, like life-changing generous. We know how much you two love it there, my mother says, wiping away her own tears. And we thought it would be perfect for when you're ready to start your family. Kids love the lake. I'm sitting there trying to process this. $350,000 minimum for a vacation home. I mean, I knew my parents were comfortable. My dad had done well in commercial real estate and my mom had inherited some money from her parents, but this was on another level entirely. James squeezes my hand and I can tell he's thinking the same thing I am. We've been saving for 2 years to buy our first house, and we're still about $30,000 short of having enough for a decent down payment in our area. But I push down the jealousy and try to be happy for them. Charlotte's actually being gracious and sweet, thanking my parents repeatedly and talking about all the memories they'll make there. For a moment, it feels like old times before everything got so complicated and bitter. All right, my dad says after the excitement dies down a bit. Emily and James, we have something for you too as well. My mother reaches under the tree and pulls out a small envelope much smaller than Charlotte's. She hands it to me with a smile that seems a little forced now that I think about it. Go ahead, honey. Open it, she encourages. I open the envelope expecting maybe a nice gift certificate or tickets to something. Instead I find a single folded piece of paper. It looks like it was torn from a legal pad and it's covered in my mother's handwriting. Read it out loud, my dad suggests. We want everyone to hear this. I unfold the paper and my heart starts racing as I read the first few lines to myself. This can't be what I think it is. I look up at my parents and they're both watching me expectantly. Charlotte and Ethan are also looking at me, waiting. I start, my voice catching slightly. Are you sure you want me to read this out loud? Of course, sweetie, my mother says. It's something we've been thinking about for a long time, and we want the whole family to hear it. I look at James, who nods encouragingly, and then back at the letter. My hands are actually shaking a little as I begin to read. Dear Emily and James, I read, my voice growing stronger as I realize what this is. We have watched you both work incredibly hard to build your life together, and we are so proud of the adults you've become. Emily, your dedication to your nursing career and your strength through difficult times has shown us what real character looks like. Charlotte's smile is still plastered on her face, but I can see confusion starting to creep in around her eyes. I continue reading. James, you have been the perfect partner for our daughter, supporting her dreams and standing by her side when others in this family failed to do so. Now Charlotte's smile is definitely wavering. Ethan looks uncomfortable and my parents are watching my face intently as I read their words back to them. We know you've been saving to buy your first home and we know it's been a struggle on your salaries, especially with student loans and the cost of living. We've watched you both make sacrifices and never once ask us for help, even when we know times were tight. My voice is getting stronger now because I'm starting to understand what this letter is, and a warm feeling is spreading through my chest. We also know, I continue, that you've had to deal with unfair treatment from certain family members, and that you've handled that situation with more grace and maturity than anyone should have too. You've been excluded from family events, had your achievements minimized, and even had your personal tragedy used against you. Charlotte's face has gone completely white now. The smile is gone, and she's staring at me like I'm reading her diary out loud, which in a way, I guess I am. So, I read on, my voice now clear and strong. We have decided to give you the wedding gift we never properly gave you, plus a little extra for everything you've had to endure. I pause here because the next line takes my breath away. We are giving you $45,000 toward the purchase of your first home, and we're also covering all of your remaining student loan debt, which we calculate to be approximately $35,000. James gasps beside me. I can barely believe what I'm reading, but I continue. This is not a loan. This is not something you need to pay back or feel guilty about. This is what we should have done when you got married. Instead of walking on eggshells around someone else's jealousy and insecurity, Charlotte makes a choking sound. Ethan reaches over and puts a hand on her arm, but she shakes him off. We hope this helps you start your family in your own home, surrounded by people who truly support and love you. We also hope this makes up in some small way for the times we failed to defend you when you needed us most. I look up from the letter and Charlotte is staring at me with an expression I've never seen before. It's like she's seeing me for the first time. Or maybe seeing herself for the first time. Ethan looks like he wants to disappear into the couch cushions, but I'm not done reading yet. We love both our daughters, I continue. But we have realized that we have enabled behavior that has hurt our family and hurt you specifically. We hope that going forward, all of our family relationships can be based on mutual respect and genuine kindness rather than walking on eggshells around one person's emotions. The room is completely silent now, except for my voice. We know this letter might cause some drama, but we're tired of pretending that the way things have been is okay. It's not okay. You deserve better from all of us. I take a breath and read the final lines. Use this money to build the life you want with people who celebrate your happiness instead of resenting it. We love you both, and we're proud to be your parents, Mom and Dad. I fold the letter back up and look around the room. James has tears in his eyes and is squeezing my hand so tight it almost hurts. My parents are both watching Charlotte, who looks like she's been slapped. "What the hell is this?" Charlotte finally says, her voice low and dangerous. "It's exactly what it sounds like," my father says calmly. "We're giving Emily and James some financial help just like we gave you and Ethan the lake house. This isn't the same thing at all." Charlotte stands up, her voice getting louder. "You just humiliated me in front of everyone. You made me look like some kind of monster." "The letter didn't make you look like anything," my father says calmly. "Your parents wrote down facts. Facts about how you've treated your sister and facts about how we've enabled it." Charlotte whirls around to face me. "You planned this, didn't you? You somehow convinced them to do this. This is your revenge for me not kissing your ass when you got pregnant." "Charlotte," Ethan says quietly. "Maybe we should just—" "No." She snaps at him. They give us a house, but then they have to ruin it by making it all about Emily and her victim complex. Everything always has to be about poor Emily and how hard her life is." James stands up. "That's enough. You're proving their point right now." "Oh, shut up, James," Charlotte snarls. "This doesn't concern you." "Actually it does," he says calmly. "And I can see he's been thinking about this conversation for a while. I've watched you treat my wife like garbage for years. I've watched her cry after family dinners because of things you've said to her. I've watched her blame herself for your infertility problems because you made her feel like her existence was somehow offensive to you." "I never said that." "You didn't have to say it directly," I say, standing up as well. "You said it with your actions. You said it when you screamed at me for getting pregnant. You said it when you told Mom that my miscarriage was the universe teaching me a lesson. You said it every time you made a social media post about family members who don't understand real pain." Charlotte's face crumples. "That's not... I didn't mean..." "Yes, you did," my father says firmly. "Charlotte, we love you. We will always love you. But the way you've treated Emily is unacceptable. And the way we've enabled it is unacceptable." "You enabled it?" Charlotte laughs bitterly. "You just gave her almost $85,000 while calling me jealous and insecure in front of my husband. How is that enabling me?" "We gave you a house worth around $350,000, my mother points out. "We're not exactly leaving you empty-handed here." "That's not the point," Charlotte is full-on yelling now. "The point is that you've decided I am the villain in this family, and now you're rewarding Emily for being the victim." "No," I say, and my voice is steady now. "They're not rewarding me for being a victim. They're acknowledging that I've worked hard and handled a difficult situation with maturity, something you've never been able to do." "Difficult situation?" Charlotte's voice goes up an octave. "What difficult situation? You got everything you wanted. You got married. You got your nursing degree. You have a husband who worships you. What exactly has been so difficult about your life?" The room goes quiet and I realize this is it. This is the moment I've been building toward for 2 years. The moment where I either back down and let Charlotte continue to rewrite history, or I stand up for myself once and for all. "You want to know what's been difficult?" I ask, my voice getting stronger. "Watching my sister turn into someone I don't recognize because she can't handle other people being happy. Having to tiptoe around my own life accomplishments because they might trigger you. Planning my wedding around your emotional state. Being screamed at for getting pregnant and then being told my miscarriage was some kind of cosmic justice." Charlotte opens her mouth to interrupt. But I keep going. Having my parents suggest I postpone my engagement announcement because it might upset you. Being asked to keep my wedding low-key so you wouldn't feel bad. Watching you give a maid of honor speech that was entirely about your own problems. Having you skip my bachelorette party because being around happy people was too triggering. I'm on a roll now and 2 years of suppressed frustration is pouring out. But you know what the most difficult part has been? I continue. Realizing that my big sister, the person I looked up to my whole life, had turned into someone who could only be happy if everyone around her was miserable. Someone who sees other people's joy as a personal attack. Someone who thinks the world owes her something because life didn't go exactly according to her plan. Charlotte is crying now. But I'm not done. I have been nothing but supportive of you. When you were struggling with fertility, I was there. When you and Ethan decided to take a break from trying, I supported that decision. When you needed space from family events, I understood. But none of that mattered because you had already decided that I was your enemy. You decided that my happiness somehow diminished yours. That's not true, Charlotte whispers. Yes, you did, Ethan says quietly. And everyone turns to look at him. He's been mostly quiet through this exchange, watching his wife with an expression that's part love, part exhaustion, part determination. I realize he's been waiting for this moment, maybe hoping for it. Charlotte, it is true. You know it's true, Ethan. Charlotte's voice breaks. No, Charlotte. I love you, but I'm not going to sit here and watch you do this anymore. Your sister lost a baby, and you told her mother it was the universe teaching her a lesson. Do you understand how cruel that is? Do you understand how that sounded? Charlotte covers her face with her hands. I was hurting. I was in pain. And I wasn't thinking clearly. You're always in pain, Ethan says, and his voice is gentle but firm. It's clear he's had this conversation with her before, probably many times. There's always some reason why you can't be happy for other people. There's always some excuse for why everyone else needs to manage their lives around your emotions. This is rich, Charlotte says, dropping her hands and glaring at Ethan. Now my own husband is ganging up on me too. I'm not ganging up on you. I'm telling you the truth. I've been telling you this truth for months, but you won't listen to me either. Oh, this is getting into territory I wasn't expecting. James and I exchange glances, and I can tell he's thinking the same thing I am. This is about more than just Charlotte's relationship with me. What's that supposed to mean? Charlotte demands. Ethan looks around the room, clearly uncomfortable with the audience, but he presses on. It means that this doesn't just affect your relationship with Emily. It affects our marriage too. It affects everything. You can't be genuinely happy about anything because you're too busy keeping score with everyone else. That's not fair, is it? Ethan asks. When's the last time you celebrated something good happening to someone else without finding a way to make it about what's wrong with our life? When's the last time you felt actual joy about anything that didn't involve someone else failing or struggling? Charlotte stares at him and I can see her trying to come up with an answer. The fact that she can't seem to find one tells us everything we need to know. My father clears his throat. Maybe we should all take a break. And no, Charlotte says, and her voice has changed. The fight has gone out of it, and she sounds exhausted. No, don't stop on my account. Clearly this is some kind of intervention that you all planned. We didn't plan anything, my mother says. We just decided we were tired of pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. Charlotte looks around the room at all of us, and for the first time in years, I see something other than anger or self-pity in her expression. I think it might be shame. So, what now? She asks. You've all told me what a terrible person I am. You've given me money while making sure I know it's because I'm such a burden. Jake's decided our marriage is broken because I'm not positive enough. What exactly do you want from me now? We want you to get help, my mother says simply. We want you to talk to someone about why other people's happiness feels like a threat to you. We want you to figure out how to be happy for your sister when good things happen to her. And we want you to apologize, my father adds. Not a fake apology where you excuse your behavior, but a real one where you acknowledge the hurt you've caused. Charlotte looks at me and for a moment I see the sister I used to know. The one who taught me how to braid friendship bracelets and always shared her Halloween candy with me. I'm sorry, she says, and her voice is so quiet I almost don't hear her. I'm sorry too, I say, because despite everything I am. I'm sorry it came to this. I'm sorry she's hurting. I'm sorry our family got so broken. No, Charlotte says, shaking her head. Don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I did. I know I did. I don't know how to stop. Ethan reaches over and takes her hand. You stop by getting help. You stop by doing the work to figure out why you think love is a limited resource, that someone else getting it means there's less for you. I don't know if I can, Charlotte admits. I don't know if I know how to be any other way anymore. Then learn, my mother says firmly. Because this version of you isn't sustainable. Not for your marriage, not for your family relationships, and not for your own happiness. Charlotte nods, tears streaming down her face. The lake house, she says suddenly. You should give the lake house to Emily too. She deserves it more than I do. Charlotte, no, I say immediately. That's not what this is about. This isn't about who deserves what more. This is about treating each other with kindness and respect. But I don't know how to do that anymore, she says. I don't remember how to be happy for other people. I don't remember how to not be angry all the time. Then we'll help you remember, I say, and I realize I mean it. But you have to want to change, you have to want to do better. Charlotte looks around the room again, and I can see her taking inventory of all the relationships she's damaged, all the bridges she's burned or is in the process of burning. I want to do better, she says finally. I want to be the kind of person who can be genuinely happy when my sister gets good news. I want to be the kind of wife who doesn't make everything about what's wrong with our life. I want to be the kind of daughter who doesn't make family gatherings a minefield. Then that's where we start, Ethan says, squeezing her hand. The room falls quiet for a moment, and I realize that this Christmas Eve has been more honest and raw than at any family gathering we've had in years, maybe ever. So, James says, breaking the silence, should we maybe open the rest of the presents? Everyone laughs, even Charlotte, and the tension in the room breaks just a little bit. We don't magically solve all our problems that night, of course. Charlotte and Ethan leave shortly after, with Charlotte promising to start looking for a therapist after the holidays. My parents, James and I stay up talking until well past midnight, working through years of built-up resentment and hurt feelings. But that letter changed everything. Not just because of the money, although I won't lie. Being debt-free and having a down payment for our house was life-changing. It changed everything because it was the first time my parents had acknowledged out loud that the family dynamic we'd all been living with wasn't working. It was the first time someone had called Charlotte's behavior what it was instead of making excuses for it. Most importantly, it was the first time I felt like my parents saw me clearly, not as Charlotte's little sister or as a consolation prize, but as their daughter who deserved to be supported and defended. Charlotte did start therapy, and it's been a slow process, but she's been working on herself. She and Ethan are doing better, and she's been making genuine efforts to repair our relationship. She still has bad days and she still struggles with jealousy and resentment sometimes, but she's trying. She apologized properly a few months later, acknowledging specifically what she'd done wrong and how it had affected me. We're not back to where we were as kids, and we may never be. But we're building something new, something more honest and adult. And that letter, that beautiful, brutal letter that laid everything out in the open, was the beginning of that process. James and I bought our house 5 months later, and Charlotte was genuinely happy for us. She even helped us move. It was a small thing, but it meant the world to me. Sometimes the best gift isn't what's wrapped under the tree. Sometimes it's the truth delivered with love and the hope that things can get better. My parents paid for my brother's wedding before he proposed. Then took a cruise on my birthday and didn't even call me. My brother Kevin was promoted last spring. A large one. Company-wide announcement, champagne in the office type of thing. Senior management. Corner office. The works. My folks were elated. They took him and his girlfriend on a week-long luxury cruise around the Mediterranean. Complete bundle. Everything is rated 5 stars. Every day they shared images of meals on the balcony, matching robes and sunset toasts with sentiments like, "So proud of our boy." I liked the photographs, sent a congratulatory message, and even contacted Kevin before they departed to say, "Well deserved, man." I then returned to work. 3 months later, I too was promoted. Not as spectacular as Kevin's, but still impressive. I was promoted to lead my firm's analytics department. It was the first time I'd ever handled others. This was the first time my name appeared on the internal newsletter. I told my folks during supper. They grinned and said, "That's great." My father nodded and said, "Well done." My mother inquired about the clothing code in her new work. And then the subject moved back to Kevin. His girlfriend recently launched a boutique. They had adopted a dog. I wasn't expecting a matching vacation, but I figured there could be something. A card, a toast, a gesture. Instead, they headed for the lake cottage that weekend. Only the two of them. No invitation. There's no message. Just a selfie from the dock with the text, "Finally, some quiet." At first I persuaded myself it wasn't important. Not everything needed to be celebrated. Not everything required fanfare. However, 2 weeks later, I learned from my aunt that they had volunteered to pay for Kevin's wedding venue. They weren't even engaged yet. When I asked my mother about it, she dismissed it. "We just want to make sure they're set up when the time comes." Set up. As if they were constructing a future they didn't think I needed or deserved. I considered approaching them, but I didn't want to appear jealous, petty, or like I was keeping score. So, I buried it. Until my birthday rolled along. It arrived on a Tuesday. I wasn't anticipating anything major, maybe dinner or a cake. But when I called to see if they were free, my father stated they were leaving town for a quick break. I inquired where. "Same cruise line we took with Kevin," he repeated. "They gave us a discount for returning customers." I did not say anything. He interrupted the silence with a chuckle. "We'll take you next time." But we both knew there'd be no next time. Not for me. That night I sat alone in my apartment, eating takeaway and going through their latest cruise images. Kevin commented on one, saying, "Looks familiar." Dozens of likes. Nobody mentioned me. Nobody ever did. And that's when something in me altered. Not into rage, not yet. However, we are now aware. This was not about a trip. It was all about position. Regarding how people saw me. Not as a second son. But as the one who needed nothing. The one they could ignore because he didn't fight back. Because I never created a scene. They thought they recognized me. But things were about to change. 2 weeks following their second cruise, we held a family supper. It wasn't formal, just a Sunday cookout at my folks' home. This was something we had done 100 times before. Kevin and his girlfriend were present. There were 2 aunts, an uncle, and our cousin Sam. I almost did not go. But something inside me wanted to see whether they would say anything. If the vacation images released on my birthday included even a sliver of an apology, an acknowledgement, a late toast, anything. Instead, I received a nod from my father, and a half hug from my mother. Number: happy birthday. Answer: how's the new role? No. Let's sit down and catch up. Kevin was once again the main topic of the night. His firm invited him to speak at a regional leadership event. My parents were beaming as he explained the invitation, guest list, and keynote lineup. Everyone applauded. Someone asked if he was nervous. His lover stated, "He was born for this." I took a sip of beer while watching. Nobody asked about my promotion. Not even once. When the food arrived, I helped carry drinks from the kitchen. Nobody noticed. I refilled my glasses. I picked up a plate that someone had dropped. Still invisible. At one time, my mother asked if I could photograph the group. I lifted up the phone, positioned them, and saw it. A photo of everyone shining, arms around each other. Kevin is at the center, and I am not in the frame. Literally. She didn't ask me to be in the picture. I returned the phone and went inside on the pretense of checking a message. But I did not come out immediately. I stood in the corridor, just out of sight, listening. They were discussing Christmas arrangements. Kevin and his girlfriend were going on a trip overseas. My mother said that this was their gift to themselves. My father offered to chip in for the flights. Not a single beat was skipped. Nobody wondered if I'd be around. Nobody inquired what I was doing. It was as if I were a guest at my childhood home. When needed, this comes in handy. Most of the time, you are invisible. That was when I made a decision. I was not going to debate about the past. I was not going to question why they treated me like a supporting character in my own family. But I was going to begin responding differently. So when Christmas arrived, I did not send gifts. I did not show up. I did not send an email to explain. I let it be quiet. My mom called 3 days later. "We miss you." I told her I was preoccupied with work. "You could have said something." "I thought about it," I said. "But then I remembered, you didn't say anything when you boarded a cruise on my birthday." She became quiet, then replied, almost defensively, "It wasn't meant to hurt you. We didn't think you'd care that much." That statement sank deep into my chest. Not because it was unkind, because it was honest. They didn't believe I would care because I had conditioned them not to. I hung up shortly after. Politely. Not angry, just finished. I declined to attend the next family event. I said I had plans. Following that, I did not answer at all. The invitations gradually decreased in frequency. They continued to see Kevin every week. Brunch photographs are still being posted. Still tagged each other in stories concerning emerging young professionals. Me? I became a ghost within my own lineage. And for the first time, I stopped attempting to haunt it. I stopped measuring my accomplishments based on who noticed them. When you eventually stop waiting for acknowledgement from people who have clearly indicated that they are not looking in your direction, there is a silent shift that occurs. I focused on my work. Not in the bury my feelings in my job sense, but genuinely concentrated. I began pitching initiatives further up the ladder. Took a risk. I started supervising a team that had grown in size in less than a year. I eventually advanced to a position where I oversaw 3 departments. Not just numbers, strategy and direction. My name began appearing in industry newsletters. I spoke on a panel. I mentored junior employees. I wasn't seeking approval anymore. I was pursuing what I knew I was capable of. And I was hitting it. That year I purchased a property. Not a large house, but a condo in a city I adored. Bright, clean, close to a park, and with a balcony that received the nicest late afternoon light. I hosted a housewarming party. I invited co-workers, a few pals from university, and my neighbors. My parents were not on the list. Kevin was not either. It wasn't because I wanted to hurt them, but I did not want to perform for them anymore. I didn't want to see anyone compare what I'd built to what Kevin had shared most recently. I didn't want their approval to be like a stamp on my already earned passport. Then something unexpected occurred. An old acquaintance of my parents, whom I barely knew but had met several times as a child, messaged me on LinkedIn. Short and pleasant. Heard about your recent success. Congratulations. Your parents must be thrilled. I stared at it. I felt my chest tighten. Because, no, they were not thrilled. They had not spoken a word. They had not inquired about the new employment. When my name appeared in a compilation of professional profiles, I received no calls. Never mentioned the condo. Not a single remark was left under the photo I posted, my first in 6 months, of myself standing on the new balcony, drink in hand and smiling. They knew. Of course they did. We made enough mutual ties. People talked. Family members and friends left comments on the post. My cousin texted me to say she had shown her mother. They knew. But, quiet. Then Kevin got engaged. It was a complete production. Announcement photographs taken in a flower field. A branded hashtag. Champagne. There's also drone footage showing the idea. The text reads as follows. She said yes. Couldn't have done it without the people who always believed in me. My mother made the first remark. We're so proud of you, sweetheart. You've built something beautiful. I closed the application. Not because I was upset. But I was now realizing the difference between being ignored and being free. I did not send a gift. I didn't enjoy the post. My father texted me a week later to say the engagement party was coming up and they anticipated I'd be there. I didn't react. I just replied, I won't be attending. No reason. No apologies. This time, no follow-up. They had begun to notice the distance. I could sense it in the small changes. The occasional check-in text, the slight hesitations in my mother's voice when leaving voicemails. However, they had not linked it to anything they did. People who haven't seen you before can't understand why you've disappeared. And I wasn't going for spite. I was gone because I'd finally realized that you don't owe intimacy to people who only call themselves family when it suits them. You do not owe your existence to the table, where your seat has always been borrowed but never built. I was not seeking applause. Not anymore. But when the nomination came in, something in me still flickered. The ancient instinct. You want someone to notice when you eventually break through the ceiling. They said you wouldn't touch it. The email was from an industry organization I'd secretly admired for years. Alexander Reed. Leadership in Technology and Analytics. I read it again, and then sat there, not gloating or fist-pumping, just still. Because for the first time, I understood what it was like to be recognized by individuals who had no reason to appreciate me, and did it anyway. My coworkers gave a toast. They decorated the office kitchen with streamers. Someone made a cake with my name on it. There were speeches and laughter. Even my former manager sent a handwritten card. You did this. With no shortcuts. All earned. All you. I posted a single photo of a plaque with my name engraved on the nomination list. There's no caption. The comments flooded in. We're old friends, colleagues, professors. A few extended family members I hadn't heard from in years liked the post. My parents? Nothing. Not even a text. At first I suspected they hadn't seen it. But then I received a message from my cousin, Ila. Saw your name on that nominee list. Tell your mom. Didn't she know? She did. She did not say anything. Or did not want to. Or didn't think it was important enough to pick up the phone. A week later the award ceremony took place. Black tie, large venue. Formal photographs. I did not win. But I didn't have to. Being nominated was sufficient. That, and the large number of people who stood up when my name was announced. Who has seen me? All of me. And then when I went home I noticed it. A comment on one of Kevin's latest postings. Another career announcement. Another accomplishment. And below it, my mother's comment. We've never been prouder. What's the timing? 2 hours after my name was announced on stage. I did not cry. I did not yell. I just sat. And realized something I didn't want to accept. Even after all. It wasn't that I wasn't successful enough. It wasn't that I wasn't flashy. It was about roles. To them, I was not the perfect child. I was the one who always made things work. The person who did not require assistance, thus they did not provide it. That night, I opened a document on my laptop and began writing a letter. Not to them, but to myself. To the version of me who still wanted them to see it. Still waiting for the call that will never arrive. You're done waiting, I wrote. You're done proving. They saw you. They just didn't want to admit it. And now, you don't need them to. I never mailed them the letter. Never brought up the nomination. When they finally contacted weeks later to ask if I was coming to Kevin's wedding, I answered, no. My mother hesitated. He'd really like you to be there. He never asked. He assumed you'd show up. That's the problem, I said. She was quiet again, this time defensively. You don't have to make this so dramatic. I'm not, I said. I'm just making it honest. She did not argue, did not apologize. I just ended the phone with a flat, well, take care. And that was all. There is no follow-up. There's no explanation. Just the place I'd learned to live in. This time, on my own terms. I didn't attend the wedding. Did not send a gift. I did not send any regrets. I didn't respond to the family group chat when someone shared a photo of Kevin and his wife coming down the aisle beneath a canopy of sparklers. I muted the thread. They didn't inquire where I was, not directly. But 2 days later, I received a message from my cousin Sam. We hadn't chatted for almost a year. There was no falling out, only distance. The kind that occurs after living different lives for an extended period of time. Hey. Not to be weird, but you okay? I responded. Yeah. Why? Just, everyone noticed you weren't at the wedding. Your mom looked kind of off about it. Thought you might have had a reason. I reflected on that for a moment before responding. She knew I wasn't coming. Yeah, he replied. But I don't think she thought you'd stick to it. That line stayed with me because it was true. They were accustomed to my bowing. Showing up. Filling voids when no one else would. Keeping the peace by remaining silent. But this time, I was not filling anything. And the absence left a form that they couldn't smooth out. Sam texted again a day later. I talked to your Aunt Jill. She said something kind of strange. Go on. Your dad told some people that you've been doing your own thing for a while but didn't say what that was. I stared at the message. So they don't tell anyone what I do? I guess not, she replied. He changed the subject really fast. It wasn't only that they were not proud of me. They were mortified by something they couldn't control. I did not fit within their definition of family success. I didn't seek for aid, didn't rely on them, and didn't play the role they had written for me. So, rather than acknowledging my route, they pretended it did not exist. That way, they wouldn't have to explain why they'd provided one son with vacations, funding and applause, and left the other to build his future from scratch. Later that week, Sam and I went to get some coffee. He inquired further about my work, move, and life. He expressed regret for failing to communicate. I guess I thought you were too busy, he joked. I was, I explained. But not for this. We sat silently for a while. Then he said something that landed harder than I anticipated. I always thought they treated you differently. I just didn't know how much of it you were carrying. That was the thing. No one notices the weight until you finally quit carrying it. Before we left, he asked me, "Do you think you'll ever go back to the family?" I said. He nodded. "I don't know," I replied. "Maybe. But not as someone waiting to be let in. Only if I get to decide where I stand." That night, on my way to bed, I passed the framed nomination letter. I used to keep it by the door so I could see it before leaving for work, as proof that I cared. It simply lived there. Quiet. Present. Like me. I didn't need it to remind me anymore. But I did not move it either. Because some things aren't about being seen, they're about being true to yourself, no matter who claps. The note arrived 6 months after the wedding. Simple. Unexpectedly. "Hey, are you free to talk sometime?" I stared at it for longer than I should have. Kevin was not the type to deliver unclear messages. He was consistently forthright. Always a planner. Always the golden son, with a full schedule of dinner appointments and team meetings. This was not like him. I responded 2 hours later. "Sure. What's up?" He asked if we might meet for coffee. I said, "Okay." We chose a location halfway between us. A peaceful cafe with large windows and too many empty chairs on a Tuesday afternoon. He seemed exhausted. Still polished. Still wearing a jacket that likely cost more than my first month's rent. But there was something ragged around the edges, like the way he ran his fingers through his hair, and avoided making small talk. He simply said, "You didn't come to the wedding." I nodded. Number I didn't. He nodded back. There is no accusation. Just acceptance. I wasn't surprised, he explained after a moment. But I guess I hoped you would. I know, I replied. But you never asked me to come. Not directly. Did I need to? That's kind of the point. He looked down at his coffee. I think I didn't ask, because I knew the answer. And why do you think the answer was no? I requested an explanation. He exhaled. Because we left you behind, and we acted like you were the one who walked away. That silenced me. Not because it was dramatic, but because it was true. And it was the first time someone in my family had said it aloud. You know what really hurts? I asked. It wasn't the cruises, or the funding, or even being ignored. What then? It was the stillness. It was seeing you all congratulate each other again and over while I waited on the sidelines, as if it were usual. Like I was the quiet one, when actually, I just grew tired of having to accomplish things in a place where there wasn't a chair for me. He did not argue, did not defend our parents, just listened. They didn't mean to make it that way, he finally said. I know, I replied. But they still did. We spoke for more than an hour. Regarding the childhood differences. In small ways they favored him. They made assumptions that I was all right on my own. Then he said, I think I liked being the favorite because I didn't know what it was costing you. And I didn't know what being forgotten was doing to me. I corrected myself. Until I stopped pretending it didn't hurt. Before we left, he asked if I would ever consider returning. Not for them, but simply to show up. To be seen. Maybe, I said. But it would have to be different. I'd like it to be. That mattered more than he realized. Because he wasn't presenting a way back to the previous setting. He was opening a door that I didn't need to crawl through. That night, I received a message from him. Thanks for today. I hope it's not the last time. I said, that's up to all of us. And only once. I thought we might try. Not because we had to fix everything. However, we were finally telling the truth. Spring arrived silently. No announcements. There are no formal invitations. Just a group message from Kevin. Thinking of doing a casual dinner at ours next weekend. Open to anyone who wants to come. No pressure. I almost disregarded it. Not out of resentment, but because I wasn't sure what showing up meant anymore. Would this be awkward? Performative? Would it be like walking back into a house that had forgotten I existed? However, something about the message was odd. No assumptions. There is no schedule. No passive guilt. Just an opening. So, I went. Kevin's apartment was not what I expected. It wasn't spectacular or showy. Just a nice living room, soft music, and a long dining table that appeared to have witnessed a few genuine discussions. I stepped in, And for the first time in years, no one made a big deal about my entrance. "Look who's here," isn't a dramatic statement. Kevin simply says, "Hey. Glad you made it." And someone else, my cousin Layla, smiled and pulled out a chair. "This one's for you." It was not a throne. It was not carved in gold. It was just an ordinary wooden chair. But that was there on purpose. And that meant more than anyone in the room could have imagined. We discussed work briefly. I suggested a new recruit and a shift in leadership. Kevin posed intelligent inquiries. No sideways jabs. There's no faking astonishment at my answers. My Aunt Jill commended how I handled the community panel she had viewed online. Someone brought up the wedding. But not as a weapon. This is only a chronological marker. No one tried to make me feel awful about missing it. Because they were beginning to learn that absence does not always imply rejection. Sometimes it's the only language someone has left after being spoken over for too long. As the evening came to a close, Kevin grabbed me away as everyone was cleaning up. "I didn't tell Mom you were coming," he said. I raised an eyebrow. "Didn't think she'd want to know? Didn't think it was her business." He continued. "She'll find out. And she'll have feelings, but you don't owe her anything." I nodded. "You sure she won't give you grief for inviting me?" "She already does," he mused. "Might as well make it worth it." That was the first time I laughed about everything. Genuinely, not out of irony, not bitterness, just relief. Because that was the first time. We weren't pretending. Kevin walked me out that night. There are no weighty words, no theatrical handshakes. Just, "Next time, you're bringing dessert." And I answered, "Only if I get to pick the playlist." Driving home, I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel like I had won an invisible war. I just felt anchored. I felt like I had finally stopped orbiting a family system that had never made room for me, and instead watched it gently tilt to meet me halfway. Not because I requested it, but I stopped performing for it. Certain things had not altered. My parents still hadn't called. Still posting about Kevin. Still lying that the distance was coincidental. But I no longer required their recognition. I'd developed something outside of their spotlight. And I had allowed it to grow long enough that it did not shrink in their shadow. The chair at Kevin's table did not undo what had occurred. But it didn't have to. Because I did not show up to change history. I showed up to live, without apology. You don't always receive an apology. You don't always receive a round of applause. Sometimes, all you get is your name repeated again, not as an afterthought, but as a person worth getting out of a chair for. And sometimes, that is more than enough. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My wife wanted an open marriage, cheated with a CEO, then begged me back when he ghosted her. But I was already dating her best friend. What's up, Reddit? I never expected to post something like this, but I've been hanging on to this story for a long time, and it deserves to be told. So, here goes nothing. I am a 35-year-old male who has spent the majority of his life working in construction. I began my career as a worker after graduating from high school and gradually advanced. I do not sit in air-conditioned offices. I do not have a trendy job title with slashes in it. I work with my hands. I create structures that stand on their own. You'd be astonished at how many people hold that in high regard. Until they start seeking something brighter. Anyway, I was married for 3 years. Jennifer is 30 years old and female. She works in public relations, marketing or whatever, and she spends more time in meetings discussing vibes than doing anything meaningful. I used to joke that I get paid to sweat while she gets paid to write emails with emojis. For a while everything was fine. We had a little rhythm going. Shared dinners, weekend errands, the usual couple routine. Nothing extraordinary, but consistent. We were not fighting, and we were not estranged. That's why her words when she returned from her girls' trip were unusual. So she takes a weekend trip to Dallas with her friends. Nothing dramatic, just shopping, spa treatments, and pricey drinks. The usual. Her best friend Evelyn, a 31-year-old female, was also there. Evelyn is cool, by the way. I was always full of enthusiasm. Down to earth, kind of the cool one in a friend circle consisting of women that behave like they're on a reality show. Jennifer returns from her journey with a new perspective. Like, very different. Not just exhausted or hungover from travel. She's in her head, chilly and distant. fading out in the middle of a conversation. She'd be on her phone all the while, beaming as if the messages were stand-up material. I felt she just wanted a minute to relax, so I didn't press. However, on Tuesday night, she dropped it. Now that I think about it, it began a few months before the trip, when Jennifer began spending more time with her friend Brittany than usual. They never hung out so much. Brittany has always been, well, loud. He emphasizes the importance of keeping your options open, and that partnerships should not be cages. Which is remarkable coming from someone whose longest relationship was with her hairdresser. Jennifer was now doing weekly dinners with her, and she didn't get home until far too late for someone who was meant to be having profound conversations. Every time she returned from being with Brittany, her mood was wrong. She'd be unduly cheerful or snappy for no apparent reason, as if she was trying to convince herself of something. At the time, I assumed she was just going through a phase or wanted space. Brittany was out here giving TED Talks on how to ruin your own marriage while calling it self-care. We are in the kitchen. I'm making eggs. She's just standing there, watching me as if I'm about to damage her favorite mug. And then she says, casually, as if she is talking about switching laundry detergent, "I think we should try an open relationship." I assumed she was joking. I laughed and kept scrambling. She did not laugh. I turn around. She's completely serious. Calm, as if she had practiced it. I ask, "Wait, what?" She repeats it in the same tone, as if it were no great thing. "I just think it could be good for us. It's not a big deal. A lot of couples do that." Okay, fair enough. Yes. Right. Many couples do this, as if it were the new meal prep or matching pajamas. Like it's a lovely little trend she discovered on Pinterest. Somewhere between DIY smoothie bowls and 100 ways to make your marriage fascinating again. I am just staring at her, trying to figure out which version of my wife I'm speaking to right now. Because the Jennifer I married used to say things like, "If you cheat, I'll leave you without blinking." Now the Jennifer in front of me says, "Hey, what if we just schedule that cheating instead?" So I lean back against the counter and ask, "Where's this coming from?" She gives me one of those, "This is just how I feel right now," shrugs. I've been reading a lot about it. Brittany's in one. She says it's changed her life. Ah, there it is. Brittany. Of course. That same Brittany who believes that every terrible decision is liberating and previously said that monogamy was a systemic tool. The same Brittany whose notion of emotional growth is to join a new dating app every month and label it self-exploration. I do not even respond. I simply return to the pan and flip the eggs. Meanwhile, she is still going. It's about growing as individuals, about learning more about ourselves and still choosing each other. But without all the restrictions, you know? Oh yes. Totally. What better way to enhance a relationship than to allow others to crawl inside it and make themselves comfortable? She keeps chatting, as if she's read too many Instagram captions and believes she's discovered the love code. I stay quiet. Just let her speak. Because I am no longer startled. I'm really disappointed. Not by her notion, since people try everything in relationships. I'm disappointed that she didn't contact me sooner. She didn't even ask. She basically decided this was the next step and dropped it on me, expecting me to applaud and say, "Wow, how brave." Instead, I offered her a plate of eggs without saying anything. And just like that, she went from being my wife to a woman I didn't recognize. I did not yell, did not flip. I just stood there, trying to grasp the fact that this woman, with whom I had built a life and a home, was now talking about bringing in other people as if it were a fun weekend project. But here's the deal. This was not something she was simply intrigued about. This was something she had been thinking about for a long time. Maybe she already has someone lined up. Brittany had just poured gasoline on the already burning fire in her head. That's what my instincts were suggesting. So the next day, rather than saying no, I said, "Okay." I said, "Sure. Let's try it." Her eyes brightened. You'd think I had just offered her front row seats to watch Beyoncé. She asks, "Really? You're open to it?" I respond, "If it makes you happy." And let me tell you, that night, she was virtually jumping around the house, behaving all effervescent, as if she had just been ungrounded by her parents. I maintained my composure, but my mind was already flipping switches. I've always felt that if you give individuals enough time to talk, they will tell on themselves. And Jennifer? She was preparing to sing. The next morning she's texting non-stop and leaving the house more frequently. New clothing, perfume that smells more expensive than my power tools. She says she had coffee with a pal every night. The same excuse. Out with the gals. She assumed I hadn't noticed, but I'm not stupid. The point is, I didn't react. I didn't ask questions or challenge her. I didn't even act angry. I just kept coming to work, doing my thing, and pretending I couldn't see through it. Honestly, it was simpler to remain silent when I had a strong suspicion she wasn't only thinking about open partnerships. She was already well ahead of that period. So I did what any man with half a brain would do. I began watching, listening, and waiting. What I was really doing was allowing her to dig the hole herself. Jennifer did not desire an open relationship. Instead, she wanted a safety net while she checked out her update. And me? I was about to cut the rope. But this is where everything really fell into place. My sister Nora contacted me. We're close, and always have been. She's 2 years younger than me, and unlike most people, she does not sugarcoat anything. If my haircut is awful, she will tell me. If my car smells like workout socks, she'll tell me so before she even gets in. So she texts me out of nowhere. Can we talk? It's about Jennifer. I tell her, yeah, come by the house. I expected her to say something ambiguous or offer me advice I'd already received. Nope. Nora entered like a sledgehammer. She entered, sat down and left. Leo, I know you think you're handling this whole open relationship thing like a champ, but I need you to know, Jennifer is already cheating on you. That caught my interest. I inquired how she knew. She pulls out her phone and shows me a screenshot of a group conversation she had with a girl who used to hang out with Jennifer and her friends. Jennifer reportedly told her staff during her trip that she had met someone with potential. According to the texts, Jennifer had already been chatting to a wealthy man before the girls' weekend. A CEO of a tech firm who drives a high-end automobile, travels for networking, and has 3 pairs of eyeglasses worth more than my truck. I was correct. She was already thinking about someone. One of the texts literally said, if I play this right, I won't have to worry about money again. Jennifer was talking about some guy as if he were a lottery ticket. I sat there for a second, trying to take it in. Not because I didn't believe it. I did. I'd been feeling weird for weeks. But to have it confirmed like that, man. It wasn't even fury at that point. It was simply freezing. Nora replies, I wasn't going to say anything at first, but watching you just let her walk all over you made me sick. I appreciated it more than she realized. I told her not to tell anyone else. I wasn't prepared to respond yet. Not publicly anyhow. Because when someone demonstrates their abilities, it is wise to allow them to continue. Allow them to get comfortable. Let them believe they are winning. Makes it a lot easier to set up the ending. Now that I understood what I knew, everything made sense. The open relationship pitch was a tactic. Jennifer sought permission to sleep with Mr. Executive but not appearing to be the bad guy. She wants freedom without consequences. And me? I was just meant to play along, maybe see a female or two, let Jennifer have her fun with Rich Boy, and then either gently fade out or wait for her to make a decision. Yeah. This is where things took a turn. I began paying attention to Evelyn. Now let me clear something. Nothing happened to Evelyn during this entire time. Not even a tiny amount. Evelyn isn't the type of woman to fling herself at anyone. She's intelligent and well-dressed, and she was aware that things were chaotic, so she maintained a respectful attitude. But following the open relationship revelation, I began to reflect on all of those instances again. The way she stared at me while I was repairing our porch railing last year. She stayed behind to assist me clean up after Jennifer's birthday meal. She didn't flinch or gossip when things between me and Jennifer became tense. Then she texted me. Just a simple, "Hey, how are you holding up?" I had no idea how to respond. I had just said, "Still breathing." She responds, "You don't deserve to be treated like this. I've seen what's going on. You deserve way better." That one landed differently. It was the first time someone had stated it. Everyone else simply danced around it. But Evelyn called it as it was. After that, I started to think differently. I wasn't just the person attempting to remain cool anymore. I was the man who was plotting something. Not for the purpose of vengeance, but because I refused to let someone steal and destroy all I constructed while they shopped for upgrades. And yes, I did something next. The point is, I didn't have to pull off anything dodgy. All I had to do was start out very casually, bringing Evelyn into the picture more. It started little. She stopped by to retrieve a jacket she had left at our place. I asked if she'd want to stay for coffee. She answered, "Sure." We talked for about 20 minutes about work, life, and how she was tired of the continual turmoil Jennifer was dragging her into. She claims Jennifer craves turmoil, and then becomes enraged when things get dirty. I said, "Yeah, welcome to my world." After that, I didn't have to try too hard. Evelyn has recently begun to appear more frequently, sometimes to drop off items, sometimes to chat while I was outside working on the vehicle. She would hand me tools, hold a flashlight, and inquire about the components. Most women would be completely bored watching a man tinker with rusty bolts. Evelyn truly listened. Meanwhile, Jennifer began to notice. That night, as I was about to fall asleep, Jennifer casually said, "You've been spending a lot of time with Evelyn lately." I didn't even pause to tie my boots for work the next morning. I simply glanced at her and asked, "Why? Does that bother you?" She shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned. "No, I'm just saying." I cracked a grin. Good, 'cause I wasn't asking. The next day she began asking questions like a detective who does not have a warrant but really wants one. Was Evelyn here again today? Did Evelyn mention anything about me? Why is Evelyn texting you so much? I initially played dumb. She just stated that she had stopped by or wanted to borrow the drill, which was correct. Evelyn borrowed my drill once. Who knows if she truly used it, or was simply trying to rattle Jennifer. In any case, the purpose has been completed. This is where things became pretty evident. Jennifer stopped seeing the CEO guy. She stated he became too intense, and she wanted space. She attempted to reattach herself to me. I started preparing more dinners. He started calling me babe again, as if it would erase everything. I returned home from a supply run one night to find her having a romantic meal. I go in and ask, "Is it someone's birthday?" She smiles and replies, "No, I just thought it'd be nice for us to spend some time together." Just like old times, right? Old times. Before she tried to sell off our marriage for a fellow who presumably wears a fragrance named Liquidity. I sat down, ate quietly, and then added, "Evelyn mentioned you make a good mushroom risotto." She froze. Her whole face twitched, as if her circuits had overloaded. "You talked to Evelyn about this?" "Yes. She mentioned that she used to help you with this recipe." Jennifer strained a smile so hard that I thought her cheeks might snap. After that supper, things only got worse. She began hovering, following me around the house, asking what I was doing, who I was texting, and if Evelyn had said anything new. I said, "She said you should stop creeping around the kitchen like you're auditioning for a thriller." It didn't go down well. But here's what truly worked. One weekend I invited Evelyn over to help with the back fence. Jennifer was at home, pretending to read a book she had not touched since we got it as a bookshelf prop. Evelyn and I were out back working and joking. She made light of the fact that I measure twice and still make mistakes with my cutting. I responded with something about her small hands being useless for power tools. It was the most natural I had felt in months. I look up, and Jennifer is standing at the window, motionless, peering through the glass like a horror movie extra. I waved. She ducked. Later that night, she attempted an emotional guilt trip. "I just feel like you're pushing me away." I responded, "You literally asked me to accept you dating someone else. That's not pushing. That's me giving you the runway." She snapped. "But you never wanted to do it. You just said yes to trap me." I responded, "No, I said yes because I wanted to see how fast you'd crawl to someone else." It turned out to be faster than Prime. She stormed off. The next day, Evelyn texted me. "She called me this morning, wanted to talk. She's losing it." I answered, "Good. Let her." She asked for openness. She's about to discover what locked doors feel like. Jennifer believed she was in control. She assumed I'd be too ignorant, passive, or loyal to do anything but wait around. She didn't realize I was already laying the basis. After that, things changed. Evelyn and I were not just talking anymore. Something has changed between us. I could feel it, and I'm quite sure she could too. It was not forced. It was not rushed. It simply made sense. So I invited Evelyn to supper. Not out. At my house. She brought over some homemade lasagna. Full layers, absolutely crisp on top, and smelled like true comfort. And reportedly, Evelyn can cook like a magician too. We sat at the kitchen table, plates full, laughing about ridiculous things. There is nothing forced or phony. Just two folks who had been through enough to deserve a calm evening. It felt insanely right. Halfway through dinner, I glanced at her and said, "I don't want to play games anymore." She halted, set down her fork, and looked at me as if she'd been waiting for that line all night. "Neither do I," she replied. There was this brief moment of silence, as if everything had slowed down. And then she said, "I should probably tell you something." I raised my eyebrow. She smiled. Not smugly, but as if she was finally done holding it in. "I've always liked you, Leo. Even back when you and Jennifer first got together. I never said anything because, well, you were taken. And I don't mess with taking. But I saw how you treated her. How steady you were. The way you built things. Not just with your hands, but with your loyalty. And I guess I always wondered what it would be like if someone like you picked me." I said nothing at first. Simply let it sit there. Not because I was surprised, but because it was refreshing to finally hear something honest. I looked at her and said, "Well, I'm picking you now." No more guessing. She nodded and locked eyes with mine. "So we're doing this?" I inquired. She smiled big, without hesitancy. "Yeah. We're doing this." That was it. No games, strange conditions or emotional gymnastics. Just real talk, real food, and a woman who treated me like the prize, not a stepping stone. For the first time in a long time, I truly believed it. So the next day, still wearing dusty boots, I returned home from work to find Jennifer sitting on the couch, scanning her phone like she was looking for the next reality show to join. Evelyn was arriving in roughly 15 minutes. I decided, you know what? Let's not dance around this anymore. So I sit down casually, like if I'm about to ask what's for dinner. "Jennifer," I said, "just wanted to give you a heads up. Me and Evelyn are together now. We're official." She stops mid-scroll. "You're kidding." "Nope." "With Evelyn? My best friend?" I nodded. "Well, you gave up exclusivity, remember? I'm just doing what you encouraged. Exploring." She stood up so quickly that the couch certainly required therapy. "You're disgusting. I cannot believe you would do this to me, with her. What kind of man?" I cut her off, cool and direct. "I'm the kind of man who gave his wife the chance to be honest. Who stood by her while she ran around with a CEO, like our marriage was just her backup plan. You didn't just leave the door open, Jennifer. You kicked it off the hinges." She begins pacing and yelling, throwing in every slur she can think of. Evelyn is called a fake, I'm a traitor, and we're accused of conspiring behind her back. Then she calms down and says, "I've been thinking, and I don't want an open relationship anymore. I want to go back to how things were." As if that were some simple switch we could turn off. Like, oops, my mistake. Let's go back to the bit where I tried to sleep my way into a financial upgrade. I stared at her for a second, allowing the stillness to do the heavy lifting. Then I looked her full in the eye and replied, "Yeah, I've been thinking too. And I want you to start packing. Have you ever seen someone blink so fast that they appear to be buffering?" That was her. Completely caught off guard, as if the math did not match in her head. "You're not serious," she replies. "Oh, I'm serious. Expect your divorce papers." And she staggered back a step, as if she had just realized the earth was not flat after all. "You're divorcing me?" she asks, sounding like the victim in a bad drama. As if I were the first one to step out. So I stated it clearly and sharply. "No, Jennifer. I'm divorcing the version of you that forgot what commitment meant. The version that thought love was something you upgrade from when someone flashier comes along. The version that tossed loyalty in the trash the second it stopped being exciting for you." She opens her lips to argue, but I continue. "You wanted options. You explored them. And now that the guy with the Tesla doesn't call you anymore, suddenly you remember I exist? Nah. You don't miss me, Jennifer. You miss the guy who stuck around when you didn't deserve it." Still blinking. Still attempting to resurrect the fantasy she was living in. You said you wanted freedom, remember? Well, congratulations. You're free now. Free from this marriage. Free from this house. Free from pretending like you didn't know exactly what you were doing. She said nothing for around 30 seconds. She just stood there, arms crossed, trying to figure out which angle she hadn't attempted yet. Then, in the most wretched voice I've ever heard, she says, "Can't we at least talk about this?" So I leaned forward, my voice soft yet plain as day. We did talk about it. Back when you asked to make our marriage a community project. And you decided back then that I didn't matter. So now, I'm just agreeing with you. And I walked by her calmly. No yelling. No hurling anything. There's the real conversation, Jennifer. Go ahead and start packing before I get back. And don't bother trying the sympathy angle. You left that behind with your dignity when you picked a CEO over your husband. She stood there, shaking, angry, puzzled and ashamed. All of it rolled into one. And then she stormed out, slamming the door. When I returned, she was gone. Then Evelyn arrived. I told her everything, how Jennifer reacted, and what she said. Evelyn did not flinch. She just nodded and continued. She was never going to handle this well. She's not used to losing. We sat on the back terrace and ate leftovers straight from the dish with forks. Classy? Perhaps not. Satisfying? Oh yes. Jennifer had made her decision. She had to accept it. And me? I finally felt free. The circus officially began the following day. 12 missed calls before 8 a.m. 2 voicemails began with, "Can we talk?" and ended with, "You're a snake." Really productive. Then followed the texting binge. She struck me and said, "You're throwing everything away, you're being cruel. You'll regret this." And my particular favorite? Evelyn was never your friend. She used you. I did not respond to any of them. Not because I lacked words, I had plenty. But I felt the best way to make her feel helpless was to let her scream into the emptiness. Meanwhile, I met with my attorney. Let me tell you something, future Reddit husbands. If you do one thing before you marry, get a friggin' prenup. Not because you expect things to go wrong, but because if they do, and your wife decides to consider your marriage as a temporary contract, you'll be sitting in a chair like I was, sipping coffee, while your lawyer scans through the file and says, "She doesn't get a dime, not one damn dime." He looked up at me smirking. "You kept the original signatures?" I nodded. "Hard copy and scanned, safety deposit box." He chuckled and leaned back. "You, my friend, are my new favorite client." The prenuptial agreement was plain and unambiguous. Unfortunately, there was no infidelity provision, but it protected everything I owned at the time. My money, the property I bought before we married, my truck, my equipment, and the business I fought so hard for. He kept reading aloud in order to twist the knife. All income from premarital business entities shall remain separate and immune to division in the event of divorce. He stared at me again. That includes the shop and those 2 rental properties. I nodded. Everything, even the lawnmowers. He laughed. Man came with receipts and weed whackers. Jennifer was only entitled to what was in her personal checking account and what she departed with. That is it. There is no spousal support. No half of anything, including the dog. She didn't want the dog anyway. She called me too clingy, as if this is a terrible thing for a pet. He slid the papers across the desk. "All you have to do now is sign. We'll courier this over to her." And this is exactly what I did. I signed the divorce papers that day. My lawyer sent them to her flat. Yes, she moved into a high-rise rental after leaving, as if she were beginning a new chapter. She contacted me again once she was served. I nodded. "Hard copy and scanned, safety deposit box." He chuckled and leaned back. "You, my friend, are my new favorite client." The prenuptial agreement was plain and unambiguous. Unfortunately, there was no infidelity provision, but it protected everything I owned at the time. My money, the property I bought before we married, my truck, my equipment, and the business I fought so hard for. He kept reading aloud in order to twist the knife. "All income from premarital business entities shall remain separate and immune to division in the event of divorce." He stared at me again. "That includes the shop and those 2 rental properties." I nodded. "Everything, even the lawnmowers." he laughed. Man came with receipts and weed whackers. Jennifer was only entitled to what was in her personal checking account and what she departed with. That is it. There is no spousal support. No half of anything, including the dog. She didn't want the dog anyway. She called me too clingy, as if this is a terrible thing for a pet. He slid the papers across the desk. All you have to do now is sign. We'll courier this over to her. And this is exactly what I did. I signed the divorce papers that day. My lawyer sent them to her flat. Yes, she moved into a high-rise rental after leaving, as if she were beginning a new chapter. She contacted me again once she was served. Are you serious? I replied back with one line. Dead serious. You open the door, I'm just closing it behind you. She responded. I didn't know what was in the prenup. I merely replied, not my fault. I didn't hear back after that. But do you know who did hear from her? Evelyn. Jennifer couldn't just accept the loss and go on. No, silence is not her strong suit. Jennifer apparently showed up at her apartment uninvited, as if she were organizing an intervention. According to Evelyn, she knocked as if she was trying to break in. No warning, no text, only wrath and high heels. Evelyn opens the door calmly, as if she had expected a package rather than a tantrum. Right on cue, Jennifer enters full drama class. You betrayed me. How could you do this to me? Evelyn did not flinch. She merely stood there with her hand on the door, as if she was considering whether to listen to her, or simply walk away and let her yell at the wood. Evelyn then says quietly and directly, You wrecked your own marriage. I just decided I wasn't going to clean up the mess for you. You gave up the job, and now you're mad someone else applied. Jennifer stood transfixed, perhaps waiting for Evelyn to apologize or soften up. Instead, Evelyn told me she looked her in the eyes and said, If this is what you came here for, you can leave the same way you came in, alone, before closing the door. While Jennifer was out here attempting to launch a one-woman pity parade, I was tightening things. I transferred all of our joint subscriptions into my name. I denied her access to everything remaining tied to my accounts. She changed each password as if she were a hacker with something to prove. I cleaned the house. Not only physically, but mentally. She took down old photos, donated the wedding decor she refused to take, and threw out her remaining skincare junk. And just like that, she was gone. There is no alimony, assets, or power left to swing. Evelyn once asked me whether I was feeling ill. I told her no. I feel as if I walked out of a burning building and discovered someone standing there with water. The divorce is now official. Jennifer is no longer my wife, legally or otherwise. To be honest, the moment I received the confirmation call from my lawyer, it felt like a ton of bricks were lifted off my shoulders. I stood in the center of my kitchen, still wearing work boots, and simply smiled. I wasn't angry. I was not sad. I was finished. Life wasn't ideal, but it was finally mine. Honestly, I could have ended the narrative there. But of course, Jennifer wasn't finished making things messy. She's never finished. It was my sister Nora's birthday. Backyard BBQ. Simple things. Close friends, family, and meals I produced myself, rather than pricey caterers as Jennifer used to urge. Evelyn was assisting with the decorations. Nora brought her popular potato salad. My cousin Jason was already 3 burgers deep. Positive vibrations all around. Then something happened. Someone from inside cries, Leo, someone's at the front gate. I hurry to look, and there she is, Jennifer. She stands at the edge of the yard, as if she is returning from exile. Hair done, heels on, and large sunglasses as if she's avoiding photographers. She was holding a present bag. Yes, a friggin' gift bag. Probably full of shame and confusion. Everyone froze. Even the dog became quiet. I walked over calmly and collected. I wasn't angry. I was amused. Jennifer, I answered. You're not invited. She attempted to grin. I just wanted to say hi. Maybe talk? Not the time, not the place, not the guest list. She removed her sunglasses and went into her classic script. I've been thinking a lot, and I just want to give our marriage another chance. I made a mistake. I nodded. Yeah, we all saw that one coming. She continued going. I didn't realize what I had until it was gone. And seeing you with Evelyn is not your business anymore. People were watching. Nora crossed her arms from across the yard. Jennifer looked about, as if she had just realized she was no longer the primary character. She asks, "Can we at least talk in private?" I shake my head. "Nope. Whatever you came here to say, save it. You had months. You had chances. You picked someone else. And now you're here because he dumped you and I didn't." She became quiet. Really quiet. Then she exclaimed, "So you're just replacing me? Like it's that easy?" I leaned forward and stated, loudly enough for everyone to hear, "You replaced yourself the second you gave me permission to stop being your priority." She attempted to save face. "This isn't over. You can't erase everything we had." I laughed. "Jennifer, you erased it. I just swept up the pieces and handed you the broom." She opened her mouth, as if she were about to explode. But Evelyn went over, calm and steady. Didn't say anything. Just stood next to me. That was sufficient. Jennifer stared at her, as if she were waiting for a big moment. Evelyn simply tilted her head and stated, "You were his past. I am his present and future, so you can leave now." Jennifer stood there for a second, as if she was expecting someone, anyone, to defend her. Nobody did. She went without saying anything else. She walked immediately back through the gate from which she had entered. Gift bag is still in hand. A minute later, the music resumed. Nora offered me another hamburger as if nothing had occurred. She passed past and said, "Happy birthday to me." Evelyn and I sat down, and she simply gazed at me, saying, "That felt good." I responded, "Better than winning the lottery." So, that's the story. Jennifer wanted options. She took them. Then she quickly discovered that love does not come with a backup generator. She assumed I was weak enough to wait around. She was wrong. I didn't just get through it. I created something better with someone else. If anyone reading this is thinking, maybe I should give them another chance, don't. Allow them to be someone else's disaster. You've got greater things to look forward to after this. Peace. Real peace. For the record, Evelyn makes far superior lasagna. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. Dad said I didn't need help, because I was strong, but gave my brother $625,000 until he lost it. Now they're begging me to fix their mistakes. I was forgotten as an elder sibling since my parents put their trust in my younger brother. Please stay until the end. I'd love to hear your thoughts. My name is Elio. I am 30 years old and manage my own technology startup. It's not a big corporation, but it allows me to live comfortably and possess what I need. I have 2 houses. One that I live in and one that I rent out. I'm not wealthy enough to spend recklessly, yet I make enough money to not be concerned. Now there is Henry, my younger brother. In our home, he has always been the center of attention. He's intelligent, has a way with words, and knows how to persuade others of his great ambitions. But he's not practical. Henry is constantly jumping from one huge idea to the next. One day it's a tech business, the next a fine restaurant, and finally a movie studio. His ambitions seem fantastic, but he never completes them. He always finds someone or something to blame, such as a lack of funds, or a refusal to invest in his ideas. Then 1 year ago, I discovered something that surprised me. My parents had taken out a loan on their house to give Henry a large sum of money to start another business venture. That's when things started to fall apart. My parents are the type of folks that feel that families should always support one another, no matter what. They are not awful people, but they make one major mistake. They always believe Henry, no matter what. My father is serious and silent. He's always the one who makes decisions around the house. He's never really respected what I've built, perhaps because I didn't follow the path he expected. To him, true success entails something large and flashy, not the modest software business I founded with my own efforts. My mother is gentler and more sensitive, yet she allows her emotions to guide her thoughts. To her, Henry is the one who still requires assistance. I'm the one who is already doing well, and doesn't require assistance. She always encourages me. You're strong, you can manage on your own. But Henry needs his family. We don't have much money, but we've always been okay. My father owned a modest business, while my mother worked as an accountant. Their jobs provided us with a solid life. Furthermore, my grandfather left a large sum of money from wise property investments. If handled wisely, that money could have provided my parents with a lifetime of support. When I was little, I didn't believe they picked favorites. I assumed they loved both Henry and me equally. We had a shared birthday party. If I got a toy, he got one too. We both got new outfits during the holidays. Everything seemed equitable and fair. But when Henry started school, things began to change. Henry did really well. He received high marks and was liked by everyone. The teachers appreciated him. Other children liked him. My parents were so pleased with him that they eventually forgot I was there as well. It manifested itself not in toys or meals, but rather in larger events that shaped our futures. Henry wanted to learn French. They paid for pricey classes with no second thoughts. He wanted to go to a nice camp, and they said yes. He wanted to play the piano, so they bought one and paid for a private teacher. What about me? I never received that level of assistance. By high school, it was evident. Henry stated that he wanted to attend a prestigious private school. They paid the full price without thinking. I also requested to attend a better school, but my mother just stated, "Public schools are fine, son. There is no need to waste money." I was not clueless. I knew exactly what was going on. They believed that investing in Henry would yield significant returns in the future. They didn't bother because they assumed I was already fine and didn't require assistance. When I was 17, I discovered I enjoyed dealing with computers. I wanted to take an online course to learn how to create software. It didn't cost much, just a fraction of what my parents had previously paid for Henry's courses. But when I mentioned it, my father shook his head saying, "You can learn coding on your own. There's no need to spend money on it." I was used to doing things by myself, so I kept silent. I spent the entire summer researching free resources on the internet, learning every bit of code and process on my own. There are no professors or money from home. Only myself. After going through similar experiences several times, I finally understood what hurt. My parents never truly believed in me. To them, Henry was the one worth investing money and time on. I was just the child they assumed didn't need anything. I've never blamed Henry. It was not his fault. But from that day forward, I gave up hope that my parents would ever support me. After graduating from college, I worked for 2 years straight, saving every penny I could. By the time I was 25, I had saved enough money to start a small technology business. However, in order to expand, I required an additional $65,000 in funding. I considered my options carefully before deciding to seek assistance from my parents. I don't enjoy asking for things. I did not want free money. I was prepared to accept it like a loan, even signing a contract to repay it all. Still, I couldn't stop thinking, if Henry had been assisted so many times, why couldn't I ask only once? So I asked my parents for a large sum of money for the first time. I recall the day well. I sat in front of them and presented my company proposal in a serious and respectful manner. I had done my study, acquired competent business partners, and was completely prepared to be accountable for every single dollar. But only a few minutes in, my father stopped me and said, "No, it's too risky, it's too unsafe." I glanced at him, expecting he'd explain further, but he didn't. He wasn't interested in my ideas and didn't inquire about the effort I had put in. To him, whatever I did was a horrible decision. But when Henry tried something, it was a dream worth supporting. I did not argue. I gave a small, mournful grin and nodded. I wasn't surprised, yet I still felt disappointed. Even though I didn't get the $65,000, I didn't give up. I utilized my savings to establish the business anyway. It meant slower growth than I had intended. But I made prudent financial decisions and seized every opportunity to improve. It began as a small team of people working from home. I worked non-stop, sometimes until I was very exhausted. But I never quit. Nobody believed in me, but I trusted myself, and I finally succeeded. By 29, my company was doing nicely. I wasn't simply living a steady life. I'd also purchased 2 residences, one for myself and one to rent out. Both were in wonderful communities, and made me feel more confident about the future. I performed all of this with no support from my parents or anyone else. I earned all I own. But I kept wondering how much money my parents had spent on Henry. When Henry was 23, he opened his own cafe, similar to those seen in Europe. My parents gave him more than $120,000 to aid him. He chose a prime location in the city center, outfitted it with elegant tables and chairs, and employed employees as if it were a premium restaurant. However, after just 8 months, the cafe closed. Henry had no understanding how to manage money, how to run a business, and most importantly, he never accepted responsibility for what went wrong. So, what did my parents say after the cafe failed? The economy is really hard right now. Our sweet boy deserves another try. Of course, another attempt. When he turned 25, he decided to try his hand at fashion. Another $65,000 vanished to build a small business selling unique clothing. This time, the store closed after only half a year. What's the reason? He knew nothing about clothing. But that did not deter him. Henry had always assumed that he was a genius that no one had discovered yet. I assumed that was the last time my folks helped him. But no, they kept trusting in him. That's when I finally realized the truth. My parents preferred me since I was not hazardous. They said no, because they never truly believed I merited their trust. Then, 1 year ago, I discovered something that rocked me to the core. I was in the historic section of town on a quick errand. On the way back, I planned to pay a visit to my parents. I didn't notify them I was coming. I figured I'd pop by briefly and say hello. But as soon as I came up to the house, something caught my eye. A brand new BMW parked in the driveway. I stared at it. My parents are not the kind to spend a lot of money, so where did this car come from? The front door opened, and my mother emerged with a big smile. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Henry just got a new car. Isn't it amazing?" I stood still, absolutely stunned. A BMW? With what money? Henry had failed repeatedly. He couldn't afford something so pricey. When I entered the house, I attempted to remain cool. But then I noticed a pile of bank paperwork on the table. I grabbed them up and started reading. My chest tightened. It was a mortgage loan for $625,000. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. The loan covered 80% of the home's value. My parents had placed their house on the line. But for what? Why do you borrow so much? I clutched the papers hard, attempting to keep my voice steady. You used the house to get a loan? I inquired calmly. My father frowned. My mother would not look at me. We only took out a small loan to help Henry, she explained calmly, as if it were nothing unusual. I gave a dry laugh. A small loan? I looked at the number again. $625,000. That was 80% of your home's value. That's small? What about the money Grandpa left? I asked him. My mother paused and exhaled slowly. That money? It's already gone, she explained. Gone? I repeated, repeating each letter as if it pained. I looked back at the BMW outside. I already knew the truth. You spent it on Henry's car, didn't you? They did not speak. My mother bit her lip. My father gave me a frigid look, as if I had said something disrespectful. He needed that car, my father remarked forcefully. In business, how people see you matters. Who would take you seriously if you show up in a normal car? I smiled. Not because anything was humorous, but because the scenario was so terribly ridiculous. You used up all the savings, spent the inheritance, purchased him a car, and now you've used your home to get a loan so he can have even more money for another plan. Do you even see how dangerous that is? If Henry messes up again, you'll have no place left to stay. Their faces transformed immediately. My mother looked at me angrily, and my father's voice grew rough and cold. You envy your brother, don't you? He asked. You want him to lose just so you can feel above him? I stood still. Envy? I repeated, unwilling to believe what I had heard. You seriously think I envy someone who has thrown away this family's money again and again and has never once taken any blame? They could not perceive the truth. I took a long breath and attempted to remain cool, but then I remembered something and went to my father. When I was 25, I asked you for a $65,000 loan to launch my company. Do you remember? I replied. You instantly said no. You called it too risky. And now you're fine with putting the house on the line for Henry? Has he ever succeeded? Even once? I'm really let down by both of you. My father slammed his drinking glass on the table with a loud thud. That happened years ago and you're doing fine now, he stated firmly. But Henry needs help. Stop bringing up the past to attack this family. He stood up hurriedly and gestured to the entryway. Leave. If all you're going to do is complain, then don't come back. I glanced at them for a few seconds. Then I put the loan documents on the table, nodded, and walked away. While driving home, I took up the phone and contacted Henry. Even though I was angry at our parents, I wanted to try to prevent him from making another major mistake. Henry, please listen. You're going the wrong way, I replied. Mom and Dad have risked everything for you. If you fail again, they're going to lose it all. Don't you see that? Instead of listening to me, Henry chuckled in a phony, mocking tone. You always do this, Elio. You're just jealous. You're scared I'll be more successful than you, and now you're trying to stop me. I went quiet. You really think that? I inquired calmly. What else could it be? He said with a scoff. You already have everything. A company, houses, money, and now that I finally have a shot, you can't take it. You're just being selfish. I didn't say anything for a few moments. Then I shook my head. If that's what you believe, there's nothing else I can say. I hung up the phone. This time, I completely gave up. A week passed without any contact. Then, out of nowhere, my parents called and invited me over for supper. I didn't expect that, especially so soon after our quarrel. Regardless of what had transpired, they were still my family, so I agreed to pay them a visit. When I arrived, I noticed Henry was already there. The atmosphere in the room was different, less tense than before. My parents glanced at me and my father spoke first. Elio, we're sorry. We said some things that weren't right last time. My mother nodded, her voice softer than normal. Henry also wants to apologize. I looked at Henry. He gave a slight nod and touched the back of his head. Yeah, I was kind of angry that day. I shouldn't have said what I said. I was shocked. My parents had never apologized to me before, and Henry had never admitted to being wrong. For a brief moment, I wondered whether they had finally understood. But less than 60 seconds later, I realized what this supper was actually about. My father coughed faintly, then began to talk slowly. Elio, you've got two properties. One is where you live, and the other one you lease. I could tell right away that something was awry. Why are you bringing this up? I inquired, my tone growing colder. My mother stepped in, her voice calm, as if she were saying something very natural. Henry is stepping into the real estate world. He needs to appear trustworthy. A good place to stay would help his image. If you could let him have one of your houses, it would be a big help for his future. I sat in disbelief. So that was it. The apologies had merely served to set up this ridiculous request. I responded immediately, looking directly at them. No. My mother blinked, as if she could not believe what I had just said. What do you mean, Elio? She inquired, remaining kind but sounding more apprehensive. I mean, I'm not giving Henry my property. I'm not foolish. The entire mood shifted instantaneously. My father lowered his chopsticks with a loud noise, his expression hardening. Elio, you have two places to stay. Henry only needs one break. He's your brother. I gave out a sour laugh. So what now? You expect me to give up my home just so he can look successful? How many times have you thrown money at him, even though he's never once achieved anything? My father's tone became stronger. He hasn't failed. He just hasn't gotten the right moment yet. And you already have it all. Can't you support him just this one time? I laughed again, but this time it sounded dry and hollow. Have everything? You never gave me anything at all. Even when I asked for $65,000 to build my company, you said no right away. And now you think I should give Henry a whole house? I'm not out of my mind. My mother's hand started shaking. My father slammed his hand against the table, making the water in the cups quiver. So you're just selfish like the rest. You envy your own brother. You're scared he might become more successful than you. Isn't that it? I rose up abruptly, my eyes full with disappointment. I'm just not dumb. Silence engulfed the room. I looked toward Henry. He still hadn't spoken, and his gaze was fixed on the ground. I knew deep down that if I'd agreed to give him that house, he'd take it immediately. He would not have thought twice. He didn't mind stealing what wasn't his. I shook my head, feeling ill rather than angry. You can keep putting your faith in him if you want. I don't. I walked out of my former home without saying anything else. My father's furious voice screamed behind me, "If you leave now, don't ever come back." I did not stop. This time, I left them for good. As expected, Henry failed again a few months later. My parents did not mention it to me. Henry did not inform me either. I discovered it through someone I know who worked in real estate. "Elio, did you hear? Henry's business went under." I paused, grasping my phone tightly. "What went wrong?" I inquired, despite knowing the answer inside. "He picked the wrong deal. He bought when the price was high and sold when it dropped. Lost it all. That money from the mortgage your parents took? Gone." I closed my eyes and let out a breath. I wasn't astonished. It was going to happen sooner or later, but there was more. "What about the BMW?" I inquired, though I already had a horrible feeling. "He sold it 2 months ago," my pal explained. "He needed money to keep things going, but it didn't help for long." I let forth a flat, joyless laugh. My parents had gambled everything on Henry. They were certain he was intended to win. But now there's no money, no business, and no car. Soon, there will be no roof above their heads. What was my emotional state at the time? Not proud. Not joyful. The inside is just blank. I'd warned them. I'd attempted to make them see. But they ignored me. I already knew what would happen next. They'd reach out to me. My phone kept calling a few hours after I heard about Henry's firm failing, just as I expected. My mom made the initial call. I didn't respond. Then another, then dozens more. Messages came in non-stop. "Elio, answer please. We need you. Please don't leave us alone." I saw each communication but did not respond. I understood exactly what they were asking for. I knew this would happen as soon as they applied for a loan on their home. They weren't messaging to apologize. They were looking for financial support. The following morning, I stepped outdoors to go to work. I paused abruptly. My parents and Henry stood in front of my door. They appeared worse than ever before. Henry had lost his normal pride. His face appeared thin and worn. No fancy clothing. There is no proud corporate mindset. He looked like he'd lost everything. My mother looked like she'd been crying for hours. My father, who was previously robust and proud, now appeared much older, as if stress had accelerated his aging. They had nothing left. My father cleared his throat and spoke with a hoarse, weak voice. "Elio, we were wrong." I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorway, my expression chilly. "Now you get it." They did not argue. No yelling. Don't call me selfish or jealous. Because they needed me now. My mother began speaking, her voice weak. "Son, we're out of options. Please help us." I sighed and stopped her. "I don't have any cash." They froze, but my father responded instantly as if he had already practiced it. "You could sell your company or one of your homes. If we can cover what we owe and keep the old house, we'll be able to begin again." I gave him a brief look. Then I laughed, not because it was hilarious but because I couldn't believe what I had heard. They truly assumed I'd sell the firm I founded to save them. These same folks had refused to lend me $65,000 when I wanted to pursue my passion. Now they wanted me to give up everything I'd built for them. They cut me out. They said no. And now they asked me to lose everything for them. I had nothing else to contribute. I stood tall, walked forward, and opened the door wide. I then pointed outside. "Leave my home." Nobody moved. Henry opened his lips to speak, but I interrupted him. "I told you, I'm not a fool." I had nothing more to say. 1 month later, the bank took over their old residence. They had to pack things and leave. They had lost their home and were now homeless. I was not surprised. I saw it coming the day they signed the loan. They started out staying with people they knew, but no one could keep them for long. They later moved into small, low-cost hotel rooms that were dark, wet, and overcrowded. When their money ran out, they ended up in shelters, waiting in line for meals. These were the same parents who formerly had a nice house and enough money to live comfortably. Now they were members of the group that had lost everything. And Henry, the man who once referred to himself as a businessman and drove a BMW, was suddenly broke. He walked around looking for work, but no one wanted to hire someone who had failed repeatedly. Even though I told myself I didn't care anymore, I observed them quietly from a distance. I did not contact them, but I knew how they were doing. Even though I tried not to feel anything, I couldn't completely turn away. For 3 months, I let them experience what it meant to lose everything. I wanted them to feel the consequences of their choices. But deep down, the sensation of being their kid prevented me from watching indefinitely. Even if they treated me harshly or shut me out, they were still my parents. About a month ago, I made up my decision. I would go visit them. They appeared absolutely defeated. My father, who formerly walked proudly, dropped his head when I entered. My mother seemed exhausted. Her eyes had shadows from sleepless nights, and her hair was grayer than I remembered. Henry sat off to the side. He was no longer full of confidence. He wasn't the type of man who boasted about his lofty goals and ambitious intentions. Nobody spoke for a while. Finally, I spoke up. I will rent a small place for you. It'll be enough to live near the city, but only for 1 year. My mother lifted her head. Her expression conveyed a hint of hope. But I wasn't finished. During that year, Henry has to get work. And after those 12 months, you're on your own. I won't give more help. My father said nothing back. My mother didn't plead. They both understood they had no right to ask for anything else. Henry opened his mouth, perhaps to complain or to question, but for the first time, my father raised his hand and stopped him. He gave me a long look before slowly nodding. That was the first time I had seen him recognize his faults. You're probably asking why I just provided assistance for 1 year. Here's why. Henry still lives with them, and I won't let him rely on me. For years he's gotten used to having someone else handle his difficulties. But this time, if he wants a true life, he must earn it for himself. If my parents can care for themselves in a year, that's great. If they cannot, I will have Henry depart. After that, I will just pay rent to ensure that my parents do not end up on the street. But Henry will no longer be my job. That is my final decision. Now I'd like to ask you, if you were me, what would you have done? Would you continue to help them? Or would you let them deal with the consequences of their actions? Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My parents turned my celebration into my sister's engagement party. I cut them off. Years later, I became CEO, and they came crawling back. They used my money to throw a party, then announced my sister's engagement instead of my promotion. What did I say next? It shattered the room. My name is Nancy Allen. I was born and raised in a tranquil suburb of Oregon. From the outside, my family appeared to be the ideal of middle-class American life. A house with a lavender-filled front yard, a spotless white picket fence, and pleasant family dinners under soft lighting. However, the inside was far from as nice as it appeared. My parents, Mark and Linda Allen, were firm believers in modern parenting techniques, and I was their firstborn. My father, a software engineer with a passion for math, had always wanted to have a bright, special child. My mother told her friends that she had read more than 40 books on child psychology before I was born. I was born into this world with tremendous expectations, monitored, measured, and experimented on like a test subject. But when I turned 3 and still couldn't count to 20, or write my name correctly, Mom's dismay was obvious. "Mark, I don't think she's capable of learning as quickly as we hoped," she said, her voice tinged with disappointment and trepidation. "We need to intervene early so we don't miss the golden stage." My father simply nodded slightly, but I recall how he looked at me that day, as if I were a math problem with the wrong answer, unworthy of further investigation. My younger sister Claire was born when I was 4 years old, and everything changed at home. Mom appeared to be another person. Every room in the house was packed with brain-boosting toys, emotion flashcards, and advanced learning tools often found in high educational institutions. I had clear memories of that afternoon. I was quietly building Lego blocks in the corner of the living room when Mom passed by, looked at me and said, "Claire is only 7 months old and already responding to 3-step sequences. You never mind, keep playing." Claire received a musical high chair, Swedish cloth books, and a private monitor teacher before she turned 2. And me? I had pre-printed workbooks, a stubby pencil, and daily reminders that I needed to work harder to achieve. When I was 8, I finished second in the school-wide art competition. I brought my painting home, filled with excitement. Mom looked at it and said, "Huh. Well, Claire read an entire short story in English today." Dad didn't say anything because he was busy putting together a logic problem board for Claire downstairs. I've learned not to anticipate anything. No compliments, no incentives, and no proud expressions. I gradually became a shadow in my own family. Ever present but never really seen. The breaking point came in the fall of the year I turned 12. I'd always had my own room, the upstairs one with the window facing the small woodland back our house, where morning light filtered through the drapes in gentle rays. I adored that room. It was the one place where I felt entirely myself. Claire barged in one evening, just as I was finishing up my schooling and about to hang a new drawing on the wall. "Mom says I'm moving up here. This room's bigger, and I need space for my new study corner." I looked at her and thought it was a joke. "No," I responded firmly. "This is my room." Claire shrugged and walked away. Everything had changed in less than 24 hours when I returned home from school. My possessions had been relocated to the smaller room near the laundry area. Claire's name now adorned the old room, which was outfitted with modern learning tools and a clean white study desk. I walked into the new room, which was small, cramped, and cold. The bed reclined against the wall. The desk was too small to hold my books and a lamp. I stood there with my hands clenched, sobbing silently. "Mom," I called. "Why would you do this? That was my room. I've had it since I was little." She didn't even turn around. "You're older now. You should learn to give way. Claire needs it more. Don't make a scene, Nancy." I did not respond. I stepped back in, shut the door, and sat on the edge of the bed. The light from the hallway filtered through the gap under the door, pale and odd. For the first time, I felt it clearly. Despite being the firstborn, I was regarded as an afterthought in that household. Claire remained the focal point of the Allen household by the time I was in my senior year of high school. She was now a top student at a prominent private high school, driven around in a brand new SUV and receiving private tutoring twice a week. And me? I still attended public school, walked to class every morning, and handled everything on my own, from academics to extracurricular activities. I've never complained. I'd become accustomed to being in the background. But I wasn't expecting the moment when every pretense of impartiality was shattered right at the dinner table. My grandparents, Arthur and Helen, paid us a visit that night. They were the only ones in the family who made me feel seen and heard. We were eating Mom's lasagna as Claire discussed her summer program plans at Stanford. "That's wonderful," Grandma Helen replied, turning to me. "And what about you, Nancy? Have you thought about college yet?" I looked up for the first time, hoping to contribute something of my own. "I applied to the University of Oregon and UC Davis. I just got accepted into Oregon's business program, partial scholarship. If I get more financial aid, then..." I hadn't even finished when Mom put down her fork and knife. The sound resonated strongly. "Nancy," she said, her voice straining, "your father and I have discussed it, and we are unable to provide additional tuition assistance this year." I blinked. Dad jumped in, as if rehearsed. "We need to prioritize Claire. She's been invited to an Ivy League prep program. It's a rare opportunity." My heart sank. "So all the college savings you said were for both of us are going to Claire?" Mom sighed, as if to state the obvious. "Claire has real potential. You, Nancy, might want to consider starting at community college and transferring. Or taking time to work. Isn't a bad option either." Not a bad option. It took me a second to realize they'd completely cut me off. The room went silent. No one spoke, save for the soft clink of Grandma Helen's spoon on her plate. "Linda," she said, her voice low but firm, "both girls are my granddaughters, and I can't sit here and watch one be cast aside." Mom pursed her lips. "Mom, this isn't..." "Yes, it is," Grandpa Arthur added. "It absolutely is our business." That night, as I was removing dishes from the kitchen, Grandma Helen approached and gently placed her hand on my shoulder. "You don't have to carry this burden anymore," I heard her say. "We'll pay for your college tuition. All of it, no loans needed." My eyes were crimson when I turned. "But that's too much money." "It's not too much when it's an investment in someone who tries." She smiled warmly. "You don't need favoritism to shine, Nancy. You've already done it on your own. That fall, I moved into the dorms at the University of Oregon. The day I left home, Mom gave me a half-hearted hug at the door and said, "Be frugal. And don't expect anything from us." Claire didn't look up from her phone. I stepped out of that house, carrying my bag across the front yard path, feeling as if I had opened a new door, one free of patronizing stares and stinging comparisons. College was a different world. I wasn't the typical youngster. No longer the specter of a self-proclaimed genius. I was Nancy Allen, a business student with a bright mind and a strong personality. Professors praised my strategic thinking. Friends approached me for help with assignments. Every weekend night I called my grandparents to keep them up to date on my progress. My parents didn't call. They didn't check in either. Surprisingly, I was not unhappy. I didn't need it any longer. I had stopped looking for validation in a place where it was never readily available. What I had now was genuine value, one that came from within. I began my final year of college with a level of certainty that I had never imagined. Late-night library study sessions, part-time shifts at a small downtown cafe where I studied how customers think, and hours spent studying every investment model I could find online helped me stand apart. Dr. Elgin, one of my finance instructors, suggested I apply for a competitive summer internship at Bradley and Lane Capital, a well-known investment firm in Seattle. I recall the first interview. A glass conference room, a beautiful wood table, and 3 managers seated across from me, each holding my resume. Zaylin, one of them, said, "What do you believe is the most important factor in developing an investment strategy?" I gave an answer. Understanding not just the data, but the psychology behind it. They exchanged glances and nods. I received the offer. From that summer forward, everything changed. After graduating with honors and having my study published in a financial magazine, I was offered a full-time position as a junior investment analyst at Bradley and Lane. I worked relentlessly, learning everything from risk studies and shareholder presentations to how to read between the lines on unpredictable market charts. 3 years later, when doing a standard assessment of a high-net-worth client portfolio, I discovered something concerning. A set of high-tech stocks in which our firm had made significant investments demonstrated signals of fake growth. The internal indications appeared to be especially robust when compared to the wider market. Most experts thought it had breakout potential. But I didn't. I spent 2 sleepless hours reading through every number, tracking back appendix reports, and eventually discovering the truth. Those businesses were inflating income through internal transactions, basically purchasing their own things to generate sales. If we did not withdraw in time, we would lose at least $32 million in customer assets. I couldn't be silent. That Monday morning, I entered the executive boardroom carrying a 42-page report and a risk simulation model. Nobody interrupted. When I finished, the CFO sat dumbfounded, then turned to the CEO and said, "She just saved the company." Within 3 days, the entire portfolio was reconstructed based on my proposal. And 6 months later, not only had we avoided a major loss, but the company recorded an 11.4% increase, the greatest in 7 years. I was promoted to lead investment strategist, but my journey didn't end there. I began using my after-hours time to create a risk score system based on market behavior, incorporating aspects such as consumer psychology, social media trends, and global political changes. It was the type of stuff the industry typically referred to as unquantifiable. I named it PRISM. Initially, PRISM was a personal project. However, after properly forecasting price fluctuations in 3 major stock groupings ahead of critical events, top management took notice. A year later, the method was fully integrated into the firm's fundamental strategy, allowing Bradley and Lane to outperform 2 of its main competitors in the sector. I still recall the day I was summoned to the senior boardroom. Richard Langley, the CEO, smiled at me once everyone had taken their seats. "Nancy," he responded, "we're creating an entirely new position, Chief Strategic Investment Officer, and no one is more deserving than you." I could barely breathe. Just 4 years ago, I was advised I should work for a time and figure things out later. That role was more than just a title. It was proof of everything I had conquered, from being the ignored child in my own home, to being the one at the helm of a multi-million-dollar company's boardroom. That evening, I did not celebrate with champagne or a party. I visited my grandparents' house, A simple red brick home filled with warmth. Grandma Helen was baking, and Grandpa Arthur was preparing tea. I placed the appointment letter on the table. They grinned at each other. Little Nancy, Grandpa added, now leading the way. I looked at him, then at Grandma. The first person who told me I didn't have to be extraordinary to be worthwhile. For the first time, I did not require anyone's approval. I had already proven it to myself by silent fortitude, dogged determination, and unshakable faith. After accepting the role as Chief Strategic Investment Officer at Bradley & Lane, I knew I needed to document the event. Not with grandeur, but with a small, loving gathering of individuals who had supported me. My grandparents, a few close friends, and a couple of trustworthy co-workers. When I relayed the idea to my mother, she promptly suggested, "You should let us host it. Do it at home. Make it more intimate. The family can also reunite." I paused, but she added, "You only need to send the money for catering and decorations. I'll handle the guest list and everything else." I was skeptical, but I believed after all these years, this would be our chance to start anew. I transferred $3,500 to her account, and did not inquire further. A week later, when I arrived at the old house in Salem, where I'd grown up steadily sliding behind Claire's shadow, I never expected to walk into a brilliantly organized production. The mansion was more richly furnished than I had imagined. White orchids decorated the dining tables, silky golden ribbons wound up the staircase, and the aroma of great meals pervaded the environment. I noticed my grandparents at the small pub, speaking with a few family members. Claire climbed the steps in a gorgeous crimson satin gown, her face flawlessly made up. I didn't recognize the tall, polished man who was walking beside her. People gathered around, and just as I raised my glass to speak, my mother stood up, smiling. "Dear family," she said to you, "we're here today not just to reconnect, but to celebrate something truly special. Claire and her boyfriend Andrew are officially engaged." Cheers and applause erupted. I stood frozen. I turned to my mother. Her glance swept over me as if I were only another paid guest at a banquet. As I stepped forward to speak, my father grasped my wrist like a period at the end of a sentence. "Don't ruin this," he urged, his voice as sharp as steel. "If you make a scene now, don't expect anything else from this family. No contact, no inheritance, nothing." I released his hand from mine, and took a deep breath. Part of me wanted to get away and let them drown in their own play, but the other side, which had spent too long in the shadows, refused to remain silent. I returned to the center of the room, raised my champagne glass and said, "Excuse me everyone. May I have just a moment?" All eyes were on me, and Claire paused mid-step. My mother's brow furrowed. "This gathering today," I continued softly but plainly, "was planned to celebrate a major milestone in my life. I was recently named Chief Strategic Investment Officer at Bradley & Lane, a major financial firm in Seattle." I paused and searched the room. "I'm the one who sent the money for this event. My mother agreed to organize it and never once mentioned it would be turned into an engagement party." Murmurs echoed across the room. My grandparents remained frozen, astounded. "I'm not against Claire's engagement," I told her. "What I can't stay silent about is the fact that my own family tried to erase me from my own moment. Just like they did all throughout my childhood." Andrew looked at Claire, perplexed. "You told me this was just a family gathering." Claire's face turned red. "Andrew, I just wanted to wait for the right time." "By using your sister's money to stage your big reveal?" he asked, his voice dropping. "I came here expecting to feel welcomed, not to watch someone be pushed out of their own moment." He put down his glass and walked away. Claire chased him in vain. The room plunged into uncomfortable silence. My father stood there, outraged. "You should know your place, Nancy. This is still—" "No," I interrupted. "This is a place built on favoritism. It's not a home anymore." I turned to my grandparents. They hadn't moved. Grandma Helen's eyes sparkled, and Grandpa Arthur took my hand as I approached them. "I don't need the rest of this family to know who I am." I walked out the same door I'd previously left silently. But this time, I held my head high. Andrew left the party without saying anything, leaving behind Claire's terrified visage and a perplexed family. She chased him to the porch, but the car door shut before she could speak. The Mercedes tail lights faded behind the trees, leaving the room silent after it had previously been full with laughter. Claire returned, her tears quickly replaced by wrath. You've always been jealous of me. You can't stand seeing me happy, so you destroy everything. I stood still. I did not reply. For the first time, I wasn't hurt. I was just sick of hearing the same boring blame repeated like a broken record. Claire, Grandma Helen said, her voice calm but firm. You made your own choices. Don't blame the consequences on your sister. My mother raced forward, her face blanched with rage and embarrassment. Nancy, who do you think you are to humiliate your sister in front of our family? I don't need to think, I said quietly. I just told the truth. And I've stayed quiet long enough. My father grabbed my mother's hand and tried to hold her back, but his eyes were blazing. If you walk out of here today, he said in a cold tone, you're no longer part of this family. Don't expect an inheritance. Don't expect to ever call us again. As far as we're concerned, you never existed. I was about to speak when Grandpa Arthur, who had been silent the entire evening, stepped forward, his voice ringing out like a bronze bell in the quiet room. David, if you're going to cut Nancy out of this family, then it's time we clarify a few things. Grandma Helen walked beside him, holding his hand. My mother looked at them, as if she knew what was coming. We updated our will 3 months ago, she replied gently. The entire estate, the house, the savings, the investment shares, it's all going to Nancy. My mother let out a surprising gasp. What? We've seen enough, Grandpa Arthur said. Enough to know who lives by their values, and who lives off of being coddled. Claire is my biological daughter, my mother nearly yelled. Why her? Because she's the only one in this family who has never demanded anything, complained, or stepped on others to elevate herself, Grandma Helen explained, her voice trembling slightly, but her gaze steady. We don't reward favoritism or deceit. Claire burst into tears as her pride disintegrated. She ran up the stairs, her red dress bursting like a bleeding stroke on a collapsing canvas. My mother stood in the middle of the room, lips trembling. My father turned away silently. My pulse pounded as I grasped my purse and gazed at my grandparents. I never asked for this. I don't need the inheritance. We know, Grandpa Arthur said, smiling. And that's exactly why you deserve it more than anyone. I looked around the house, which had once been a wound, but is now a stage for the truth to be shown. The family rose from their seats one by one, averting my gaze as if they had just woken up from a bad dream. Nobody stopped me when I turned to leave. I went outside, the spring night breeze stroking my cheeks and carrying the familiar scent of apple blossoms from the backyard. I heard the door close behind me, but this time it did not crash shut. It was the culmination of years of endurance. On the walk back to my grandparents' house, Grandma Helen reached out and lovingly grasped my hand. You don't have to fight to prove yourself anymore, Nancy, she once said to me. Now you get to just be. I looked at her with stinging eyes. I'd never felt so calm. Not because of money. This is not due to recognition. However, for the first time I chose myself over gaining acceptance from those who never truly wanted to see me. 3 years have passed since that night, when I walked out of my parents' house for the last time, carrying the truth, agony, and power I had no idea I possessed. I never looked back. I've never felt the impulse to. Throughout those 3 years, I gave my everything to my work at Bradley and Lane. Every early morning before dawn, every tranquil night on the 19th floor, I was there. Fine-tuning strategy, updating the Prism algorithm, listening to the market, and leading my team beyond previously insurmountable obstacles. When Richard Langley, the existing CEO, announced his retirement, no one expected him to choose me as his replacement. But for me, it was not luck. It was the conclusion of every effort, sleepless night, and difficult decision I had ever faced. I was 30 years old when I was officially appointed CEO of Bradley and Lane Capital, making me the company's youngest female CEO in its 60-plus year history. The announcement happened in the main hall. Camera lights are flashing. Every seat was filled with shareholders. I came on stage not to wow, but to represent a new generation, one that does not have to be born into grandeur to make its mark. After the lecture, I took out my phone and called my grandparents. I did it, I exclaimed, my voice full of enthusiasm. Grandpa Arthur laughed on the other end. and Grandma Helen spoke words that I will never forget. "You've always been worthy, Nancy. From day one." Meanwhile, 40 miles away in Salem where I grew up, not much had changed. Claire was now 27. She no longer wore her engagement ring or had steady employment. Andrew left that night, and her life became a series of failed attempts. She dropped a fashion course because she felt under too much pressure. I attempted being a content creator but quit, because no one gets my style. I eventually moved back in with our parents, into the room she had taken from me. I haven't interacted with my parents since that night. My grandparents occasionally mention that they have inquired about me through shared relationships, but I don't care any longer. I've realized that not every relationship is meant to last, especially when it is founded on denial and selfishness. Every Sunday afternoon I visit my grandparents for dinner. We toast bread and pore through old photo albums that I assumed were lost forever. Grandma Helen still tells me modest anecdotes about my upbringing. Grandpa Arthur swears he doesn't remember them, so I have to repeat every detail. I once asked them whether they had any regrets about leaving everything to me. "We didn't leave because of what it was worth," Grandma stated. "We left it to the one who understood the value of choice. The one who chose integrity over convenience, silence when it mattered, and voice when it counted." I smiled because I recognized that the most valuable inheritance they had given me was faith, not assets. One spring afternoon, as I was leaving the office after a global strategy meeting, I observed someone waiting in the main lobby. I squinted and saw it was Claire. She appeared smaller, with an anxious expression, but she maintained her signature look, a luxury coat and polished heels. "I'm not here to apologize," Claire said hastily, like a barrier. I just want to know how you're doing so well without anyone lifting you up." I looked at her, neither angry nor pitying. "Because I once had nothing, Claire. And that's when I learned to stand on my own. That's something you've never had to do." Claire looked at me for a long time. She said nothing and began to walk away. "I'm not convinced she'll ever change. But I know I will never be the sister who always gave in, endured, and remained silent to keep the peace." I strolled back to my workplace where my team was ready to cooperate and build something fresh. And I realized that no matter where the path leads, as long as you don't abandon yourself, the journey will always be worthwhile. My story is more than just about how I overcame parental bias. It displays the power of perseverance and inner worth. I was once ignored, pushed aside at my own celebration. But I chose to ascend out of honesty and respect, rather than anger. Today, I no longer seek affirmation from those who previously rejected me, because I have found a community of people who believe in me. Most importantly, I learned to believe in myself. What are your thoughts on Nancy's decision? Was she overly harsh, or was it exactly what she deserved given what she had gone through? Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My family kicked me out because my sister falsely accused me of stealing her engagement ring. 3 years later, they discovered it in the garbage disposal. I never thought I'd be recounting this story, but here goes. I'm Elliot, and 3 years ago, my life was turned upside down by a bogus complaint filed by my older sister Gemma, 29. I grew up in a little Ohio town with my parents, John 55, Lisa 53, and my sister Gemma. We lived in a modest 2-story house that my parents bought when they first got married. It wasn't luxurious, but it was home. My father taught high school math, while my mother worked as a nurse at the local hospital. They were not wealthy, but they ensured we had all we needed. Growing up, Gemma and I were quite close. We'd spend hours playing in our backyard, climbing the ancient oak tree and making up elaborate games. She was always in charge, drawing up the rules and narratives, while I was glad to follow along. As we grew older, however, things began to change. Gemma was always the overachiever. She was at the top of her class, captain of the debate team, and seemed to flourish in anything she did. In comparison, I was more relaxed. I did okay in school, but I was never as motivated as Gemma. As we entered adolescence, this discrepancy weakened our bond. By the time Gemma left for college, we'd grown apart. She received a scholarship to a prestigious university, whilst I remained in my hometown and attended community college. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life, so I took a variety of classes to figure it out. After graduating from college, Gemma moved to the city and started working for a huge marketing agency. She'd return home on holidays and weekends, full of stories about her intriguing life and successful career. I couldn't help feeling inadequate in comparison. I was still living at home, working part-time at the local grocery store, and figuring out my next move. Despite our differences, I had always imagined Gemma and I were all right. We weren't as close as we had once been, but I chalked it up to growing older. I had no idea how quickly things might go apart. Gemma and her boyfriend Tom, 31 million, got engaged 3 years ago. They'd been dating for 2 years, and everyone was thrilled. My parents idolized Tom, a lawyer from an affluent family. He proposed with a magnificent diamond ring that has been in his family for generations. Gemma was ecstatic and couldn't stop showing it off to everyone. The engagement celebration was a large event. My parents invited everyone in town to celebrate with us. I remember feeling a little out of place among the wealthy guests Gemma and Tom had invited from the city. I stayed close to my old high school friends who were still in town, feeling more comfortable with them than with Gemma's sophisticated attire. A month after the engagement, all hell broke out. It was Tuesday afternoon and I had the day off from work. I was in my room, playing video games and enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Gemma was visiting for a week, taking some time off from work to start planning the wedding with our mother. I heard Gemma coming home after her shopping expedition with Mom. They were chatting and joking downstairs. I didn't think much of it and went back to my game. Approximately an hour later, I heard Gemma scream. When I hurried downstairs to see what was going on, she accused me of removing her engagement ring. She explained that she took it off while doing dishes and placed it on the kitchen counter. She returned to get it, but it was gone. I was surprised and instantly denied taking it, but Gemma wouldn't listen. She kept screaming that I was the only other person in the house, so it must have been me. She added that I was always envious of her success and that I probably wanted to sell the ring so that I could finally leave and do something with my life. Our parents returned home amid the uproar, and Gemma related her version of events. To my horror, they fully believed her. My mother started crying, wondering how I could have done such a thing to my own sister. My father only looked at me with disappointment in his eyes. They started searching my room, turning everything upside down. They didn't find the ring, but they did find some money I had saved from working at the grocery. It wasn't much, maybe a few hundred, but Gemma soon caught up on it, stating I must have sold the ring and that's how the money came in. I attempted to explain that I had been saving for months and was thinking about taking some classes at the local community college, but no one listened. The next few days were a nightmare. My parents and Gemma were pressing me to confess and return the ring. They threatened to call the police if I did not come clean. I was terrified and felt completely alone. Nobody in my family believed me, and I was treated like a criminal inside my own home. I tried to call several of my friends, but the majority of them had moved away after high school. The few people who remained in town appeared unwilling to become involved in family conflicts. I felt more alone than ever. After a week of constant accusations and threats, my parents made a decision that changed my life forever. They told me I needed to go. They said they couldn't trust me anymore and that I was bringing dishonor to the family. They told me 2 days to pack up my possessions and depart. I was devastated. I had nowhere to go and wasn't sure what to do. My best high school friend Ryan, 26 male, who had recently returned to town after serving in the army, offered to let me sleep on his couch for a while. But I knew I couldn't remain too long. His apartment was modest, and he was just getting back on his feet. I packed all I could into a backpack and an old duffel bag, including clothes, books, my laptop, and a few mementos from happier days. As I was leaving, I observed Gemma staring at me from her old bedroom window. I thought I saw a spark of doubt in her eyes, but she swiftly turned away. Walking out of that house, which was all I knew, was the most difficult thing I'd ever done. I felt betrayed and abandoned by those who were supposed to love me unconditionally. The saddest aspect was that I had done nothing wrong. I spent the following 2 months alternating between Ryan's couch and inexpensive motels as I could afford them. I grabbed any odd job I could find to make ends meet. I've worked as a dishwasher, a dog walker, and even for a few weeks on a construction site. It was a challenge, but I was determined to establish my innocence and achieve success on my own. Eventually, I secured a steady job at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The job was difficult, the hours were long, but the income was consistent. The pay was not great, but it permitted me to rent a modest room in a shared house with other warehouse employees. I gradually tried to restore my life, but the anguish over what had transpired remained. I'd lie awake at night, replaying the events in my mind and wondering how they had gone so wrong. How could my family have turned on me so quickly? How could Gemma, who had grown up with me and knew me better than anyone else, think I'd do such a thing? I ended all communication with my family. They tried to call me multiple times in the beginning. My mother would leave passionate voicemails encouraging me to return home and make things right. My father sent a few short text messages signaling that we needed to talk. Gemma did come to the warehouse once, but I declined to see her. I couldn't bear to talk to them after what they had done. They were no longer my family. I lived like this for 3 years. I met new people at work and in my shared house. We'd hang out after shifts to drink beer and watch games. It wasn't the life I had envisioned for myself, but it was mine, and I'd built it from scratch. I worked hard and was eventually promoted to shift supervisor at the warehouse. I began taking online courses to master business management. I was slowly deciding what I wanted to do with my life. But there was always a part of me that was angry and hurt by what had happened. I missed my former life and family, but I could not forgive them for not believing me. Every holiday season was tough. When I saw families shopping together or heard Christmas music, I felt saddened by what I had missed. Then, last week, I got an unexpected email from my dad. The subject line read simply, "We need to talk." The message was brief, explaining that they needed to meet with me immediately and that it was about the ring incident. At first, I was tempted to disregard it, just like I had with all of their previous attempts to contact me. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was curiosity, or perhaps a small part of me still desired a resolution. After hours of battling with myself, I finally resolved to listen to them. I called my father, and what he said shocked me. The ring had been found. Gemma had accidentally knocked it into the garbage disposal while doing the dishes. She only realized this a few days ago, when the disposal started making strange noises and they called a plumber to inspect it. My father stated Gemma became furious when she realized what had happened and that I had been telling the truth all along. He explained that they all felt horrible about what they had done to me and wanted to make things right. I hung up the phone, feeling a mix of feelings. On the one hand, I felt vindicated because I had always told the truth, and now everyone knew. However, I was angry. I was enraged that it had taken 3 years to discover the truth, that I had lost so much time with my family, and that I had fought alone for so long when I had done nothing wrong. Now I'm at a crossroads. My family wants me to return home. They say they want to make things right. Gemma has been calling and messaging nonstop to ask for forgiveness. But I'm not sure I can forgive them. They shoved me out without hesitation, assumed the worst of me, and left me to fend for myself for 3 years. Part of me wants to send them all to hell and let them bear the guilt of what they did to me. But another part of me misses my prior life and wonders if there is any chance to reconstruct what we've lost. I don't know what to do. Should I give them a chance to make amends, or should I keep living the life I've built for myself without them? I'm torn and would appreciate some outside perspective on this entire situation. Update 1. It has been a week since my last post, and a lot has transpired. I'd want to thank everyone for their advice and support. It actually helped me process my emotions and decide what to do. After much thought, I decided to meet with my family. I felt I owed it to myself to confront them and seek closure, even if I wasn't convinced about reconciliation. We planned to meet in a neutral location, a small coffee shop in the next town over. I chose it because it was far enough away from our hometown that we would not run into anyone we knew, yet close enough that anyone could get there without much effort. I was very worried on the day of the meeting. I hadn't seen my family in 3 years and was unsure what to anticipate. I arrived at the coffee shop early and chose a table in the corner where we could have some privacy. When they walked in, it was like a punch in the gut. Seeing them after 3 years was intense. My mother burst into tears as soon as she saw me. She seemed older than I remembered, with grayer hair and lines around her eyes. My father looked sick and exhausted, his shoulders dropping as if he were carrying a heavy load. Gemma couldn't look me in the eyes at first. She seemed smaller and less confident than the sister I remembered. We sat down, and for a while, nobody knew what to say. They all began talking at once, with apologies tumbling out. My parents said they had failed as parents by not trusting me and kicking me out. They professed regretting their decision every day since, but pride and humiliation had kept them from reaching out sooner. My father, who had always been a man of few words, spent hours talking about how he had replayed those days in his mind, trying to figure out how he could have been so blind. He claimed he had always taken pride in being fair and rational, but emotion had clouded his judgment when it was most needed. My mother told me, through tears, how she had kept my room exactly as I had left it, hoping that one day I would return. She reported that she would wake up in the middle of the night, believing she had heard me arrive home, only to learn what had happened. Gemma went into tears, saying she would never forgive herself for accusing me and ruining our relationship. She said that she had always looked up to me when we were kids, even though I was younger. She admitted that she had been so absorbed with her own life and problems that she had lost sight of what was really essential. As they talked, memories from our childhood came flooding back. I remembered how Gemma stood up for me when I was bullied in middle school. I thought of all the times we'd laughed together, shared secrets, and supported each other through terrible times. It exacerbated the pain of betrayal while also reminding me of the wonderful times we'd shared. I heard what they said, but I couldn't bring myself to forgive them right away. The grief and fury from the preceding 3 years were too acute. I told them I needed time to process things. They appeared to understand and did not ask for more. My mother attempted to hug me before we left, but I backed away. I wasn't ready for that kind of closeness yet. The hurt look on her face almost persuaded me to reconsider my decision, but I stood firm. I needed to protect myself emotionally. After the meeting, I went back to my apartment and carefully contemplated what I wanted. Did I wish to return to my prior life? Can I ever trust them again? Was it worth striving to mend our relationship? I realized that, while I missed having a family, I had also grown substantially over the previous 3 years. I had become self-sufficient, strong, and had built a life for myself from scratch. I wasn't the same person they had kicked out 3 years ago. I thought about my warehouse job, online education, and the people I'd made. I worked hard to get where I was, and I felt proud of what I had accomplished on my own. The notion of quitting that and returning to my old life made me feel terrible. At the same time, I couldn't deny that seeing my family elicited a range of emotions. Despite everything, I continued to love and miss them. I pondered if I could be in a relationship with them while maintaining my independence. After a few days of deliberation, I made a decision. I phoned my parents and told them that, while I appreciated their apology, I wasn't ready to totally reconcile. I told them I needed more time and space to heal. I also set some boundaries. I stated that I was willing to retain minimal contact with them, but I wasn't going back home or pretending nothing happened. I informed them that if we were to continue our relationship, it would have to be on my terms. They expressed disappointment but acknowledged their understanding. They agreed to respect my boundaries and give me the time I needed. My mother asked if she might call me once a week to check in, and I agreed, figuring it would be a good way to gradually re-establish confidence. As for Gemma, I've opted to keep my distance for the time being. Her actions had had the greatest impact on me, and I was not yet ready to forgive her. I informed her that I needed more time before I could consider having another relationship with her. She was upset, but said she understood and would wait until I was ready. It's been a difficult week, with many emotional ups and downs. I've had moments when I doubted my decision, wondering if I'm being too harsh or if I'm giving up an opportunity to rejoin my family. But then I remember how quickly they turned against me, and I understand I'm doing the right thing by taking it slow. I've also been studying therapy possibilities. Many of you suggested it in the comments, and I believe it would be beneficial to consult with a professional while navigating this difficult circumstance. I've never been to therapy before, so I'm scared, but I believe it will be useful to me. For the time being, my main focus is on my career and studies. I have a large project coming up at work, and I'm determined not to let all of this family drama distract me from my objectives. I'm also considering moving to a better apartment. I've been saving, and I think I'm ready for my own house without roommates. Thank you for your continued support. It is reassuring to know that there are people out there who understand and care, even if we have never met. I'll offer an update if anything significant changes. Update 2. It's been about a month since my last update, and I'd like to share some developments. I've been following the boundaries I've set with my family. We've received a few phone calls and text messages, but nothing too serious. It's been fine. Awkward at times, but not as painful as I anticipated. My parents have usually honored my wishes. They check in every now and then, but they never ask for more than I'm willing to supply. I can tell they're trying hard to rebuild trust, but it's a slow process. My mother calls once a week, as promised. These calls were difficult at first, with long silences, but they are getting easier. We normally talk about neutral topics like her work at the hospital, the weather, and my online education. It isn't much, but it's a start. My father has been sending me short emails, usually just to check in or share anything he thinks I might be interested in. Last week, he forwarded me an article about a new business opening in our town. It was a small gesture, but it reminded me of how he would clip newspaper articles for me. Gemma struggled with the barrier I'd put up between us when we were younger. She sent me several lengthy, emotional texts apologizing and begged for the chance to make things right. I replied simply, saying that I needed more time. It's challenging, but I'm determined. I know she is hurting, but I am not ready to deal with her emotions on top of mine. The big news is that I've started treatment. I found a counselor that specialized in family trauma, and we have had a few sessions thus far. It's been challenging to bring up all of my prior grief, but I believe it's helping. My therapist is helping me deal with my anger and trust issues, as well as teaching me how to set healthy boundaries. In our most recent session, we spoke about how the incident with the ring represented more than just an accusation, but also years of feeling like I didn't measure up to Gemma's successes. It's made me realize that there were issues in our family dynamic long before the ring incident, and that healing will include addressing them as well. One unexpected outcome of all of this is that I've become closer to my friends, particularly Ryan. They've been really supportive throughout this journey. Ryan even volunteered to accompany me to future family gatherings as moral support. It's taught me that family is more than simply blood. It's about who helps you when things go tough. Work has provided a welcome distraction. I've dedicated myself to my profession and even obtained a tiny promotion. I am now in charge of inventory management for my shift, which entails more responsibility and a small pay raise. It's wonderful to have something enjoyable to focus on. In terms of my living situation, I have opted to remain where I am for the time being. It isn't much, but it is mine and represents the independence I've worked so hard for. My parents tried to assist me locate a better situation, but I declined. I need to accomplish this on my own. However, I began to really investigate options for furthering my education. A state college about an hour away offers night classes. I'm considering applying to their business program. It would be a major transition, but I believe I am ready for it. Overall, I am taking things one day at a time. Some days are harder than others. There are times when I miss our effortless connection as a family, but then I remember how quickly they turned on me and understand I can't rush this. My therapist believes it is healthy to have mixed views about everything. She advises me to be patient with myself and to avoid feeling obligated to forgive before I am ready. We're developing strategies for dealing with impending family reunions and holidays, which are making me more nervous than I'd like to admit. For the time being, my top objectives are recovery and building a life I can be proud of, whether with or without my family. It's not easy, but I am optimistic about the future. I'm learning that it's okay to prioritize myself, and that setting boundaries does not make me a bad person. Thank you for your continued support. Your comments and texts have given me courage during this process. It's good to know that I'm not alone in dealing with family issues like these. Update 3. It's been 6 months since my original post, so I figured it was time for a last update. A lot has changed during the previous few months. The biggest news is that I've decided to move to a different location in quest of a new job opportunity. It is a huge advancement in my career, and I am excited about the new chances. The employment is with a logistics company, and the tasks are similar to those I performed at the warehouse, but on a much greater scale. It's a management position that I've been working toward for a while. The salary is significantly better than what I was earning previously, plus it includes benefits like health insurance and a 401k plan. Before making this decision, I had a long discussion with my therapist. We discussed how this move will affect my healing process and my relationship with my family. Finally, we agreed that this may be a positive experience for me, an opportunity to truly stand on my own 2 feet and establish myself outside of the family drama. I notified my parents of the transfer last week. They were surprised and unhappy, but they expressed their understanding. My mother cried a little, saying she had hoped we'd have more time to repair our connection before I left. My father was more stoic, but I could see he was disappointed too. They were both apprehensive about me being alone in a foreign environment, but I assured them that I would be fine. Gemma took it the hardest. After I told her, she arrived unannounced at my flat, pleading with me not to leave. She acknowledged that she thought she was losing me all over again. It was a difficult conversation, but I stood my ground. I advised her that I needed to do this for me, and that our connection was not such that her view could influence my decision. Our relationship is improving, but it's not ideal. We've had several family dinners in recent months. They've been uncomfortable and awkward at times, but we're gradually adjusting to being around each other again. Trust is a key concern. I occasionally question their motivations, wondering if they actually believe what they say or if they are merely trying to alleviate their guilt. My therapist has been invaluable throughout this. She's helped me understand my feelings and set boundaries. She has stated that forgiving does not involve forgetting or pretending that the pain never occurred. It's about letting go of my anger so that I can achieve peace of mind. I've taken that to heart. While I doubt I will ever forget what happened, I am working to forgive my family, not for their sake, but for mine. It was difficult to hold my anger and hatred, and I'm ready to let it go. As I prepare for this relocation, I have been reflecting on all that has happened. 3 years ago, I felt my life was over. I had lost everything, including those I cared about. But now I realize how much I learned from that experience. I'm stronger, more independent, and have a better sense of my own worth than I ever have. I'm not sure what the future holds for me and my family. We plan to stay in touch after I relocate, with weekly phone calls and visits during the holidays. It's a start. Perhaps with time and distance, we can create something new. For the time being, my attention is directed towards the future. I am excited about my new job, the new city, and the opportunities that await me. I've started searching for apartments online and researching the area where I'll be living. It's a mix of excitement and trepidation, but I'm mostly looking forward to this new chapter in my life. Whatever happens to my family, I am confident I will be fine. I've proven to myself that I can handle whatever life throws at me, and I've discovered the importance of surrounding myself with people who believe in and support me, whether they're related or not. My sister stole my wedding date, venue, and my family's support without knowing that my fiancé was the heir to an art empire. My sister looked at me directly and said, "You can cry later. This day belongs to me." She took my wedding date and venue without knowing my fiancé's identity. The truth ruined her totally. You don't mind rescheduling, right? It's just a small wedding. Mine's going to be a real event. My younger sister Mary stole my date, venue, and every respect for my family 3 weeks before my wedding. She specifically stated that. Call me Nora Sinclair. I teach visual arts at a small Portland liberal arts college at 35. I don't brag. Every filtered selfie doesn't have thousands of followers, and I don't follow trends. Mary's world is that. A 28-year-old beauty and lifestyle influencer, whatever that means nowadays. My parents like her. Always did. I'm quiet. Someone who valued stability over ambition. Theirs, not mine. Last October, I met Julian, an architectural designer, at a guest lecture and got engaged. He was kind, respectful, and noticed things I overlooked. Sketchbooks, long rainy Willamette River hikes, and black coffee were our favorites. I didn't want a big wedding when we were married. A nearby art museum hosts small weddings, so I chose it. Julian first declared his love over there. Even though it was small, the gallery was important. We booked it for May 20th at 3 p.m. over a year in advance. Everything was planned. The invitations went out. A former student made my dress, caterer, and florist. Our day was coming. Then Mary called. She insisted on a family supper at our parents' since she had crucial news. When I entered and saw the champagne popping, I should have known something was wrong. Mary sparkled and jumped in her chair. My parents greeted her with grins like she had declared world peace. "I'm getting married," she jumped. "To Aiden." The couple has dated for 6 months. He is a flashy advertising professional with perfect teeth who parks his Porsche like a character. Although confused, I added, "That's fast," to hide my confusion. "Oh, and guess what? We're getting married on May 20th. Isn't that crazy?" I chilled. "What do you mean, the 20th? I responded hesitantly. "That's my wedding day." Mary laughed like I joked. "I know, but you didn't copy the date, Nora. Besides, you can reschedule, right? Your wedding's just small. Ours is going to be huge. We booked the Armitage Hotel. Aiden's uncle pulled strings to get us to the ballroom. It was the only available date." Falling heart. The Armitage was a city aristocratic neighborhood. More importantly, why my date? I looked at my parents, possibly expecting a response. Protect me? My father shrugged. "Maybe it's best if you adjust. Mary's wedding will have more guests, more press. It's better for the family." "The press?" My mother spoke too. "Nora, don't be difficult, your ceremony is more personal. You can move it to the next weekend, everyone will understand." Nothing made sense. I blinked as my relatives virtually wiped my nuptials in real time. I stood up. "I'm not rescheduling, we planned this over a year ago." Mary's smile faded. "Don't be selfish." I wanted to shout. I took my suitcase and departed. Mom called me. "Think about what's best for the family." That night, I told Julian everything. He took my hand, listened, and briefly said, "We'll figure this out." And I trusted him. I wanted him to exist. However, the gallery coordinator called me the next morning. "Nora, I'm so sorry, but we've just been informed of a last-minute change. The gallery is no longer available on May 20th. "Oh," I gasped. "What? Why?" A pause. "It was booked under Mary Sinclair's name." My sister virtually seized my venue. I dropped the phone. My hands shook. The globe seemed to be tilting, And I was the only one falling. I realized this wasn't a coincidence. Mary was more than my date. She eliminated me. She didn't know Julian's real identity. Our next move. I stood in the midst of our small kitchen clutching the counter edge as if it were my only support. Still hearing the gallery coordinator's words. It was booked under Mary Sinclair's name. Not only did she take my date, she seized the place where Julian and I had poured our hearts out, where we first met, where I anticipated walking down the aisle with everyone who knew our tale. She dismissed it like it didn't exist. When Julian entered with 2 coffees, he halted at my face. No need to speak. She took the gallery, I whispered. Julian dropped the mugs and crossed the room. We'll find another place, he whispered. No, I said. You don't get it. This wasn't about logistics. This was personal. She waited until everything was set. Then she made her move. I knew Mary. Her grin was sweet but fake. The urge to be central drove it. She wasn't happy till the spotlight shone. And everyone disappeared into darkness. That spotlight was her birthright in our family. My parents reacted as expected when I told them what happened. Dad jokes, well, perhaps you should have completed the deposit earlier. I did. She outbid. Mom didn't apologize. It's just a venue, Nora. It's not worth causing drama between sisters. Be the bigger person. The bigger person. Always me. The silent one always. An older one. The one who lowered to let others shine. But something inside me exploded this time. I stopped answering Mary's texts. Blocking her on Instagram. After she posted photos of her dream venue reveal, which included the area I named my home, I removed my year-long wedding board. I told Julian, I don't want to do this anymore. He looked up from his sketchbook. Do what? Pretend like everything's fine? Pretend like I can just smile through it while they erase me? Julian was quiet. He closed his notebook, stood up, and grabbed his phone. Come with me, he ordered. We traveled silently for over an hour. I didn't ask about our destination. I think part of me was indifferent. I felt like my heart had been removed and left on the gallery floor because I was psychologically and emotionally exhausted. We reached an ivy-lined gate. A security guy opened it when he saw Julian. Where are we? I said finally. Julian only smiled. Somewhere no one can take from you. We entered a private art estate via a long stone driveway. A large contemporary glass pavilion is hidden amid a forest. Private gardens, indoor gallery wings, and an architectural deity-created reflecting pool are included. Julian, what is this place? I had never seen him face me so calmly. I own it. I blinked. What? I haven't been completely honest with you, Nora, he said. I design for myself. I have a studio, investments. I've kept a low profile because I've seen how people change when money enters the room. I was astonished by him. He continued. This is my personal gallery, and if you want it, it's yours. For the wedding. For anything. Sitting still, I was astonished. He was giving me something, not impressing me. He gave me options. Honor. Strength. I pretended to smile through tears. Mary is going to lose her mind. Julian grins. She has no idea what's coming. The emotional roller coaster dropped again when I thought it had peaked. I got a phone notice that night. Aiden, Mary's fiancé. He followed me on Instagram recently. It was odd because we never spoke. A straight message follows. You deserve better than what they did to you. Can we talk? I looked at my phone for a minute. You deserve better than what they did to you. Can we talk? From Aiden. Mary's fiancé. I thought that was a mistake. Maybe he meant to send it to someone else. Maybe he was just stirring things up. Though deliberate, the message remained unambiguous. Julian entered after I locked the screen. He offered me champagne and asked, You okay? I nodded reluctantly. Yeah, just trying to process everything. I hid the message from him. Not yet. Instead, I told Aiden one word. Why? His response was quick. Because I'm not blind. I see what's happening, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm the next one being used. Like a chest punch. I understood that, not because I liked Aiden. That moment when you realize a loved one may be tricking you. Could we meet? Nothing unusual. Only coffee. In public. I agreed against my better judgment. We met in a downtown cafe the next afternoon. I wore a hoodie and sunglasses to hide. He appeared in a black blazer, looking more like a job interviewer than a loving fiancé. Immediately, he sat. I didn't know she stole your venue, he said. She told me it was available, that you decided to delay your wedding for budget reasons. It nearly made me laugh. She lied. Obviously, he moaned and massaged his face. That's what I'm starting to realize. This whole wedding, it's like a marketing campaign for her. Everything's about the optics. She keeps pushing for me to get sponsorships for the ceremony. She even hired a videographer who's worked on reality shows. My stomach twisted. Last week, she asked if we could pretend to have met at a beach in Bali so it sounds more exotic. What? I exclaimed. Yeah. She said our real story wasn't share-worthy enough. Silence fell for a while. Drinks and music were muffled by my chest tightening. Then Aiden bent more. While whispering, I also found out something else, he said. She has a burner phone. I blinked. Excuse me? She hides it in her makeup drawer. I saw her texting someone late at night. Laughing, deleting messages. When I asked, she got defensive. Said I was paranoid. I stared at him with icy knowledge. You think she's cheating? He shrugged. I don't know. But I don't trust her anymore. And I can't ignore this sick feeling that I'm just another prop in her perfect image. I was speechless. I expected drama. Yes. However, this was going apart faster than I could keep up. Aiden looked me in the eye as we parted. Whatever you're planning, I want to help. That night, I told Julian everything. Messages. A gathering. Phone that burns. He wasn't angry, which surprised me. He looked ready. This is why we don't retreat, he said. They wanted to humiliate you. Now we show them who you really are. The days after were frantic. Julian called softly. Distinct ones. He asked me to trust him. And I did. The invitations followed. We left first. Manually delivered. Elegantly printed with gold leaf and calligraphy. There was more. Each one had a secret RSVP code for the Redwood Pavilion, a luxury estate I had never heard of until Julian introduced me. He said it was in his circle. Conversations were underway. Then it happened. Phone call from Mary. After weeks of silence. She wasn't mad. Number she was arrogant, sobbing. Hey, sis. Just wanted to let you know we're releasing our wedding trailer on social media this weekend. Thought you'd want a heads up, since, yours might look a bit underwhelming in comparison. I stayed mute. Allow her to talk. Before releasing her huge video, 2 days later, they seized her. Our wedding guest list was leaked on an industry portal and included several celebrities. Within hours, it went viral. Mary's worst fear arrived at home. Her message was all caps. Why is Aiden refusing to finalize our guest list? What did you tell him? I remained silent. Since Julian was printing the final seating layout in the studio. One seat was reserved for a VIP, Mary, the magazine's head editor, had pleaded for her inclusion for years. Comments on number 2 will reveal what occurs when Mary understands who has permanently stolen her spotlight. I always thought my wedding would be magical. In fact, retribution is more fulfilling. The morning of our wedding was very quiet. Portland had a bright sky, and the Redwood Pavilion was surrounded by trees that allowed in sunlight. Electricity pulsed in the cool, fresh air. Finally, I felt stable after weeks. My phone vibrated with missed calls, Instagram tags, and texts. Finally, Mary saw the article. Architectural heir Julian Redwood to marry local artist at secret estate event, A-list guests confirmed. She had no idea Julian was Redwood descended. She had no idea how much larger our arena was than the one she tried to take. Who knew that the quiet, small girl she had spent her life snoozing over would suddenly shine brightly in front of Portland's elite? She also had no idea who else was attending. By noon, art world celebrities, architects, media personalities, and the governor's wife arrived in luxury cars on the estate. Julian made them feel welcome. I gazed in shock from the bridal suite window. A knock followed. It was Aiden. His hand shook when he offered me a little velvet package, despite his calm attitude and clean clothes. I asked, "What's this?" He said, "A little insurance, checking the door for anyone looking. She doesn't know I kept it." A flash disk was inside. Aiden bent. "Texts, voice recordings, video proof? She planned to sabotage your wedding, admitted it was revenge for you stealing attention. Tried to bribe the gallery coordinator to bump you off the calendar. My throat is parched." Continuing. "She told me the only way she could shine was if your light was off." His eyes darkened. "She didn't just want to marry me. She wanted to beat you." The flash disk was closely held. "Why are you giving me this?" He said. "Because I'm done being used," quietly. And because, part of me hopes this ends with her learning something. Julian arrived calmly a few moments later. It's time. Mary declared 2 p.m. to be her own time, and the ceremony began then. However, today was mine. To the sound of a string quartet, I walked down the aisle past people I never believed would support me. The water poured through my clothes. My heart beat steadily. Julian took my hand as his own when I reached him. The real revenge happened at the reception. Julian stood to toast with his glass. "Thank you all for joining us on this incredible day," remarked. "Today isn't just about love. It's about truth, about integrity, and about standing up when someone tries to silence you." Room went quiet. He continued. "My wife, my brilliant, kind, resilient wife, had her wedding nearly stolen from her. The venue. The date. Even her dignity. But instead of shrinking, she rose." He regarded me. I nodded. Julian pointed to the AV crew corner. He said, "And today? We'd like to share the full story." Behind us, the screen animated. Mary spoke over the speakers. "She'll cancel, she always does. She's soft. That gallery is mine. I don't care what it takes." Gasps filled the hall. She sent the coordinator screenshots of her texts. Screenshots of her telling Aiden, "This is my year. She can cry later." Several visitors seemed appalled. Others nodded. They have seen cruelty disguised by beauty and charm before. Finally, Aiden's hidden video started playing. Mary and Buddy laugh. If she really cared about that guy, she'd step aside. She's not even marrying for love, Julianne. He's just some artsy dude with no money. My wedding is the real deal. The video ended. Silence followed. Let's cheer. Roaring, long, unrelenting. Doors blasted open then. In the back was Mary. She smudged makeup. Still wearing her handmade gown. They are alone. She checked it out. Noticed the eyes. The verdict. The truth. Next, her mother, my mother, exclaimed, "Mary, enough. Leave." Everyone turned. Mary's expression was bland. "What? You embarrassed this family enough," Mom said. "This isn't your day." Those who loved the golden child abandoned her. She hurried outside crying. I got a letter 3 days after the wedding. Not an email. Not SMS. A real envelope. Handwritten. No return address. Only one paper was inside. "This isn't over. You stole everything from me, just wait." I should have been scared. But I wasn't. Because Mary had lost her 2 most valuable possessions. Her photo. Her authority too. Her sponsorships plummeted once the wedding video went online, especially the portion where she mocked Julian and admitted she ruined my plans. Her management company cut ties publicly. And the luxury skincare line she was partnering with? Lost. Last to strike was Aiden. He stated in a somber, courteous manner that competing ideals had canceled the engagement. He donated their postponed wedding money to a women's shelter in my name. Julian and I received letters from designers, painters, and even classmates I hadn't spoken to in years congratulating me for speaking out against the subtle cruelty that so many people allow. Just when I thought we were done, Mary tried again. She visited my college. In mid-lecture, my department head knocked and dragged me into the corridor. "She's here," he grumbled. "It's urgent." I entered the faculty lounge to find her pacing like a stuck animal. She looked nothing like the girl on social media. She had messy hair. She buttoned her expensive coat wrong. Her normally immaculate nails had broken edges. "Nora," she raged. "You need to fix this." I blinked. "Excuse me? You ruined my life. That video? You had no right. It was a private conversation." I said, "It was you, Mary," calmly. "Your words. Your actions." She moved forward. "I had everything. And now I'm nothing. Are you happy?" "No," I whispered. "I'm not happy you're suffering. I'm just finally done being the one who always steps aside." She glanced at me as if it were new. Perhaps she didn't. She played with me, but I wasn't her sister. I finally made my own choice. That was her last mistake. While lunging at me and grabbing my wrist, she shouted, "I'll make sure you lose it all too." Campus security was notified. The witnesses included a professor, 2 students, and security footage. I filed a restraining order later that week. The local newspapers reported, "Former influencer accused of threats, public breakdown at university." She supposedly moved in with our parents. The same parents who finally persuaded her to seek help rather than explain her conduct. All her social media was deleted, her accounts vanished. Her name now conjures stillness after being a hashtag. And I? Julian and I just returned from our honeymoon in Florence. The sun. The art. The tranquil cafes. I never expected so much. My department offered me a promotion. My program supports young artists who have been bullied from creating. Looking at Julian at night, I realize, I got more than justice. I was free. Freedom from analogies, absence of coercion. Freedom from fame's shadow. Mary tried to steal everything. However, ultimately, she met all my needs. An argument for finally choosing myself. Never return that. Comment on the second if you think Mary got what she deserved. My mother-in-law ruined my wedding moment. She spilled wine on my dress right before the ceremony, all with a fake, calculated smile. So, where do I even start with this mess? My life feels like a reality show gone wrong. You know, the kind where the protagonist keeps tripping over her own feet. However, in my case, my feet are entangled in a whole lot of family drama. Okay, let me back up and set the scenario. I am Ava, 36, and I am married to Liam, the most amazing, frustrating, and completely loyal man in the world. Is there a catch? Liam is a soldier. He is now deployed. Again. And this time, it seems like forever. The quiet in between times is crucial, as it can feel like a giant tomb. Liam is brave and determined, and I admire him beyond words. The other day, he unexpectedly called, offering a brief moment of connection before suggesting I connect with his mother, Meredith. I was stunned. What are you talking about? My voice was definitely sharper than I intended when I asked. He groaned, exhausted. Meredith hasn't been herself since Dad's death. Her loneliness is extreme. For real? I am. We've all struggled with this deployment's isolation. Liam's words hit me hard. This deployment has been tough, and I miss him so much it hurts. But then he proposed that Meredith and I might support each other more and spend time together. I was initially skeptical. Meredith and I? Close. We've always had a polite, distant, frigid relationship. But then I saw his point. We're both lonely and clutching on Liam. Considering becoming a buddy-buddy with my mother-in-law could help us both feel less alone. Sharing simple things could help us feel less alone. I'm considering reaching out to her, though it's scary. Oh honey, you won't believe what happened, I said Liam, desperately attempting to lighten the mood. Meredith was all I could think of. Our relationship has been tight since the wedding. I call it the wine incident. It started on my wedding day. Can you fathom the burden of planning everything? The endless matching, military-style seating charts, and flowers that threatened to bankrupt me. I struggled to be calm and not lose it. Knowing I was close. I tried to absorb those peaceful minutes before the wedding, you know? To realize I was marrying my dream man. Later, Meredith, my beautiful mother-in-law, decided to appear. She's good at pressing my buttons, very similar to a superpower. That day, it was obvious. Her plan was obvious. She was determined to cause trouble. Everything was trivial and pointless. As I prepared to feel calm and excited, Meredith, with a mischievous smile, spilled an entire glass of red wine on my wedding dress. My white wedding dress. Can you imagine? She stained this enormous crimson stain over immaculate white silk. My existence felt like a slow-motion horror film. She blamed it on clumsy hands and being flustered because her baby boy was getting married, as if that made it okay. It was dreadful. My heart broke. It's still bothering me. The whole event felt planned. Honey, you wouldn't believe what happened. I just knew she did it on purpose. Her sly eye sparkle revealed her entirely. It was intentional, I'm sure. After that, everything changed. It was like someone had ripped a hole in our relationship, revealing all this tension I hadn't noticed before. It was simple and comfy. Now every time we saw each other was dreadful. Passive-aggressive whispers and barely veiled jabs were taxing. What were once light-hearted talks became tense, uncomfortable encounters full of underlying hatred. It was like walking on eggshells. I became exhausted and drained by the incessant negativity, leading me to withdraw. I felt no urge to resist or stoke the fire. You know how much I value Liam. He spoke about it with such pain that I couldn't ignore it. I had to change things. It hurt, but I had to mend it. Part of me didn't want to, so it was hard. It ached so fresh and raw. I tried because Liam was hurting. I couldn't let things stay broken, especially because his feelings were involved, even if it meant putting myself through it again. A leap of faith, honestly. Though I wasn't sure it would work, I owed it to him and maybe even myself. You won't believe this, honey. He told me about his intense training, weariness, and dread in the army. My heart hurt for him. He'd been through so much, and I wanted to help him in any way I could. It seemed like my duty. After years apart, I hoped Meredith had matured. I said, "Look, if it means that much to you, I'm definitely willing to try. I believe in supporting the people I care about, you know?" He smiled. "That's my girl. I know it might be tricky, given everything that happened before, but maybe we'll find we have more in common than we remember." "Yes. I'll go into it with an open mind, I promise." But I added, feeling irritated, "If Meredith tries any of her wine-throwing shenanigans again, I'm going to have a serious conversation with her. Absolutely no more sabotage. I'm not putting up with that again." His chest rumbled as he laughed. "Now, let's do this for us, me, and Meredith," he added, squeezing my hand. "Thanks, Ava." A little thank you meant everything. It felt fantastic to help him and leave my comfort zone. Naturally, I have reservations, but seeing how much it means to him makes it all worthwhile. I hope, maybe even pray, this time will be different. Cross your fingers. I told him, I'll make it right when I get back, truly meaning it. That weighty talk with Liam about his mother was heartfelt. It made me realize I needed to contact Meredith, despite my fear. Our past wasn't exactly a series of memorable events. I tried for Liam and our family. Braced, sent the message. "Meredith, Liam mentioned you might like to get together sometime. Let me know if you're interested." Her response confirmed my fears. That passive-aggressive tone and well-crafted reply. Ava, how kind of you. Liam did tell me to strive to be better." That single word hung in the air like a terrible stench. It felt like a cold rain on a hopeful summer day. Still, we started spending time together. It was excruciating at first. The tension was palpable, you could practically taste it. Every interaction was a minefield. Slowly, though, things shifted. We started to find common ground, remembering old family stories, laughing about silly things we did as kids. It wasn't a sudden transformation, but it was bearable. The old Meredith, whom I knew well, resurfaced. It was subtle, almost imperceptible to others, with snide remarks and subtly undermining observations. I felt alone in noticing it, constantly on edge, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It felt like one of those over-the-top high school movies, but it was my life, and it was infuriating. I felt like she was doing it on purpose, and it was slowly driving me mad. This awful situation lasted months, and my frustration kept growing. I was tired of playing the nice girl, pretending everything was fine, and smiling when inside I was screaming. The forced smiles and fake pleasantries felt hollow. I couldn't ignore the elephant in the room any longer, no matter how much I dreaded the confrontation. I finally had the courage to talk to Meredith one afternoon at her apartment, sipping tea that ironically tasted bitter, matching my mood. My heart was pounding like a drum solo as I tried to find the right words. It felt like forever before I could start. I frantically exclaimed, "Meredith, I can't pretend anymore. I thought things were getting better, but these repeated digs and subtle barbs hurt me." She looked at me with her usual innocent expression, that perfect little mask of, "I have no idea what you're talking about." But this time, I wasn't buying it. The carefully constructed facade felt flimsy and transparent, almost laughable. I knew I'd reached my limit and couldn't stomach it anymore. I knew this talk, however difficult, had to happen to get this off my chest, regardless of the outcome. The quiet after I spoke felt heavy with unspoken words and tension. I took a big breath, annoyed, but then I was determined. I said, "You understand. I'm exhausted from pretending. If we want to solve this, we must discuss it honestly." The situation quickly escalated, with yelling and increasing tension. I half expected Mrs. Gable next door to call the police. I realized how much resentment had built up during all that shouting. It wasn't just about that stupid spilled wine on my wedding dress. That was just the straw that broke the camel's back. It was years of little things, miscommunications, and things left unsaid. Of course, we stopped shouting, but the silence was suffocating. Everything seemed heavy, weighed down by what we'd said. I left Meredith that day feeling exhausted, like someone had sucked all my energy out of me, but I also felt free. It was like shedding a tremendous weight I'd been carrying for so long. My mother-in-law and I had a messy, raw emotional outburst that left me feeling jumbled and relieved. However, a deep sadness followed, leaving me clear-headed. Some hurts are too deep for tea and polite chit-chat to fix. After that screaming match, I sat in the living room, exhausted and drained. All that constant tension, the endless little arguments, it felt like the walls of this huge house were closing in, suffocating me with memories and unresolved issues. The days turned into a blur, and this crushing loneliness settled in everywhere. Liam still deployed, miles and miles away, and the house feels even more desolate without him. It's a constant painful reminder of how much I miss him and how far we are apart. I'm exhausted from this constant emotional seesaw, so I started thinking about moving. I need a fresh start. It's not a decision yet, but the thought feels comforting, like an escape from this suffocating feeling. Moving to a smaller house felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. Yes, the money was a perk, but I genuinely wanted a simpler, snug, calm atmosphere. You know how it's been lately? I remember bringing it up with Liam on one of our video chats and being shocked how readily he appeared to agree. At that point, I'd only talked about the finances and how much easier it would be. I didn't want to bother him with the turmoil. He added, "Honey, I can't shake this feeling that there's more to this," looking at me attentively like he was seeing through me. Another fight with Meredith? Does this move involve her? I breathed a tremendous sigh of relief and frustration, relieved that I didn't have to pretend and frustrated that I'd even had to fake it. Yeah, I informed him. It's partly because of her, Liam. I tried. I really did. I gave everything. But I stopped, feeling like a failure. Despite my efforts, it seemed like hauling a boulder uphill, tiring, and ultimately pointless. I need a fresh start, a room to breathe, since she's so combative. Every conversation feels like walking on eggshells, a perpetual war. I'm exhausted. God bless Liam, he understood. He nodded with his kind, empathic nod on the video conversation and said he knew I tried so hard. He replied, "Ava, if it's causing you this much stress, you need to put yourself first." That was a huge relief. Why does his mother dislike me? I don't understand. He claimed trying to talk to her is like hitting a brick wall. Obviously, he loves me. He concluded, if moving is what it takes to make you happy and give us some peace, then let's do it. Hearing those words lifted a big burden. Not running away, but choosing to create a space where we could breathe. It was great to know he didn't blame me and understood. It wasn't just his support, but his words. His point wasn't to lecture or guilt me, it was genuine understanding that makes you feel recognized and valued. I was encouraged that prioritizing my well-being was necessary, not selfish. I needed a location where I could thrive, not merely exist, without anxiety. That conversation changed me. Talking to him gave me strength and purpose. Knowing I had his unconditional love and support encouraged me to face whatever came next. Moving wasn't a panacea, but it was a necessary step toward inner peace. Looking around our old living room, I dreamed of a new, warm environment without bad memories or unsaid tensions. I needed that leap of faith to create a secure area where Liam and I could be ourselves, away from all the unpleasantness in our life, especially with Meredith. 3 months later, I'm situated in my new apartment. So stylish, so me. Leaving that old place with its heavy, lingering unhappiness felt like shedding skin. I'll never forget this amazing feeling. My 36th birthday was approaching, and I was excited. For my first birthday in my new house, I wanted it to be special. I usually left the apartment the night before to let my friends and family decorate as a surprise. But this year was different. My place was too small for a huge celebration. Instead, my closest friends were already celebrating early before our flight tomorrow, creating an intimate and fitting atmosphere for this new chapter. That brought calm joy, you know? Peaceful satisfaction in this quieter, more personal celebration. I wouldn't exchange this sensation. It seemed fitting to celebrate a new beginning calmly and joyfully. It was great for marking this new period of my life, which finally felt mine. Imagine, we were jammed into my apartment, excited for our excursion. The air was full of laughter and pre-vacation enthusiasm. Everyone was excited. Then, bam! The phone vibrated. Text from Meredith. Something about calling her quickly was urgent. My gut flipped. I couldn't ignore it. It seemed unusual to go from excitement to anxiety. I excused myself, claiming to retrieve something from my room, my heart racing. Closing the door, I called her. My phone holding hand shook. I said, "Meredith, what's wrong?" She had a biting voice. It punched me. She blasted me. "What the hell is wrong with you?" She shouted about my behavior and how she'd had enough. Wow, I was shocked. I mumbled, "Excuse me? What are you talking about?" I couldn't believe she was talking to me. I was shocked and hurt. It hurt a lot. The pre-trip enthusiasm was gone, replaced with a terrible knot in my gut and growing bewilderment and hurt. What happened to make her behave that way puzzled me. It was so unlike her. I needed to process this badly. I needed a minute, just to breathe and figure out what to do next. What my problem seriously is that what this is all about? I couldn't believe her, It felt like she was attempting to divide me and my son. She sneered, "You're upset because I told him the truth." It was ridiculous. I asked, "What's up, Meredith? You're being unreasonable, I don't have the energy for this, and I'm exhausted dealing with your negativity. Your unhappiness isn't my concern, just leave me alone, I need to enjoy this birthday weekend." She then dropped this unbelievable gut-wrenching bomb. She spoke with a mix of resentment and elation. "You won't enjoy your birthday this year. I warned you, so consider it a preemptive strike." My pulse raced against my ribs as I mumbled what on earth you were talking about, perplexed and terrified. The sheer audacity of it all was amazing. Was she actually this malicious? She smiled. A wicked, twisted look that sent shivers down my spine. So serene, her voice was almost unsettling. "After not receiving an invitation, I felt underappreciated, so I decided to make your birthday truly memorable. I couldn't wait any longer, so I went to your house and destroyed everything. The decorations, the beautiful new furniture, everything, shattered." The words hung in the air heavy and suffocating. A wave of nausea hit me. It was like a physical blow to my birthday, marred by her invasion of my privacy and malicious cruelty. Looking back, I should thank Meredith for their terrible decorating this year. It looked like a stranger had moved in. It was that horrible that when she called and told me what she'd done, my jaw dropped. Her grin was almost audible over the phone. I was speechless trying to picture it all, but she blurted out, "Surprise, happy birthday, Ava, hope you're having a blast." And that's when I started laughing. It was such a shock that the absurdity of the whole situation hit me, and I couldn't stop. I laughed so hard it threw her, yet I could hear her perplexity. She was serious and sure she'd offended me. She exclaimed, "Why are you laughing? You should be sobbing." I finally caught my breath to respond. "Meredith, you're such a goofball. You think you're so clever. You stunned me with your unexpected birthday gift, which was probably the greatest I could have wished for. Who needs a nicely adorned house when you can get this reaction right? It makes me laugh just thinking about it. The most amazing, crazy, outrageous surprise was precisely what I needed. Meredith, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I screamed, "You're despicable. Absolutely despicable." I couldn't get over it. She was so easygoing at first. "What's that like?" It was nothing. I told her it wasn't my house. "Meredith, did you think?" Wow, I was shocked. Totally speechless. It felt weird, like I was witnessing a crazy movie. I told her carefully as much as I could. I relocated 3 months ago and could hear her brain short-circuiting. Deafening silence followed. Then I realized how astonished she must have been. Sheriff Liam and his family now live in the house she broke into, making everything worse. We've only met twice, but you could tell he's the loveliest dude. You could tell he worked hard to prepare his kids. Just thinking about him and his family made my gut clench. It seemed so terrible. I think Meredith's initial amazement was turning into pure panic. I could hear her unsteady, strained voice. Like seeing a dam break. The weight of her actions was falling on her. It wasn't simply a house or vandalism. Her goal was the sheriff's home, the new sheriff who was just moving in with his family. Every trembling syllable I heard was carved with the understanding of her massive error and how devastating the ramifications could be. I heard her take a sudden, shaky breath. She was starting to realize how much danger she'd gotten herself into. The terror in her voice was almost palpable. "Oh my God. Ava?" She muttered, her voice cracking. The words hung in the air heavy with desperate panic. An odd laugh came to me. I skipped the family cruise, and my parents went crazy because they treat me poorly and idolize my brother. I'm not even sure when it began, but I felt like my brother Adam and I belonged to two different households. Perhaps I first became aware of the obvious difference in how we were treated in high school. Adam had been found to be a drug dealer. My parents said it wasn't a huge thing, just a difficult time he was going through. However, after I was found smoking marijuana, it seemed as though I had set the home on fire. My mind was racing as my parents, Richard and Beth, threatened to expel me. My parents would give Adam a blanket and claim he was merely experimenting, but I recognized then that Adam might set the world on fire. Me? They would contact the fire department and I could light a match. This disparity simply widened over time. Adam, frequently referred to as the golden child, left college 3 times. My parents dismissed it as inconsequential each time. "He's still finding himself," they would say. In the meantime, they chastised me for not trying hard enough, and I graduated from college a semester late. My achievements never seemed sufficient. I got my first serious work as a technical writer by the time I was 22 in 2020. I was really pleased with myself. However, that moment was short-lived. I was immediately removed from my parents' health insurance. They cut me off entirely as a kind of reward for my independence, proof that I could manage alone. Adam, meanwhile, continued to be covered by their insurance until last year, when he turned 26. I had to stand on my own 2 feet for 4 more years, whether I was ready or not, while still being treated like a child. The imbalance grew unavoidable over time. Adam continued to reside in Colorado, the state where he had left college. My parents paid him money for basics, bills, and rent even though he didn't work or attend school. With this assistance, what did he do? Yes, he purchased a $22,000 dog for himself. I recall listening to my parents rave about Adam's new German Shepherd, Max, as I sat in my tiny apartment making a grocery budget. The worst of it was when I was fired in early 2023 at the age of 24. Due to the company's downsizing, I was no longer able to afford rent. I was forced to return to Oklahoma City, my hometown. My parents made me feel much more like a failure than I already did. I found a new position in May 2023 after months of looking for work. They surprised me by claiming I owed them $10,000 in unpaid rent on the day I happily informed them of my new job. Yes, you read correctly, $10,000. When I moved in, we hadn't even talked about rent. My parents agreed to let me stay till I recovered. I helped out where I could by doing freelance work and contributing to groceries. But all of a sudden, they determined that I owed them for each month that I had been there. I was aware that resisting would just exacerbate the situation. Confrontation was never well received by Beth or Richard. I made the payment. I worked really hard, saved as much money as I could, and paid them off by September 2023, right before I moved in with my lover Tom. The problem with my parents is that, even after Adam depleted their finances for his unsuccessful college attempts, they never asked for anything from him. But me? They were prepared to take advantage of me as soon as I had a steady job. I still hear my mother say, "We're just motivating you to be independent, Sarah." I wanted to yell, I was self-sufficient already. I had been all along. The cruise was the last straw. My parents revealed their ambitious idea for a family trip in late September. They suggested it would be a lovely, week-long Thanksgiving vacation, a cruise. I recall how my mother's face brightened as she talked about how much fun we would have and how wonderful it would be if Adam and his girlfriend Laura could come. "Since you have a good job now, you can buy your own ticket," she added after giving me a quick glance. I was hit hard by the remarks. I was taken aback. "Wait, you're paying for everyone else but not me?" I responded. My mom rehearsed the statement. "Adam's still finding his way. And Laura's family isn't well off. You can afford it, Sarah. It's not like you'd need a fancy room anyway." As if I should be thankful for simply being on the boat, crammed into a windowless cabin like an afterthought, they rationalized, "Not a fancy room." I wish to draw attention to the hypocrisy. Why was Adam receiving a suite if the rooms weren't important? If he was still finding himself at almost 30, why wasn't he paying his own expenses? I, of course, argued. I could afford the ticket, so it wasn't about the money. It has to do with justice. But when it comes to Adam, there is no such thing as fairness in my family. "Green isn't a good look on you, Sarah," my mother replied, shaking her head. "Green? Jealousy? More than anything, I detest that word. They always use it as an excuse, as if my annoyance is unjustified and my emotions are unworthy simply because I don't accept their obvious partiality." That evening, I left their home in a rage. Tom, who has always been there for me, advised me not to go. "You don't owe them this," he stated. I agreed with him for the first time. I decided that I was not going. There was silence in the weeks before Thanksgiving. I always change my mind, so my parents believed I would too. They believe I'm too terrified to upset the status quo and too weak to confront them. I let them believe it this time, though. I didn't let them know I wouldn't be attending. As they confirmed their plans, made hotel reservations, and discussed all of the excursions they would be going on, I remained silent. They didn't text me until the evening before the trip. "Be here by 8 a.m., so we can drive to New Orleans. Don't be late," wrote my dad. With my chest constricted, I gazed at the message. I then replied as follows. "Since you didn't think I was worth the effort to include, I'll be spending Thanksgiving with Tom's family instead. Have a great trip with your favorite child." I then turned off the group chat. I felt powerful for the first time in years, as like I was choosing myself above their unachievable demands. I accepted the invitation from Tom's family to spend Thanksgiving at their cabin in Arkansas. I owed my parents nothing, not my money, not my time, and definitely not an apology. Tom grinned and gave me a forehead kiss when I informed him about the text. When he said, "Good for you," I wish I could describe how fantastic it felt. It didn't, at least not yet. Even when you know you're right, There's something about confronting your parents that makes you feel uneasy. However, I had had enough of being their afterthought. I had had enough of second place. There was silence in my flat on the morning of the cruise. Like the quiet before a storm, an odd silence descended upon everything. I stared at my muted phone while sipping my coffee. I knew they would begin messaging me shortly to inquire about my whereabouts and to remind me that the car was scheduled to depart in 30 minutes. My dad calling to inquire whether I needed gas money for the drive was something I partially expected. My phone vibrated on the counter at 8:15. As I let it buzz, I saw it glow against the rock like a firefly. "Where are you?" "It's past 8. We're waiting." I saw my mother looking at the clock and shaking her head, and I could almost hear her sigh of impatience. My dad had joined in by 8:30, using his typical direct tone. "Sarah, we are leaving for the port in 10 minutes. You need to hurry up." I had been rushing to fulfill their expectations, which weren't the same for Adam, for years. I could see my brother, half sleeping in the back seat of the car, laughing and cheerful. He most likely didn't even realize or give a damn that I wasn't coming. Rubbing his eyes from sleep, Tom entered the kitchen. As he poured himself a cup of coffee, he inquired, "They text you yet?" When I answered, "Of course they did. They'll figure it out soon enough." He gave me the look that indicated, "I know this is difficult, but I'm proud of you." It was too. Despite my desire to feel victorious, I was unable to do so. I felt as though a brick had been placed against my heart. I asked abruptly, "Do you think I'm being petty?" Tom took a seat across from me and spoke in a steady, calm tone. "Sarah, they made this choice. You're just showing them what it feels like to be left out. But they're my parents. I shouldn't." Tom put his elbows on the table and leaned forward. "Your parents treat Adam like he walks on water and act like you're a burden. You've bent over backward for them your whole life. You are not being petty, you're setting a boundary." Despite the fact that my stomach ached, I nodded. Their texts became increasingly desperate as the group chat began to hum once more. At last, I grabbed my phone, typed one message, and pressed send. "Since you didn't put in the effort to include me, I will be attending Thanksgiving with Tom's family instead. Have a great trip with your favorite child." I then placed the phone face down on the table and muted the conversation. Tom gave a small smile. "You're allowed to put yourself first, Sarah." All I could hope was that it would begin to feel that way. We prepared Tom's vehicle for the trip to his family's cabin that afternoon. Months before, almost as an afterthought, his mother, Linda, had extended an invitation to me. She had called and said, "We'd love to have you join us for Thanksgiving if you're free." I dismissed it at the moment, thinking I would be with my own family. Now it seemed weird, like if the cosmos had known all along. My chest started to relax as we made our way toward the cabin along winding back roads. The naked trees of late November stretched out like bony fingers toward the pale sky as the surrounding area opened up around us. I allowed the silence to envelop me like a blanket as I gazed out the window. After some time, Tom said, "Are you okay?" "I will be," I muttered. I wanted it to be true, but I wasn't sure whether it was. We were warmly received by Tom's family. His mother waved and smiled broadly as soon as we drew into the driveway and came out onto the porch. Like a cozy fire on a chilly night, Linda was one of those people who instantly put you at rest. "I'm so glad you're here, Sarah," she said as she came down the stairs to give me a hug. I returned her hug with a smile. "Thank you for having me." "Of course. We're thrilled to have you join us. Tom, grab her bags and get inside before you both freeze." The aroma of freshly baked pies and roasting turkey filled the cabin like a warm remembrance. While Tom's younger relatives raced around the living room, Tom's father, Paul, was in the kitchen basting the turkey. I couldn't recall the last time I had entered a family get-together and felt accepted and included. With a kind grin, Linda gave me a glass of wine. "Your family here, Sarah. Relax and enjoy yourself." Even though it was the most straightforward thing, I almost started crying. Tom and I got up early the following day, Thanksgiving morning, to assist with the preparations. While she and Paul worked on the food, his mother assigned us to arrange the table. The clatter of dishes, music, and laughter filled the place with vitality. Like a scene from a movie I'd always wanted to be in, it was crazy in the greatest way. I smiled as I watched Tom fold napkins into tidy triangles. "What?" He smiled at me and inquired. "Nothing," I replied. "It's just nice being here." He grabbed my hand and squeezed it. "You deserve this, Sarah." We went outdoors to play cornhole with Tom's cousins after supper. Naturally, I was awful. My aim was as precise as a kid throwing darts while wearing a blindfold. However, no one gave a damn. Tom burst out laughing as I missed the board entirely for the third time. He put an arm around my shoulder and teasingly said, "You're hopeless." "I'm trying my best," I answered, sharing his laughter. From across the yard, his cousin Ellie, who couldn't have been older than 12, spoke up. "You're doing great, Sarah. My mom says it's about having fun, not winning." I grinned. "I'll take it." We gathered around the fire pit that night, drinking hot cocoa while covered in blankets. Linda distributed marshmallows to be roasted. I felt calmer than I have in years as I watched the flames dance before me. I was treated like a member of Tom's family. No one made me feel alienated or asked me where I belonged. I didn't feel the need to prove myself to anyone for once. Linda smiled softly at me as we sat gazing at the flickering embers toward the end of the night. "Sarah, I know this is ultimately up to Tom, but I hope you'll join our family for real someday." I was taken aback by what she said, and my cheeks began to blush. I muttered, "I would be honored." Then, I meant it too. I felt lighter than I had in a long time as I laid in bed with Tom that night and looked up at the ceiling. Whispering, "Thank you for bringing me here." Tom turned over on his side and gave me a look. "You're welcome. But you don't have to thank me, Sarah. You belong here." His words sank in like rain after a drought, and I blinked back tears. This was where I belonged. I didn't have to plead for morsels of affection or struggle for a seat at the table. As I was sufficient. I felt free for the first time in my life. The Saturday following Thanksgiving, I felt lighter than I had in months when I woke up. With laughter, food, warmth, and no expectations other than simply being there, Tom's family made things seem so easy. You don't have to earn that kind of love, and I didn't understand how hungry I was for it. It was a quiet drive back to Dallas. As we discussed everything and nothing, including our plans for Christmas, future hikes, and how awful I was at cornhole, the trees outside became hazy striations of brown and yellow. Over the course of those few hours, I laughed more than I had all year. However, such lightness was short-lived. I finally picked up my phone when we returned to my place. I nearly felt bad about turning it back on after not checking it all weekend. With dozens of unread messages, pictures, and even a few missed calls, the group chat had blown up. As the screen filled with notifications, I gazed at it. There were photos from the cruise. One of my parents, smiling and sunburned, drinking, another of Adam and Laura on the ship's deck, with the ocean behind them like an infinite blue dream. Then the texts arrived. "Sad that you chose not to be with your family in such beautiful places." In those remarks, I could practically hear my dad's voice, composed, measured, and tinged with a hint of judgment. He never used the exact words, but it was the kind of message that made me feel bad. As I continued to scroll, I came across a text from my mother. "You should have been there. I hope you realize what you missed out on." What did I miss? I pondered. But what did they miss? What about how they treated me as though I wasn't important enough to start with? I read the text again and again while sitting on the edge of the couch, my cheeks flushed. Tom saw right away. He put his arm around my shoulders and sat down next to me. What did they say? To let him see, I held out the phone. Silently. "Same old story," I muttered. I should feel bad for missing out, not the other way around. Tom let out a sigh. "You don't have to justify your choices to them, Sarah," I answered. "I know, but I didn't feel like I knew anything." My mom's name appeared on my phone a few minutes later. A tiny part of me that still yearned for their acceptance picked up the phone when I considered ignoring it. She said, "Where were you?" right away. Although it wasn't soft, her voice wasn't angry either. Like a question with only one valid response, it was incisive. "I told you," I said, attempting to sound steady. "I spent the holiday with Tom's family." "You could have told us sooner, Sarah," she replied. "Do you know how cruel it was for you to let us believe you were coming and then just not show up?" I tried to suppress my fury by closing my eyes. "Mom, you told me to buy my own ticket. You didn't make me feel like I was part of the plan." She became defensive in tone. "We told you because you can afford it. It's not like you're struggling, Sarah. Adam and Laura needed the help." Even though I detested that it was, I said, my voice trembling now. "And I didn't? Mom, I've spent my whole life having to earn everything. You've handed Adam everything on a silver platter, and I'm the one who gets called ungrateful." She yelled. "That's not fair, Sarah. Adam needs help right now. You've always been independent. You don't understand how hard it is for him." She seemed to have slapped me. I swallowed the old, familiar frustration that tried to get up my throat. I muttered, "I'm independent because you never gave me a choice." She was silent for a long time. At last, she stated, "I'm not going to apologize for raising a strong daughter. You should be grateful for everything we've done for you. The phrase grateful felt like sandpaper against my flesh. All my life, I had been thankful for crumbs of affection, for unmet expectations, and for family holidays to which I was not invited unless I covered the cost myself. I was at my breaking point. I guess I'll just leave you alone, I replied. Since I'll never be enough for this family anyway. Before she could reply, I hung up, and the tears eventually came. With my entire body trembling, I buried my face in my hands. Immediately, Tom was there, sitting beside me and embracing me. It's okay, he muttered. You're okay. However, I didn't feel well. No matter how many times Tom assured me that I was sufficient, I knew that my parents would never be able to fill the void in my heart. Tom and I shared a pint of ice cream on the couch for the remainder of the evening. In an attempt to escape the weight of it all, we watched old films. Even though the tears were still threatening to come back, I allowed myself to laugh when Tom cited the corny dialogue. I felt empty by the time I went to bed. I got up early for work the following morning. There was silence on my phone. Don't text. No calls were missed. In some ways, my parents' silence was worse than their rage. They seemed to be waiting for me to say I was sorry and that I had overreacted, as I often had in the past. But I wasn't going to this time. I immersed myself in my job, utilizing the diversion to prevent myself from reflecting on everything that had transpired. I sent emails, revised technical manuals, and acted as if nothing was wrong. When my coworkers inquired about my Thanksgiving, I consistently responded with the same response. It was nice, I spent it with Tom's family. I kept the argument with my parents a secret from them. I kept the pictures, the texts, and the phone call that left me sobbing on the couch a secret from them. In actuality, I was ashamed. Shamed that after everything they had done to me, I still desperately craved their acceptance. Tom and I sat on my apartment's balcony that evening and watched the distant blinking city lights. At last, I said, I don't know why it's so hard. Because they're your parents, Tom said. You want them to love you the way you deserve. That's not a bad thing, Sarah. I muttered. But what if they never will? After a period of silence, Tom said, then maybe you have to stop asking for it. I knew he was right, so his comments were like a kick to the belly. I had begged for something my parents couldn't provide me with all my life. Perhaps it was time to give up. However, I wasn't yet prepared. My mother texted me when I woke up the following morning. We need to talk before Christmas. Let us know when you're free. I placed my phone down after staring at the message for a while. Christmas. That meant something to me. They didn't want the rest of the family to know why I wasn't there. They would want me to act like nothing had occurred, play nice, and smile for photos. However, I wasn't sure if I could still do it. I didn't anticipate how much the weeks before Christmas would weigh on me. Like a burden I couldn't release, my mom's text about having to talk hung in the back of my mind. At first, I thought they would just disregard it. However, I was acquainted with my parents. They weren't the type to tolerate unresolved conflict, particularly if it meant looking foolish in front of the other family members. I still hadn't responded by the middle of December, and the messages began to come in once more. My dad joined in this time. We can't just leave things like this, Sarah. Family means something. Let us know when we can talk. Family means something. I sat with those words for a long time, mentally reciting them over and over again. How did they define family? She said, where were you? Right away. Although it wasn't soft, her voice wasn't angry either. Like a question with only one valid response, it was incisive. I told you, I said, attempting to sound steady. I spent the holiday with Tom's family. You could have told us sooner, Sarah, she replied. Do you know how cruel it was for you to let us believe you were coming and then just not show up? I tried to suppress my fury by closing my eyes. Mom, you told me to buy my own ticket. You didn't make me feel like I was part of the plan. She became defensive in tone. We told you because you can afford it. It's not like you're struggling, Sarah. Adam and Laura needed the help. Even though I detested that it was, I said, my voice trembling now. And I didn't? Mom, I've spent my whole life having to earn everything. You've handed Adam everything on a silver platter, and I'm the one who gets called ungrateful. She yelled. That's not fair, Sarah. Adam needs help right now. You've always been independent, you don't understand how hard it is for him. She seemed to have slapped me. I swallowed the old, familiar frustration that tried to get up my throat. I muttered, I'm independent because you never gave me a choice. She was silent for a long time. At last, she stated, I'm not going to apologize for raising a strong daughter. You should be grateful for everything we've done for you. The phrase grateful felt like sandpaper against my flesh. All my life, I had been thankful for crumbs of affection, for unmet expectations, and for family holidays to which I was not invited unless I covered the cost myself. I was at my breaking point. "I guess I'll just leave you alone," I replied. "Since I'll never be enough for this family anyway." Before she could reply, I hung up, and the tears eventually came. Tom discovered me sitting at the table with my head in my hands in the kitchen that evening. I had been mentally going over the exchange with my mother over and again, analyzing each word, tone, and pause. Tom gently pulled out a chair to sit across from me and asked, "What happened?" "They want me to come for Christmas," I replied. She didn't apologize though, not really. "It's like they don't even understand what they've done." With a groan, Tom reached for my hand. "Do you want to go?" I gave a headshake. "I don't know. I mean, part of me wants to, it's Christmas. I don't want to lose my whole family, but it hurts to keep pretending nothing's wrong," he concluded for me. "Yeah," I muttered. Tom gave me a handshake. "Then don't go, Sarah. You don't have to keep putting yourself in situations that hurt you." "But if I don't go, they'll tell everyone I'm being selfish," I replied. "They'll make it sound like I'm the problem. My mom knows how to twist things so it looks like I'm the bad guy." Tom remained silent for a while, as if he was attempting to find the proper words. Then he stated, "It doesn't matter what they tell other people. You know the truth." I could feel the pressure building as Christmas drew near. My mother contacted me twice more and left identical-sounding voicemails. She desired to make things more amicable. She desired the family's unity. She wished for me to let go of the past. I didn't return her call. My dad eventually sent a message the day before Christmas Eve. "This has gone on long enough, Sarah. You're coming to Christmas. We'll talk it out like adults, and then we'll move forward." It was an order, not a request. Before I erased the message, I looked at it for a while. Tom and I packed the car and headed back to his parents' property on Christmas Day. As if she had been waiting for us all morning, Linda welcomed us with a platter of cookies and a loving embrace. Squeezing my arm, she added, "I'm so glad you're here." I grinned, but my eyes didn't see it. I knew my parents would spend the day acting like everything was fine, but the truth was that I felt bad, guilty for not being with them. I pictured them at the dinner table, with my mom passing around the mashed potatoes and Adam giggling at something. I pondered whether they would inform everyone that I was too busy to go or that I was simply being challenging once more. I must have been deep in thought when Tom bent over and said in a whisper, "Hey, you don't have to feel bad about choosing yourself." "I know," I muttered. His family and I sat by the fire that afternoon and opened gifts. Tom's father gave me a mug that read, "You're part of the family, whether you like it or not." And Linda gave me a knitted scarf that was the softest thing I had ever felt. I almost started crying, but everyone laughed. I now understood what Christmas could be like for the first time in my life: cozy, stress-free, and effortless. No one was being cautious. No one was keeping score. It was love, pure and unreserved. I grinned as I turned to face Tom. Perhaps this was how family was meant to feel. For once, I didn't feel like I was stepping on a minefield as Christmas went by in silence. There were no harsh words, tight smiles, or passive-aggressive remarks to spoil the occasion, and Tom's family made the holiday feel effortless. After holding my breath for too long, I felt calm when I woke up the following morning, as though I had finally figured out what it meant to release it. However, that tranquility was short-lived. After 2 days, I turned my phone back on and discovered just what I had anticipated. Texts, voicemails, and missed calls. My absence had not gone overlooked, and my family had spent the holiday together. Late on Christmas night, my mother sent a message. "We missed you today, Sarah. Your absence really hurt your father." That was it. There were no explanations, no attempt to find out why I had avoided them, and no expression of regret for how they had made me feel so inferior. Rather, the responsibility had returned to me. The issue was me. They had been harmed by me. My parents seemed to live in a whole separate reality, where my emotions were non-existent unless they caused annoyance to another else. The shame hung like smoke in the back of my mind, but I chose to disregard the message and resume my life. A part of me knew that the decision I had taken was the right one. Why, though, did everything still feel so off? A few days later, Tom and I were watching a movie when my phone called. It was Adam, my brother. I hesitated when I saw his name on the screen. Adam didn't call me very much. He preferred to keep his hands clean and avoided getting involved in any arguments with our parents most of the time. Quietly, I asked Tom, "Should I answer it?" His words, "It's up to you," came as he squeezed my hand. After a moment of hesitation, I swiped the screen. Hello? Sarah, Adam remarked in a cool, clipped voice. What the hell happened? I let out a sigh. What do you mean? I mean Christmas, he continued, his voice beginning to grow irritated. Mom and Dad were a wreck. They said you just ignored them and ruined the holiday. I saw my jaw getting tense. I didn't ruin anything, Adam. I chose not to come because I'm tired of being treated like I don't matter. Adam exhaled heavily, the way he always did when he felt I was being tough. Why do you have to make everything a big deal, Sarah? They're trying their best? No, they're not, I remarked sharply. Adam, they treat you like you're perfect. They pay for everything you need and never expect you to stand on your own. Meanwhile, I get $10,000 in rent thrown at me the second I get a new job. Do you not see how unfair that is? Adam's comments, you're just jealous, were as recognizable as an old scar. You always have been. Again, that word. Jealous. As if my desire for justice made me the bad guy. With my voice trembling, I tightened my hold on the phone. I'm not jealous, Adam. I'm exhausted. You get to make mistakes and get help. I don't. I have to be perfect just to earn the bare minimum, and I'm tired of it. Maybe if you stopped acting like a victim, they'd treat you differently. Adam replied bluntly. I thought he had slapped me. I was momentarily unable to even reply. That one sentence seemed to crush every shred of hope I had ever had for my brother. He was unable to comprehend. He didn't. I was the issue for him. It was me who created the commotion. At that moment, I understood that I had been mistaken to believe that Adam may one day see things for what they truly were. I replied softly, "Goodbye, Adam," and hung up before he could answer. I hid my face in my hands and placed the phone on the table. Even though I didn't want to cry, I did. Without a word, Tom grabbed me into his arms and let me express everything. He doesn't get it, I muttered after some time. He never will. I know, Tom said. But that's not your fault, Sarah. I couldn't stop thinking about that phone talk with Adam in the days that followed. I repeatedly rehearsed his remarks in my mind in the hopes that they might lessen the pain. However, they didn't. I reflected on how close we had been as children. Adam was my hero back then. He stayed up late playing video games with me and taught me how to ride a bike. When I was being teased at school, he was the one who defended me. I had believed that Adam was the only one who truly understood me. However, things had changed at some point. Adam had been more than glad to take the perks my parents gave him without question, and their partiality had caused a rift between us. I wanted to think he still secretly cared for me. In actuality, though, he had sided with them. Perhaps he didn't think so. Perhaps he believed he was merely maintaining harmony. However, it seemed like a betrayal to me. Although I wasn't convinced that version of my brother still existed, I still missed him. Tom and I observed the city lights one evening while sitting on the balcony, covered with blankets. After a hard day, the crisp but chilly air felt rejuvenating, like a reset button. I've been thinking, I muttered. About what? Tom asked me as he turned to face me. About cutting contact with them, I replied. Speaking the words aloud felt liberating, but they also felt heavy. I mean, not completely. Not yet. But maybe I need to put some real distance between us. I need a break from all of this. Tom gave a nod. You don't have to explain it to me, Sarah, I think it's the right move. The words, I feel guilty, I said. They're still my family. And if I walk away, they'll tell everyone I'm the problem. I don't want to lose the rest of my family too. Tom grabbed my hand as he reached over. Sarah, you can't control what they say about you. You can't change the way they see things. But you don't deserve to keep putting yourself through this just to make them happy. I took a deep breath while gazing at the skyline. I don't know if I'm strong enough to do it. You are, Tom asserted decisively. You've been strong your whole life, Sarah. But this time, you're being strong for yourself. That's different. I listened to what he had to say. Perhaps he was correct. I had spent years trying to prove myself to my parents and going out of my way to get their love and acceptance. But it was never enough, no matter how hard I tried. Perhaps it was time to give up. Perhaps I should have chosen myself instead. I took a seat that evening and composed a letter to my parents. Mom, Dad, for a while, I need some space. I love you both, but I can't keep acting like everything is all right when it's not. I'm sick of being compared to Adam and feeling unimportant. I need time to decide what kind of relationship I want with you, so I need to take a break until then. I hope you understand. Before I pushed submit, I looked at the message for a long time. I experienced a peculiar sensation of relief when I eventually did, As if I had finally let go of something I had been clinging to for too long. With his hand on my knee, Tom sat next to me. "How do you feel?" "Scared," was my honest response. "But also, lighter." He smiled as he remarked, "That's a good start." And I believed him for the first time in years. Cast out by my family for favoring my golden child, sister, my aunt helped me. Now they seek my help. Am I the asshole for refusing? My life was completely upended 10 years ago when my family, particularly my sister Claire, chose to exclude me from the house. Why? I was viewed as a traitor by them since I managed to pay for my college education without their assistance. I had nowhere to go when I was 18 and ready to start college. All of this was made possible by Claire, the golden child, who consistently made me seem unimportant in contrast. Claire was my favorite from a young age, yet she is 4 years older than I am. She was the object of my parents' obsession. They would practically hold a celebration if she received an A. You understand what I mean when I say, "Oh, cool. What's for dinner?" When I receive an A. My parents treated Claire like a prodigy by the time she left for a prestigious business school. They covered everything, including her expensive clothes, condo, and tuition. I kept my head down in the meanwhile, knowing that I would have to work things out on my own. Upon being admitted to a prominent UK college to study history, I had the hope that I may receive some assistance. However, no. I was told directly by my parents that they were unable to pay for my education. Although I recognized the high cost of college, their refusal to even co-sign a loan really infuriated me. I only asked them to help me escape a lifetime of debt, not to cover everything. However, they declined. Their logic? They were also hoping to launch a small business at the time, so it seems that all of their resources were going toward that. We already paid for Claire's college. We have to think about our future now. I was stuck. When it came to me, my parents were all about being frugal and responsible. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to attend this college, but it felt like they were purposefully creating barriers for me. My parents had no difficulty spending a lot of money on Claire. I had no choice but to ask my Aunt Denise. My dad's older sister, Denise, is the total antithesis of my parents. In addition to being a brilliant neurosurgeon, she is also quite grounded. There was always this strange tension between her and my parents. They would pretend to be kind at family get-togethers, but it was obvious they were angry with her success. Especially my dad detested being overshadowed by her. At first, I didn't want to engage Denise, but I had to. I contacted her to see if she might cover my tuition. She made no hesitation at all. "Of course, I'll help. Why didn't you come to me sooner?" I was afraid my father would learn. He would go crazy if he found out that I had asked Denise for money behind his back. I therefore pleaded with Denise to keep it a secret. I believed I was safe for a while. I had paid my tuition and was preparing to go to school. Claire then made the decision to sabotage everything. I'm still not sure how she learned that I had asked Aunt Denise for assistance, but she did. And because she was Claire, she had to make it into a tremendous, dramatic ordeal rather than simply letting it go. I felt something wasn't right the moment I got home from a night out with some pals. Everything I owned was put in boxes. My books, my clothes, even my bed linens. Claire was standing there with this smug, self-satisfied expression on her face as my parents were seated in the living room. I had the impression that I had entered a perverse intervention. My father wasted no time. I had no idea what he was talking about, so I looked at the stack of papers he threw at me and said, "Explain this." I became aware that Claire had completely lost her mind at that point. She had created fictitious emails between Aunt Denise and me, giving the impression that I was betraying the family by disclosing information about their business plans in return for Denise covering my tuition. My eyes were unbelievable. In order to make it appear as though I had betrayed my family, Claire had combed through my laptop, discovered actual emails between Denise and me, and altered them using Photoshop or another program. I was taken aback. My parents refused to listen to me when I tried to explain that it was all a lie. No matter what I replied, they continued to say, "We trusted you, and you stabbed us in the back." They obviously believed Claire. She was always believed by them. It seemed as though I had vanished from the world. They instructed me to immediately collect my belongings and depart. I told a total lie, which led to my official expulsion from the house. I pleaded with them to think again. Aunt Denise had already promised to cover my tuition, so I didn't want to put her through any more trouble. My parents, however, were unconcerned. They claimed they didn't want to interact with me and labeled me a traitor. That was it. I only had a few boxes of my belongings and the clothing on my back when I fled. Aunt Denise took me in. To be honest, I'm not sure how I would have managed without her. She immediately took me in and showed me the kind of family I hadn't experienced in years. Denise was the only person who truly cared about me while my parents were preoccupied with their future business and worshiping Claire. I will always be thankful for that. But even today, I can't get rid of the memories of that night. Claire standing there with that arrogant expression on her face, knowing she had won, my parents staring at me like I was a criminal, and all of my belongings packed away when I walked into my house. I was standing on Aunt Denise's doorstep, my life in boxes, having been evicted from my own home. I was still trying to figure out what the hell had occurred. It like a nightmare. In a single night, how does one go from feeling like a member of a family to experiencing homelessness? Even though the entire situation seemed bizarre, I couldn't claim to be all that shocked. Although my parents had always made it apparent that Claire came first, I never imagined it would go this far. Being the angel that she is, Denise embraced me wholeheartedly. She didn't pry or ask a lot of questions. She simply told me that her house was mine for however long I needed it after realizing how hurt I was. That type of generosity, man, it really got to me because I knew at that moment that I had never experienced anything like that from my own parents. I thus took up residence with Aunt Denise. Initially, waking up in her guest room and seeing a house that wasn't mine felt weird. But as time went on, it began to feel more like home than the location where I was raised. As we talked about everything, we got closer. As it happens, I had no idea how much Aunt Denise knew about my parents' actions. For years, she had avoided them and only attended family gatherings out of duty. She revealed to me something that completely shocked me. My father had harbored animosity toward her long before I was even born. It had always been Denise's turn. She attended medical school, married a wonderful man who tragically died young, and created a wonderful life. My dad was doing all right in the meantime, but he constantly felt like she was taking center stage. He was strangely competitive whenever they met. According to Denise, their relationship had basically devolved into a contest to see who could appear more attractive to the other members of the family. However, my dad hated his sister rather than being proud of her. And it wasn't just about jobs, he felt dominated in practically every aspect of life, including money and society. Denise suspected that my parents' treatment of me had been influenced by their jealousy. Denise knew all of this years ago, but she chose to remain silent so as not to aggravate me. She told me everything now that I lived with her. She seemed to be filling in all the blanks in my life that had never made sense, like why my parents always went out of their way for Claire and why they never seemed to care what I did. It all came down to a strange family dynamic that I was completely unaware of. Although it was wonderful living with Denise, I was unable to fully unwind. I kept expecting my parents to call, for Claire to suddenly appear, or for them to say they were sorry. Naturally, though, that never took place. Weeks passed, and nothing happened. Not a single phone call, no text. I was initially incensed. How could they just ignore me as if I didn't exist? But eventually the rage subsided and I became numb. My brain seemed to be turning off all of my feelings so that I could continue to function. But Denise was fantastic. Unless I wanted to, Mom never forced me to discuss what had happened. She gave me time to think things through. She even made sure I had all I needed before I departed for the UK by helping me organize everything for school. I honestly don't know how I would have survived that period of time if it weren't for her. However, despite her backing, my parents' silence was terrible. You would think they would at least check in on your child after evicting them. However, no. A part of me still had expectations, even though I suppose I shouldn't have. Claire texted me about a month after the entire incident. It was just as annoying as she was, which is why I can still clearly recall it. The only thing it said was, "Hope you're doing okay. By the way, don't leave your laptop lying around." That was it. She reminded me that she was the reason I was expelled, but she made no attempt to apologize or acknowledge what she had done. As I gazed at the television, my blood began to boil. Simply put, she was making fun of me. I didn't answer. What was the purpose? There was nothing that made Claire feel bad. She thought that she had won some strange family game. I considered responding with a sarcastic text, but I realized it wouldn't change anything. She would simply relish the attention. After blocking her number, I made an effort to move on. It wasn't simple. A part of me was still hoping for a message from my parents every time I checked my phone. It could have been a passive-aggressive email from my dad acting as though nothing had occurred, or it could have been a message from my mom apologizing for everything. However, there was radio silence. Denise and I developed a strong routine in the months that followed. She evolved into more than simply my aunt. She became my companion, confidant, and essentially my sole remaining relative. I began to see how dysfunctional my parents truly were. They had devoted so much of their time to making Claire into the ideal daughter that they had neglected everything else. And it would be too late for them to correct it when Claire made a mistake, which she would eventually do. As I was preparing to leave for school, I received a second message, this one from my father. The message was brief and straightforward. Good luck in the UK. That was it. No explanation, no apology, nothing. It was like being slapped across the face. All he had to say after everything was, good luck. I didn't even know how to react, so I didn't. I tried not to worry about it and simply erased the message. Denise took me to the airport the day I departed for the UK. She gave me a firm hug and expressed her pride in me, saying she knew I would succeed. Those words, spoken to me by a member of my family for the first time in my life, struck me more strongly than I had anticipated. I felt as though I was leaving behind more than just my house when I boarded that plane. I was leaving behind the aspect of myself that had always aimed for my parents' favor. I made the decision that I no longer needed them after that. I had myself, I had Denise, and I had my future. I wasn't going to waste any more energy chasing after people who obviously didn't care about me, but if they wanted to get in touch, that's okay. I was finished. The UK was a terrific place to live. I made some friends, adapted to college life, and stopped worrying about my family all the time for the first time in years. Although I can't claim to have forgotten about them, I can say that I wasn't thinking about them as much. I was concentrating on my education, planning for the future, and simply attempting to live a life free from the stress of being my parents' shadow. Naturally, though, something had to happen and ruin everything just as everything was going well. I came back to my hometown after graduation, got a fantastic, well-paying job, and then my mother called. Yes, my mother. The same woman who had stopped talking to me ever since I was expelled. It came as a complete surprise. My phone buzzed while I was reviewing some notes for a paper in my dorm room. For a while, I thought I was seeing things when I saw her name appear. My thoughts were racing as I gazed at the television. Do I have to respond to it? Disregard it? Why was she calling me now, after all that had transpired? I gave it a few more rings. Then I took up, against my better judgment. Hello, I answered, attempting to sound composed despite my racing heart. She was unsure of what to say, as seen by the delay on the other end. At last she spoke something. Hey. It's your mom. Who else would it be, really? However, I didn't say that. After nearly 2 years of silence, I simply waited for her to explain why she was calling. After hesitating once again, she abruptly stated, we need to talk. I couldn't resist laughing. She wanted to talk now? After all? It was really normal for her. However, despite my annoyance, I had a natural curiosity. Why was she contacting me after all this time, and what could possibly be so important? How about, I asked in the most neutral tone I could. She stammered as though she was trying to find the perfect way to say it. Your father and I, we want to see you? I could clearly see the direction of this. They didn't want to see me because they felt awful for throwing me out or because they missed me. They were in need of something and I was very certain of what it was. Why? I asked directly. Her delayed response just strengthened my suspicions. Her voice was quieter when she did talk, as if she was attempting to appear worried and maternal. I've been going through a difficult period with your dad. The pandemic has made things difficult. The true cause for the call was there. It was precisely what I had anticipated, financial difficulties. I knew their business wasn't doing well, but I hadn't heard much about it since I left. Denise had stated in passing that their shop wasn't doing as well as they had hoped, and it made sense that they were having trouble given the pandemic. But after everything they had done to me, I wasn't going to step in and save them. All right. And, I spoke in a flat tone, I had no intention of making things simple for her. She began, your sister, Claire, has been taking care of things for us, but... I interrupted her at that point. Knowing where this was going, I said, let me guess. Claire messed everything up. Her response was sufficient, but there was a lengthy gap on her end. Claire had messed it up, of course. I had no idea why they were taken aback. She always cared more about how she looked than about putting in the effort. It was backfiring. They had trusted her with everything. My mother drew a breathless gasp. She said, things haven't been going as planned. And we require assistance. I chuckled. I was unable to resist. They wanted my assistance after everything, after kicking me out, interrupting me, and allowing Claire to run me over? It was unbelievable how bold it all was. Unbelievable, I whispered to myself. What's so amusing? My mother inquired, As though she was truly perplexed and couldn't comprehend why I wasn't seizing the opportunity to intervene and save the day. "Are you serious? Do you genuinely believe that I will assist you?" I said, raising my voice. All the feelings I had been suppressing for the last 2 years were rising to the surface, and I could feel the rage rising. Her voice faltered as she said, "We are your parents. We were not perfect, but however, we require you." Even though she couldn't see me, I shook my head. "Mom, you weren't simply making mistakes. I was ejected from the house by you. You trusted Claire's falsehoods about your own child. You need me now that we haven't spoken in years? And all of a sudden, I'm expected to abandon everything and run?" After then, she was silent. She was clearly unsure of what to say. She most likely wasn't used to me advocating for myself in this way. I would have just followed their instructions when I was still living at home in the hopes that it would maintain harmony. However, it is no longer the case. I wasn't going to let them walk all over me again because I had changed. She spoke at last, but her voice was different. She no longer made an effort to sound kind. She now sounded annoyed, as if she was surprised that I was being so challenging. Sharply, she remarked, "We're still your family. That is at least how much you owe us." The last straw was that. I responded icily, "I owe you absolutely nothing. Go ask Claire for aid if you need it. Remember that she's your golden child?" I hung up the phone without waiting for her answer. Even though my hands were shaking and my heart was racing, I experienced an odd sensation of relief. At last, I had expressed what I needed to. I wasn't going to help them sort out their mess. They could do it alone. I informed Aunt Denise about the situation over the phone that evening. She wasn't shocked in the least. She remarked, "They have been depending on Claire for years. It was only a question of time until everything caught up with them." After a lengthy conversation, I was even more convinced that I had made the proper choice. My parents were now suffering because they had favored Claire above me. Even though that seemed harsh, I wasn't responsible for correcting their errors. I felt free for the first time in a long time. I didn't require their acceptance or approval. I wasn't going to allow them to drag me back into their toxic mess now that I had my own life. I had survived their betrayal, therefore I had done my part. It was their time to face the repercussions now. First update. After that phone conversation with my mother, I believed that the family drama was over. To be honest, I was pleased with the way things turned out. At last, I had defended myself and stated unequivocally that I would not serve as their safety net. I assumed they would simply give up and resume relying on Claire. However, I didn't account for my sister's capacity to stir things up. Claire wasn't going to let me get away with it, of course. Something strange happened around 2 weeks after my mom and I spoke on the phone. A knock on the door interrupted my otherwise uneventful Saturday afternoon while I was tidying up around my house. I don't get many visits anymore. I was a little perplexed because I live alone and most of my friends know to text before they visit. When I peered through the peephole, guess who was there? Yes, Claire. I briefly believed that I might be seeing things. Why had she come here? With the exception of that one dumb text concerning my laptop, she hadn't spoken to me in years, so why was she now showing up at my door as if nothing had happened? Although my first instinct was to ignore her, I knew Claire well enough to know that she would stay until she achieved her goals. Before I could say anything, she grinned as if we were best friends as I opened the door. "Hey," she exclaimed, sounding vivacious and phony. "A long time has passed." I was totally unprepared and just stared at her for a moment. "Yes, it has. Claire, what are you doing here?" She had this incredibly charming look on her face as if she believed she could win me back with charm. She tilted her head slightly and continued, "I wanted to talk. May I enter?" I remained in the doorway with my arms crossed. "How about?" I asked, trying to sound as impartial as I could. For a moment, her smile wavered, but she immediately got it back. She tried to seem nonchalant as she said, "Come on. Maybe we should just speak inside? It's crucial." I ought to have declined. I ought to have told her to go at that very moment. However, my curiosity overcame me. I didn't bother making her feel welcome, but I moved aside to let her in. I didn't ask if she wanted something to drink, and I didn't offer her a seat. After everything she had done, she was fortunate that I was still allowing her to enter my space. As she entered, she seemed to be taking in the space. She seemed to be trying to strike up a conversation when she said, "Nice apartment." I didn't answer. I wasn't here to make friends. "All right, Claire," I responded, cutting right to the chase. "What are you looking for?" She let out a loud sigh as if she was already worn out from the game she was playing. She folded her arms and replied, "Mom told me about your conversation. You know, she's pretty upset." I arched an eyebrow. "Angry?" Claire, she threw me out of the house. What is it that she must be upset about? As if I were the one acting irrationally, Claire rolled her eyes. Look, I'm not here to go over anything again. Both of us are aware that you have always been challenging. The casualness with which she said that nearly made me chuckle. Hard, I said it again. Are you for real now? To get me expelled from the residence, you made up emails. Is that challenging? She dismissively waved her hand. That's from long ago. I came here in order to put things right. Uncertain if I had heard her correctly, I blinked. Would you like to put things right? I asked, my words brimming with doubt. She nodded as if this were the most logical thing ever. Yeah, she answered. I think it's time to move past the family issues, even though I realize they got complicated and I may have overreacted at the time. What I was hearing was unbelievable. Do you believe that you overreacted? I spoke, straining to maintain a steady tone. You ruined my relationship with our parents, Claire. You misled them and said lies about me, and now you're just standing here acting as if it doesn't even matter. I noticed that she was growing irritated as her smile dimmed a bit. Remember, I didn't come here to dispute. I came to ask for your assistance. Finally, I realized why she was actually at my apartment. Claire wasn't here to apologize or make amends, of course. I had to give her something. My jaw tightened as I gazed at her, anticipating her next move. Finally letting go of the artificial sweetness, she stated, I've been trying to keep the business going. However, it has been somewhat difficult. We were severely affected by the pandemic, and even though I'm doing everything I can, it's not enough. We are in danger of losing everything, even though Mom and Dad don't want to acknowledge it. With no pity in my heart, I crossed my arms. I'm going to assume that you want me to help you out. Claire made an uncomfortable move. With defensiveness, she stated, I'm not asking for a handout. I simply believe that we might be able to work something out together. I take it you're doing well for yourself? I assumed you would like to assist the family. She was unbelievable to me. She was attempting to use remorse to persuade me to save the family business, which she had destroyed. You figured incorrectly, I replied bluntly. Claire blinked, obviously unprepared for that reaction. What do you mean? Wait, I said firmly. I mean, I'm not helping you. Not after all of what you have done. Claire, you destroyed my life. Now that you're in difficulty, you expect me to forget that I turned my own parents against me and come to your aid? She looked at me in disbelief. Claire was at a loss for words for the first time in her life. But, we're family. She murmured haltingly, her confidence fading a bit. I gave a headshake. We stopped being family the day you made it your mission to destroy me. Claire's expression turned pale. I could tell she was having trouble processing the fact that she wasn't used to hearing no. She stood up after a long awkward quiet. Fine, she answered icily. If that's how you want it. Saying, that's how it's going to be. I refused to listen. You made your choices, Claire. Now you have to deal with the consequences. She slammed the door behind her and ran out of the apartment without saying another word. I let the strain out of me for a minute as I stood there. I felt guilty, as if I had been too severe. However, that remorse quickly vanished as I realized everything she had done to me. I felt like I was in charge of my life for the first time in years. Claire's shadow no longer surrounded me. I wasn't the scapegoat or the second best option. At last, I was free of it all. Second update. After Claire stormed out of my apartment, I assumed that everything would die down and that she would finally realize that I was done with her and the whole family drama. Naturally, though, I didn't realize how obstinate she might be. The subsequent wave didn't even arrive a week later. Claire wasn't the one who knocked on my door this time. Both of my parents were involved. Funny how these things usually seem to happen on my days off, and it was a Saturday once more. The knock came as I was browsing through my phone while seated on the couch. And it wasn't soft. The knock was one of those loud, persistent ones that indicates the person on the other end isn't going anywhere anytime soon. I stood up, immediately suspecting who it might be. My mother and father were standing together like a united front when I opened the door. My dad appeared uneasy, as if he didn't want to be there. However, my mother? She was determined to clean up whatever mess had been caused, even if it took using force to get through it, according to the expression in her eye. I leaned against the doorframe and sighed. What do you want? I suppose my mother was trying to maintain a nice demeanor when she smiled at me. Can we come in and talk? We need to sort some things out. I wanted to slam the door in their faces, but I reasoned that they would simply keep coming if I didn't let them in immediately. So I sighed loudly and moved aside to let them in. As they entered, they looked about as if they were expecting something more than a simple apartment. My mom immediately headed for the couch, sitting down and stroking the seat next to her as if I were a small child she was attempting to comfort, while my dad remained silent. I crossed my arms and replied bluntly, "I'll stand." "All right," she responded, her smile taut. "Look, we know things have been difficult between us," I said again, raising an eyebrow. "Difficult? That's what you're calling it?" When my dad did speak, it was in a rough, low voice. "We didn't come here to argue." Without even trying to disguise my annoyance, I questioned. "Then what did you come here for?" "Because I'm pretty sure we've already been over everything. Claire tried, you tried, and I made myself clear, I'm not helping." My mother's smile faltered a bit. She most likely wasn't used to me responding in this manner. She leaned forward a little and continued, "That's not why we're here. We're here because we want to apologize." It nearly made me chuckle. Apologize? For what, exactly? Kicking me out? Believing Claire's lies? Or was it that you didn't even bother checking in on me for 2 years? My dad shifted uneasily, as if he would rather be somewhere else than here, and my mom's face hardened. They obviously didn't anticipate me shoving it back in their faces in that manner. My mother added, "We know we made mistakes," in a softer tone. "But we're family, and family has to stick together." I could sense that I was getting impatient. It was just the same thing again. They would whip out the family card as if it were meant to wipe out all the bad things that had transpired. This time, though, I wasn't going to fall for it. I stated rather plainly, "You guys are only here because you need something from me. If things hadn't gone south with the business, I wouldn't even be hearing from you. Let's not pretend this is about family." There was silence for a while. When my dad did finally speak, it was in a rougher but more honest voice than I had heard him in years. "You're right." I was surprised by that. I stared at him and blinked. "What?" "You're right," he said again, letting out a deep sigh. "We screwed up. We believed Claire. We pushed you out, and we didn't even think twice about it. And now, well, now things are falling apart, and we're desperate." I was at a loss for words. I didn't think he would be clean about it. In contrast, my mother appeared to be attempting to maintain her composure. She obviously hadn't anticipated that he would simply put everything out that way. I added, "I appreciate the honesty," following a lengthy silence. "But that doesn't change anything." Then, with a sharper voice, my mother interrupted. "It doesn't change the fact that we need you, and you owe us, after everything we've done for you." Once more, that feeling of entitlement was present. They genuinely thought that simply because they were my parents, I owed them something, as if the years of disregard and partiality had no bearing, and that I should help them out now that they were having problems. "I don't owe you anything," I stated icily. "Not after the way you treated me. You made your choice when you believed Claire over me, when you threw me out and didn't even check if I was okay. Now you want me to save you? That's not how this works." My father remained silent. He just sat there looking shamefully at the floor. However, my mother? She had not finished yet. She raised her voice and shouted, "We're your parents. We raised you, we took care of you, and now you're just going to abandon us?" I nearly felt terrible for her now, so I shook my head. "You didn't take care of me. Aunt Denise did. You chose Claire, and now you're stuck with her. That's on you." My mom looked like she was going to blow up, but my dad stopped her before she could say anything by placing a hand on her arm. For the first time since they entered, he looked me in the eye as he got to his feet. He answered, "We understand," in a steady but dejected tone. "We're not going to push you anymore. We just needed to try." I nearly felt sorry for him for a moment. That sympathy vanished though, when I realized all they had done to me. I said, "I hope you figure it out," and moved to open the door for them. "But I'm not going to be part of it." My father gave a nod, as if he had anticipated it, but my mother gave me one final glance, part indignant, half begging. However, she got up and followed him out when she realized I wasn't going anywhere. I shut the door after them and stood there for a while, allowing the silence to descend. I had succeeded? For the first time, I felt truly free since I had finally confronted them. My stepmother burned my late mom's belongings while I was in the hospital, claiming my dad would approve because she was taking care of us. I am a 23-year-old woman who has spent many years in and out of the hospital due to a chronic condition that I have had since I was a young child. My 48-year-old father has always been incredibly encouraging and makes an effort to be present for me for any operations or treatments I need. I recently underwent major surgery, and I had a really difficult recovery. I spent roughly 2 weeks in the hospital, and it was incredibly difficult. Dad spent the majority of that time with me, but he had to go on a work trip a few days prior to my release. He travels all over the country for his profession as a business consultant, and sometimes he just can't escape it. I really understood his sincere apologies for not being there to pick me up from the hospital. In addition, my 45-year-old stepmother was expected to take care of things while he was away. To give you some context, I have never really gotten along with my stepmother. We've had a strained relationship since she married my dad when I was 16. I know she doesn't truly like me, but I still try to be polite. She has always made me feel as though I was interfering with her relationship with my dad by saying and doing things. She also believes that I resemble my mother, who died when I was 10, too much. By the way, my stepmother detests the fact that I resemble my mother since she believes it serves as a reminder to my dad of his former partner. Yes, I am aware that she sounds crazy. But ultimately, I accepted my dad's love for her, which is why I put up with a lot of her actions. I eventually returned home after being released from the hospital. Although I was tired, I was glad to be out of the hospital. When I initially entered my room, everything appeared to be as usual. I ended myself napping after lying on my bed to unwind. I realized something was wrong when I decided to tidy up my room a little after waking up. I quickly discovered that a lot of things were missing, like, really, a lot of things, but I suppose I was too tired to notice how empty my room appeared. I began to panic. Perhaps there had been a break-in, I reasoned. I began scurrying about the room, looking for anything that might still be there. I mean, I was still so weak after my operation that I could hardly stand, but I was desperate. Almost immediately, it became evident that everything missing was my mother's property. Among other nostalgic items, I had a number of letters Mom had written to me as a child, some framed pictures, and this old jewelry box of hers. Normally, they would remain on my nightstand or dresser, but on that particular day, they were all gone. Everything was gone when I looked in the storage room where we kept some of my mom's old belongings, including her clothing and a few antiques from her family. It was unbelievable to me. I went straight to my stepmother. I tried my best to remain composed around her. I inquired as to whether she had taken anything out of my room. She gave me this self-satisfied smile. She then nonchalantly informed me that I no longer had to worry about any of those things since she had taken care of some of my things. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. Although I was aware that my stepmother had always harbored animosity toward my mother, I repeatedly prayed that the only thing she had done was to store my mother's belongings in a storage facility farther away from our home. My stepmother kept smiling smugly when I asked her what she had done with my belongings. I finally lost it and began yelling at her to tell me what she had done. She then chuckled and informed me that she had set fire to everything that belonged to my mother. I was so stunned by that I quickly stopped talking. I was unable to even comprehend it. She simply stated that this was the best way for her and my dad to go on with their lives when I eventually got around to asking her why she would do something like that. She apparently claimed that my dad didn't require reminders of his former existence. I attempted to fight with her, telling her that my dad would not approve of her actions and that she had made the worst mistake of her life. She merely laughed at me and claimed to know him better than I did, adding that he would be pleased that she had destroyed my mother's belongings in order to maintain their relationship. What I was hearing was unbelievable. I could hardly talk because I was so unhappy and furious. I tried not to cry while I was trembling, but the tears just poured. I felt as though I was experiencing my mother's loss once more. It was unbelievable to me that someone could be so vicious. I simply couldn't stop thinking about what I had lost. I lost everything I had of my mother. That's when I got too weak. I was overburdened. I walked to my room, leaving my stepmother standing there. After crying for a long time, I made the decision to call my father. He was in the middle of a meeting, which was unfortunate for me. He sounded quite busy and preoccupied when he eventually responded. I made an effort to explain the situation to him, but I could tell he wasn't really listening. He hung up quickly after saying something about handling it when he came home. I was so powerless. The days that followed were the longest of my entire existence. My stepmother, who pretended that she had done nothing wrong, left me feeling alone, furious, and devastated in that house. She was careful to emphasize that she had done my dad a great favor. She insisted that my attachment to my mother's possessions was immature and that it was time for me to mature. Every chance she got, she made fun of me. I'm not sure how I survived those times, but I was able to wait for my dad to return. I was waiting for my dad when he returned from his trip. I repeated everything to him, and this time he paid attention. He didn't trust me at first. He believed that my stepmother was just playing a cruel practical joke or that there was some sort of miscommunication. However, when I showed him my room and our storage area, he turned pale upon seeing that everything was empty. The love of his life was my mother. At the age of 10, they had first met. My mom and dad's childhood possessions were among the many items my stepmother set on fire. Those things played a significant role in my dad's recollections with my mom, even though he had moved on and married my stepmother. He valued them greatly, therefore it was devastating to see them all gone. My stepmother tried to act as like it wasn't a huge thing when he confronted her. She even claimed that I had brainwashed my dad into believing it was significant when she noticed how upset he was becoming, even though she was only assisting him in moving on. My father went crazy. He's never been so furious in my life. One thing about my dad that you should know is that he's a fairly laid-back guy. You have to do a lot to make him mad. My stepmother was obviously afraid and did not anticipate that her behavior would make him angry. My father immediately informed her that he desired a divorce. He instructed her to get her belongings and depart. My dad told my stepmother that the house was his long before he ever met her, despite her attempts to claim that it was also hers and that he couldn't evict her. He also threatened to call his lawyer to have her removed from the property if she didn't leave within the next 24 hours. My dad and I mourned the loss of my mom's possessions together, and my stepmother stormed out of the house. In a fit of rage, my father chose to ruin my stepmother's life. My dad sued her for emotional anguish and property destruction after speaking with his attorney. Her behavior upset him, and he wanted her to pay the price. Naturally, my stepmother lost her mind. She was shocked to learn that my father was supporting me. She persisted in pointing the finger at me, saying that I had influenced him and made him turn against her. My dad, though, wasn't having any of it. The fact that she had ruined the final mementos of his first marriage and the woman he really loved infuriated him. He was no longer even able to look at her. The litigation is currently underway, and the divorce is ongoing. Although my stepmother is battling it, she has little chance of success. She has been attempting to play the victim and has claimed that my attachment to the past destroyed everything. Some of my stepmother's family members have contacted me and accused me of being immature for meddling in their affairs. I am aware that I'd done nothing improper. My stepmother would have suffered the same repercussions if my dad had eventually learned about my mom's missing possessions. Even still, her family members blame me for her predicament and constantly texting me about how hard she's been going. My mind is messed up by the grief I'm experiencing, even though I know I'm not to blame. All I need is someone who is not involved in this mess to assure me that I've done nothing wrong. Is it rude of me to inform my father that my stepmother destroyed everything belonging to my deceased mother? First update. Hi everyone. Because of the tremendous escalation, I wanted to provide you with an update. I was still in disbelief over what my stepmother had done when I initially commented, but I can assure you that this case is turning into a nightmare for her, and I honestly don't feel sorry for her. It's getting worse for her than she could have ever imagined, and my dad isn't holding back. He's determined to make her pay. As it turns out, my stepmother had no idea what she was getting herself into, and the legal procedure has been proceeding swiftly. She burnt some quite precious items in addition to sentimental mementos. Antique keepsakes inherited from my mother's side of the family made up the majority of the objects she destroyed. They belonged to a collection that had been passed down through the years. A few items, such as a set of antique jewelry and an old watch, were valued at thousands of dollars. Even if that is bad for her, it gets worse because those antiques were covered by insurance. My mom's family had insurance policies linked to the heirloom's worth since they took such good care of them. My dad had even more clout in the litigation after he understood this. In addition to mental distress allegations, my stepmother is also dealing with a significant property destruction case that includes concrete proof of monetary loss. She must reimburse the full value of these products because they were destroyed, and let's just say she lacks the funds to do so. She is currently being pursued by the insurance company as well. They have begun their own investigation since my dad made a claim, and they are fully supporting him. My stepmother is unable to escape this one. She was completely mistaken if she believed she could simply destroy these items and leave. The lawyers for my dad have been keeping a close eye on everything and have ensured that she is in a tight spot. It's really cruel to see, but she deserves all of it for everything she's done. Thank God my dad was astute enough to have her sign a prenuptial agreement before they were married, and the divorce is proceeding swiftly as well. Since that means she won't be taking much with her, that has been a tremendous assistance. Initially, she attempted to challenge it, but her attorney just informed her that she had no case. Since the prenuptial agreement is unchangeable, my dad will keep all of his possessions from before and after they were married. That means my stepmother won't have access to any of my dad's money, a fancy house, or a fancy automobile. I am fully aware of her panic because she has been blowing up my phone every day. She manages to text me again after I block her. She screams about how I destroyed her life in these lengthy messages that she sends me. Her constant attempts to portray herself as the victim are almost comical. She says she's paying the price for something that wasn't her fault since I persuaded my dad into divorcing her. She keeps screaming that everything is breaking apart because I couldn't let it go and that she was only attempting to assist by burning my mom's belongings. She has also been telling me about how her life is falling apart, and to be honest, I don't even care or have any sympathy for her. People in her social circle are apparently beginning to turn away from her. It has been devastating to lose her reputation because she has always placed a great deal of importance on appearances. She used to have elegant brunches and dinner parties, but now her so-called friends have entirely abandoned her. I've heard that many people are supporting my dad, because they understand how much my mom's possessions matter to him. Her sob story about doing it for the family isn't convincing. She is already feeling the effects of the financial impact. She is losing control of the lifestyle she was so proud of as the lawsuit continues and the prenup prevents her from receiving any of my dad's assets. My dad's business even rented her a beautiful car, which he canceled as soon as the divorce papers were filed. She has been complaining to me that she looks like a pathetic loser, because she must utilize public transportation everywhere, and that I am solely to blame for her predicament. She's desperate, based on what she's been telling me, since she can't stop messaging. She is looking for a new location to live, but she lacks the funds for a lifestyle that is comparable to what she is accustomed to. She could certainly live with something less expensive, but she refuses to live, quote, below what she deserves. She even attempted to use guilt tripping to persuade my dad to let her stay in our home until she recovered, but he refused. She is upset about everything, including the house, the litigation, and the prenuptial agreement. I always get a text saying that I'm to blame whenever things goes wrong for her. She is truly going crazy. According to a mutual acquaintance, she has been pleading for favors and attempting to win people over to her cause, but nobody is retaliating. The majority of people don't want to interact with her since they are aware of what she did. To be honest, after everything she did to me, it's kind of satisfying to see her crumble. She believed that she could simply enter, set my mother's belongings on fire, and pretend that she had done us a favor. She is currently losing everything. My dad, however, is surviving all of this rather nicely. He may still be grieving over what transpired, in my opinion. He cherished the items my mother left behind because he loved her so much. In addition, he abruptly lost my stepmother, who had become his new love interest. Even though my stepmother is still alive, he is quite angry and hurt by how things have ended out. He is using all of his hurt and rage to make sure my stepmother is held accountable for her actions. His attorneys are doing a fantastic job, and it seems like we're getting closer to finding some sort of resolution every day. It's clearly obvious that the case will destroy her finances, but I'm not sure how long it will last. She will be left with nothing as a result of the property destruction claims, the insurance company pursuing her, and the ongoing divorce. For the time being, things are unquestionably going in the correct direction, but I'll keep you all informed as more develops. Knowing that justice is being done makes me happy. Second update. Hello everybody. It's time for another update, and the situation just becomes more bizarre. My stepmother dug herself a deeper hole than I thought she could, but here we are. With claims of emotional distress and property devastation, the lawsuit was already going quite badly for her, but it has now gotten even worse. My dad's attorneys discovered something significant during the lawsuit's discovery period, which is essentially when all the material is gathered. It turns out that for years, my stepmother has been gradually siphoning off funds from my dad's company. She apparently had access to several of the company accounts, and when she took money out of them, she said it was for costs or domestic necessities. When the lawyers began reviewing the divorce's finances, they discovered all these strange transfers, but my dad trusted her enough to not question it. She was stealthily extracting hundreds here and there, so we're not talking about little sums either. She funded her lavish lifestyle with this money. Since he had no idea how much luxury goods cost, my dad was never informed about how much she had been spending on them. He assumed my stepmother would be reasonable about her expenditures, but he was completely mistaken. My dad was incensed when he learned. The last straw for him was learning that she had been stealing from him, even though he already felt deceived by her burning my mom's possessions. Her actions were not merely cunning, they were outright dishonesty. She had been taking money out of his accounts for her own use in order to maintain her extravagant lifestyle, and she had no claim to that money. She is currently dealing with a serious fraud charge in addition to the property destruction case. Things are becoming really serious as my dad faces charges of embezzlement. My dad isn't having any of it with her lawyer frantically attempting to work out a settlement. Instead of settling, he wants her to take full responsibility for her actions. To be honest, I don't hold it against him and, in fact, I'm somewhat proud of him. She has gotten away with a lot for a long time, but now everything is finally coming back to haunt her. At this stage, the case covers all of the money she stole in addition to the psychological harm and property damage. The case against her only gets stronger, and my dad's attorneys are doing a fantastic job. I'm shocked every time I learn something new about this situation. Even though I always knew she was cunning and self-centered, I didn't realize how shady she was. She was quite skilled at maintaining appearances and behaving like the ideal wife while surreptitiously stealing money from my dad. It's repulsive to consider. She now faces the prospect of going to jail. Money embezzlement is a serious offense, and if my dad's case continues as it is, she may be imprisoned. It's absurd to consider that she was acting untouchably only a few months ago, and that she is now embroiled in a major legal crisis. She cannot argue her way out of this because the money she stole is well documented, and my dad's legal team is working to have the fraud charges upheld. Her situation just gets worse with each piece of evidence they uncover. No one is providing her an easy way out, despite her constant attempts to strike agreements. She continues to blow up my phone and blame me for everything, of course. She insists that none of this would have occurred if I hadn't betrayed my father. Now, it's really quite pitiful. While she is the one who stole from him and destroyed the things that were important to him, she is denying any responsibility and pretending to be the victim. She goes on a tirade about how I destroyed her life every day. To be honest, I no longer even glance at her texts. However, I must admit that I am relieved that justice is at last being done. Seeing her face the repercussions after everything she did to my mom, my dad, and myself feels like the closure I didn't realize I needed. I feel both content and as though I'm in a different reality as I watch her fall apart and realize that she's losing everything. At this stage, the divorce is essentially finalized and is still proceeding. My dad will keep all of his assets, and the prenuptial agreement has made things much easier. Even though my stepmother is still fighting for whatever she can, she has little power because of the fraud charges that are looming over her. I don't know how long the fraud case will take to go to court, but based on what the attorneys are saying, she doesn't have a good chance. This new fraud case has completely changed the subject, yet the property destruction lawsuit is still pending. This time, she can lose her freedom rather than just money. I've been making an effort to keep my attention on my own recovery in the meanwhile. It's difficult to avoid getting sucked into everything that's going on, even while I'm still recovering from surgery. Seeing her finally receive what she deserves is helping me get through this very taxing circumstance. In any case, that's where we are at the moment. In summary, my stepmother is facing serious legal issues, the divorce is nearly complete, and my father is making sure she doesn't receive any more money than she is due. For the time being, it seems like we're finally getting near to some true justice, but I'll keep you all informed as things develop. Thank you very much for your support, it is really appreciated. Third update. Hello everybody. Almost 7 months have passed since my last post, but I'm here with the last part of this whole nightmare. Right off the start, I'll give you the spoiler. The legal proceedings are finally over. Let me now explain the specifics. Let me start with the positive. The court decided in my dad's and my favor on every point. The judge wasn't kidding around, and every single thing we said was true. My stepmother has been compelled to reimburse my dad's firm for every dime she embezzled. In addition, the court awarded her significant damages for damaging my mother's possessions. The entire cost of the damages was staggering. She will be totally broke for a very long time as a result of it. Her opulent lifestyle is over. She no longer owns pricey cars, beautiful purses, or lavish holidays. Officially, she has reached her lowest point. The divorce was equally brutal and ended at the same time as the lawsuit. My stepmother attempted one more dirty trick during the divorce proceedings. She claimed that my dad had emotionally abused her during their marriage, which is why she was forced to steal from him. She portrayed herself as a neglected, impoverished woman who only took money to make ends meet. It was unbelievable. Fortunately, my father was ready. Her accusations were totally demolished by his attorneys. Throughout their marriage, they had a ton of evidence that my stepmother was enjoying the good life on his cash. She spent the majority of her money on pricey spa treatments, luxury clothing, and vacations, not exactly what you'd call survival essentials, according to numerous receipts. Her sob story didn't convince the judge at all. Actually, it backfired horribly. The court viewed it as merely another attempt to influence the system and failed to find any compassion. Her credibility plummeted, which only served to exacerbate the appearance of her fraud case. Regarding the deception, she will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The prosecutors wouldn't budge when she attempted to negotiate a reduced sentence or any kind of compromise. She was accused of embezzlement, and although she was fortunate to avoid jail time by entering into a plea agreement, she must now pay restitution in addition to the damages from the civil lawsuit. She will also be subject to the court's supervision for some time because she is on probation for a few years. The nicest part was that our local news featured the fraud case, which was likely the last straw for her. Everyone was able to view all of her unclean laundry. She was portrayed as a sophisticated, well-to-do socialite, but she has now been revealed to be a thief and a phony. I must admit that watching her be put down so openly was quite satisfying. Now that everyone is aware of her true identity, she no longer acts as though I am beneath her, as she did for years. She has been attempting to start again since the court decisions, but it doesn't seem like it's working well. When she first started looking for job, nobody in our community would even consider hiring her. I believe she attempted to relocate to a different district in an attempt to start again, but she isn't doing well there either. She currently lives in a small apartment and works at a minimum wage job that she obviously despises, at least based on the messages she occasionally sends me. Yes, she continues to text me. Despite everything, she still blames me for wrecking her life and sends me sour notes every few weeks. By now, it's almost comical. You took from my dad and destroyed my mom's belongings, and now you're the victim, lady? Yes, all right. I tend to ignore her, but occasionally I can't help but laugh at how naive she seems. I'm doing better myself. I'm recovering both psychologically and physically, albeit it's taken a while. My recuperation is about finished. I feel lighter mentally. I feel like I can finally breathe again now that this whole ordeal is finished, even if there were times when I felt completely overwhelmed. I still have bad days, especially when I consider that I will never see my mom again and that her possessions will never be replaced. However, it gives me some comfort to know that my stepmother actually suffered the repercussions of her behavior. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has helped and encouraged me during this. During some of my lowest points, your encouraging words and guidance truly got me through. You have no idea how much it meant to me to know that I had support when it seemed like everything was crumbling. That's all for now. I'm hoping that this will be the last update I have to write on her. I'm permanently ending this phase of my life. Everyone, be careful. My wife forgot our anniversary, so I didn't pick her up at the airport. Am I the asshole for not forgiving her despite her later apology? My wife forgot our anniversary, so I decided not to pick her up at the airport. I am a 23-year-old male married to Sarah, 25. We've been together for 5 years, and I'm reaching a breaking point. Let me set the stage. It's our 5th wedding anniversary. You'd think that after 5 years of marriage, some recognition of the milestone would be expected, right? I had been dropping hints for weeks, saying things like, I can't believe we've been married for 5 years, or, do you think we'll do anything special for our anniversary this year? She responded distractedly, as I expected given her hectic schedule. Then the day arrived, and everything went as usual. She didn't say anything. There were no flowers, no meal, and no mention of our anniversary. I mean, I had gone all out every year before, organizing surprise dinners, writing meaningful messages, and sending thoughtful gifts. But over the past few years, it seemed like I was the only one making an attempt. So I brought it up. I said something like, hey, I suppose we aren't celebrating today? She just laughed it off, saying, oh, we'll do something later. Don't worry. But later never arrived. The day went without her realizing it. I felt hurt and irritated. I've put so much into this marriage, and now here I am, feeling forgotten on our anniversary. Then things began to spiral. She had a business trip arranged for the same week, departing on the 14th and returning the following evening. She asked me to bring her up from the airport, as usual. At first, I hesitated. I had been giving passive-aggressive indications about my feelings, but she didn't appear to notice. Instead, she kept making jokes about how weary she was from the trip and how excited she was to be home, without mentioning the anniversary. It was all about work, and everything seemed okay. Frustration built up. I had been doing all the emotional work, making every special occasion memorable, while she was constantly distracted or preoccupied. That night, after lying awake for several hours, I made a decision. I was not going to pick her up at the airport. I wasn't about to reward her contempt for me. Maybe if I stopped being so accommodating, she'd realize how much she took me for granted. I did not text her, call her, or do anything. When she gave me the normal message with her flight information, time, gate, and ETA, I didn't answer. I did not even acknowledge it. It felt empowering to simply not care, even if only for a moment. I spent the day doing my own thing, treating myself as I deserved, with no regard for Sarah's flight or her return. Around 8 p.m., I began receiving texts from her, one after the other. She started phoning over and over. I simply ignored it. A part of me felt bad, but the majority of me felt strangely satisfied. Sarah was stranded at the airport with no one to pick her up, and I wasn't going to be the dutiful husband anymore. She could figure things out. Finally, about an hour later, after ignoring her calls for what seemed like an eternity, I texted her. "Oh, sorry. I completely forgot you needed a ride. This happens from time to time. I confess it was a touch petty, and I'm not proud of it. But, after 5 years of always putting her needs first, I finally broke." The remarks were almost too sweet, full of irony. I knew it would enrage her, and that's exactly what occurred. The next text I received was a series of heated rants, calling me selfish and reckless. She went on about how I was overreacting and being childish. I didn't care. The following several hours were a haze. She eventually found her way home, and as she came through the door, there was a chill in the air. She scarcely acknowledged me. She was still angry and sulking, and I didn't care anymore. I went to bed early that night and left her to her thoughts. The following day was no better. Sarah did not even apologize. She made the same old excuse about work being stressful, claiming she had just lost track of things. But I wouldn't have it. I wasn't going to let her brush everything under the rug anymore. I wanted her to admit she had messed up. I wanted her to understand what she'd done. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the sense that nothing would change. So I let her be angry. And me? I felt an odd combination of remorse and delight. I have no idea where this will lead, but I know I can't go back to the way things were. Something has to give. Update number 1. After I texted Sarah about forgetting to take her up, I didn't hear from her for a while. But, oh, when I did, it was not pretty. She started texting and calling repeatedly. I ignored each one. Part of me wanted to just let her stew, but I kept my phone on silent, and hours passed. I wasn't going to rush to pick up the pieces because she was the one who had ignored me for so long. It wasn't until after 10 p.m., I eventually surrendered and checked my phone. I had missed perhaps 15 calls and at least 20 texts. Most of them consisted of her calling me petty, reckless, and juvenile. She was infuriated. The most memorable text was one that read, "You really had to leave me stranded? Is this how you treat me after all I've done for you?" I wasn't going to fall into that guilt trip. Instead, I said quietly, "Maybe now you know what it feels like to be forgotten." I didn't say anything else. I knew any additional explanation would be lost on her. Sarah attempted to defend herself as best she could. Her response was classic. "I apologize, okay? But I've been occupied with work. I did not mean to forget the anniversary. You know how hectic things have been recently." It was the usual excuse she had always used. Job stress. But this time, it wasn't going to work. I did not respond right away. I just let the silence linger between us. After a while, she got the hint. It wasn't until the next morning that I realized how deeply she'd been affected by the entire affair. Sarah waited at the airport for more than 3 hours. Apparently, she tried to phone me every half hour throughout that time. She couldn't catch a cab soon away because she didn't want to spend money on it. She eventually gave up and hired a cab, but by the time she arrived home, it was already past midnight. When she came through the door, I didn't welcome her or make small conversation. She did not even look at me. She simply went past me, dropping her suitcase on the floor. It was obvious that she was still irritated. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. She tried to talk, but it was more of a monologue about how unfair I was. "I worked hard, and this is how you treated me?" she inquired, her voice filled with frustration. But the excuses were no longer effective for me. I wasn't interested in hearing about how difficult her job was when I felt like I'd been carrying this relationship alone for months. The first night back was horrible. We did not converse much. The only time she looked at me was while I was preparing for bed. I could feel her stare at me, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I was not going to make the first move. The next day, Sarah tried to make things right by texting me and stating, "I've been working so hard lately, it simply slipped my mind." You know how it goes. Same old narrative, same lame excuse. At this point, it was clear she didn't get it. We scarcely communicated for the following 2 days. Every time we did it, she seemed to be walking on eggshells. She was passive-aggressive, and I was not about to back down either. I had made my point, and I was not going to let her convince me that everything was all right just because she offered a few meaningless apologies. It didn't help that her father became involved. He called to ask why Sarah had to take a cab home. He was concerned, of course, but it seemed like he was trying to guilt-trip me. "I can't believe you left her there," he said. "She's been working so hard, and you just let her figure it out on her own." I had no idea how to answer, so I didn't. I let the call finish and walked away. Later that evening, Sarah made an effort to apologize, but it was not real. It felt forced, as if she was saying sorry simply to relieve the tension. "I guess I could have done better, but you didn't have to leave me stranded," she replied. There was no true accountability, no understanding of why I was furious in the first place, only another deflection. I wasn't going to accept a half-hearted apology. I told her, "I'll get past this if you can acknowledge how I feel and start being more considerate. It's not only about the anniversary. It's about how you treat me overall." How did she respond? She accused me of overreacting. She claimed I was overreacting to the situation, but I refused to back down. After a few more days of stillness and tension, I decided to establish some boundaries. I wanted space to focus on myself, so I resumed my own activities. It was a comfort not to have to continuously attend to her moods. Sarah wasn't delighted with this, but she made one more effort to make things right. She made a dinner reservation for the two of us, stating it was to compensate for something. I wasn't sure if she truly believed it would heal things or if it was a last-ditch effort to escape true responsibilities. Regardless, I wasn't sure if it was enough. I was still waiting to see if she was truly going to change. Is this a serious attempt, or just another temporary fix that will come apart in a few weeks? Update number 2. Following the airport incident, Sarah determined to attempt to set things right. She made a dinner reservation at a restaurant, claiming it was to make amends for everything that had occurred. I won't lie, part of me was cautiously optimistic. Maybe this was the moment she realized how much she had hurt me and decided to make an effort. But, as usual, this was not the case. Sarah texted me at midday on the day of the dinner to inform me that the reservation had been made for 7 p.m. I didn't sense any enthusiasm, I was simply going through the motions. Perhaps it was the fact that this wasn't our first attempt to settle things, or it was the nagging feeling in my gut that this supper would make no difference. Still, I got ready and decided to give it a shot. At least for one night, everything might be different. We got at the restaurant, and to my surprise, it wasn't as nice and private as I had imagined. Instead, it was a basic chain restaurant, the kind you go to for casual evenings when you don't want to put in too much effort. It wasn't even a place I enjoyed. I'd previously stated that I didn't like such types of places, but Sarah had chosen them regardless. I tried not to let it affect me, but it was difficult to ignore the lack of effort. It felt like she had chosen the easiest option, as if she couldn't be bothered to think about what I would want. The conversation began awkwardly. Sarah immediately began discussing how hard her job had been, going on and on about deadlines, meetings, and the amount of strain she was under. She didn't even recognize that she had missed our anniversary or left me stranded in the airport. Instead, she simply kept chatting about work. She said something about doing her best and being stressed out, but I couldn't help but think she was entirely missing the point. She had not apologized for the anniversary. She had not apologized for making me feel totally invisible. The more she discussed work, the more frustrated I felt. It wasn't simply that she was disregarding the larger issue, she didn't appear to comprehend how deeply her actions had hurt me. And it struck me harder than ever. In that moment, I recognized that this was not an isolated incident. This was a pattern. We were sitting there trying to have a great supper, but all I could think about was how disconnected she was from what was truly important. She didn't seem to get why I was wounded. It wasn't only about the anniversary. It was not only about the airport. It was about all the tiny things she had overlooked over the years, like the birthday surprises I arranged alone. She was too busy during the holidays, so we spent them apart. Our small conversation didn't last long, and things began to unravel. We had a minor quarrel about the food, but as often, it escalated into something more. She became defensive, arguing that I was being very picky and ungrateful. I attempted to clarify that it was not about the meal or the restaurant, but about everything else. That's when everything started to spill out. I told her how I felt ignored, and how she never seemed to put any effort into our relationship. I mentioned the anniversaries, birthdays, and quiet nights where I felt like a supporting figure in her life. Sarah, however, deflected rather than accepting responsibility. She began talking about how nobody's perfect, and how I should simply accept what I had. And there it was, the excuse I'd grown tired of hearing. Nobody's perfect. It was the mantra she usually said when things got tough, and this time was no exception. When the waiter came by to see if we needed anything else, I simply stared at Sarah. Her countenance was blank, and it was evident she was no longer listening. She made a token effort, offering me a small box of chocolates with a half-hearted smile. "Here," she answered. "This is for you. Sorry for everything, it was a lovely gesture, I suppose, but it felt insincere, a last-ditch effort to make things right without actually addressing the larger issues between us." I did not even want the chocolates. I was past the point of making little gestures. I needed something authentic. The remainder of the dinner was quiet, unpleasant, and full of meaningless platitudes. We scarcely chatted on the way home. I felt the strain in the car. Sarah was still unhappy, but I couldn't tell if she was upset with me for calling her out or with herself for not understanding why I was upset in the first place. It did not matter. Regardless, the silence was deafening. When we returned home, I couldn't shake the impression that nothing had changed. I thought that this time she'd understand. That it wasn't about the little things, but about the broader picture. But my hopes were dashed when I looked at her and realized she still didn't see it. Sarah began completing minor household chores over the next 3 days. She washed the dishes, helped with the laundry, and cleaned up. At first, I assumed this was a sign that she was attempting to change. However, it felt more like damage control than anything else. She wasn't doing these things because she truly wanted to, she was doing them because she knew I was furious and wanted to avoid a confrontation. I noticed myself emotionally distancing more and more. I couldn't help it. I did not want to keep being disappointed. I didn't want to keep waiting for her to change when it appeared she wasn't trying. I didn't want to fix someone who refused to meet me halfway. A friend of mine advised I provide Sarah an ultimatum. Either she changes, or you walk away, he replied. It seems harsh, but perhaps it was the wake-up call she needed. I couldn't keep on like this, always wondering if she was going to make a genuine effort. Sarah's excuses piled up over time, work stress, deadlines, they were always her explanations for everything. I was beginning to notice a larger problem. Sarah didn't seem to realize the developing emotional distance between us. She assumed that performing the bare minimum would suffice, but I realized that wasn't the case anymore. I began to ponder about our future together. Was this relationship salvageable? I had no idea anymore. Update 3. After weeks of dealing with the same cycle, empty apologies, half-hearted attempts at change, and more excuses, I had reached my breaking point. I could not go on like this any longer. I had tried to be patient and give her opportunities to step up, but it was evident that Sarah didn't grasp it. So I decided to sit down with her and have the chat we should have had months ago. It was not easy. I'd been putting it off, hoping she'd figure it out on her own, but that wasn't happening. When she returned home from work one evening, I informed her that we needed to discuss. There was no way around this one. We sat in the living room, and I could immediately feel the tension rising. I didn't want to yell, but I couldn't hide my feelings any longer. I began by telling Sarah, I can't do this anymore. This relationship has been one-sided for far too long. You've disregarded me, forgotten critical events, and never accepted responsibility for any of it. She only glanced at me, bewildered. What are you talking about? She asked. I've been working so hard, and you're acting like I'm doing nothing. I took a deep breath and tried to remain cool. It is not about your work, Sarah. It's about how you treated me. The anniversary. The airport incident. I've tried to make this relationship work for both of us, but you haven't even attempted to meet me halfway. Sarah instantly went on the defensive, as she usually does. You're blowing things out of proportion, she continued, her voice rising. You're acting like I forgot your anniversary on purpose. I didn't mean to forget, okay? I've been stressed out with work. Sarah responded with defiance. I was not buying it. It isn't only the anniversary, Sarah. It is everything. It's every time you make me feel unimportant. Every birthday and holiday passes, and I'm the only one who makes an attempt. Sarah's face stiffened. I am not perfect, okay? Nobody is perfect. Maybe you're just too demanding. I do what I can. She placed the responsibility back on me. Perhaps you expect too much of me. Her statement made me even enraged. I am not looking for perfection, Sarah. I am asking for basic consideration. I am seeking for respect. I'm asking you to care about our relationship in the same way that I do. But you don't, and that's what really hurts. The room fell silent for a minute. I could see Sarah wasn't expecting this type of discourse. She squirmed uneasily in her seat, obviously unsure how to answer. I guess I could have done better, she said, but it was clear she didn't truly believe it. She didn't really accept responsibility for anything. She wasn't even apologetic. She was simply stating what she needed to say. I'm not interested in hearing you say you could have done better, I stated calmly. I need more than that. I need to know you understand it. I need to know you understand how much your negligence has harmed me, and I need you to demonstrate that you are prepared to make an attempt. Sarah avoided staring at me. I could tell she was uncomfortable, but I was not done. I had one final point to make. How would you feel if the roles were reversed, Sarah? How would you feel if I forgot about our anniversary and left you at the airport? For the first time in the conversation, she was silent. Her mouth opened, but no words emerged. I could see the wheels moving in her thoughts, and for a brief time, it appeared that the truth had finally been accepted. She didn't say anything for quite some time, and I let the stillness hang in the air. Finally, Sarah broke the pause with a low, "I'm not sure. I suppose I'd be pissed." I nodded. "Exactly. That is how I feel. That is how I have felt for a long time." I proposed something simple. Couples activities such as frequent date nights or simply spending time together to restore the connection we once had. I wanted to see if she was truly willing to put up the effort to alter things. "We can try it, but it will require work from both of us. I can't keep carrying this relationship by myself," I admitted. Sarah stared at me and hesitated for a second. "Okay, I'll try," she answered, but her tone was flat, as if she was simply repeating what she thought I wanted to hear. "I'm not sure whether date nights will solve anything, but I'll try." That was the lackluster response I expected. It felt more like a responsibility than a commitment. I knew I had to wait a few weeks to see whether anything would change. I couldn't simply accept her word for it. The conversation concluded on a tense note. Sarah did not appear convinced, and neither did I. We went to bed without saying anything more, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept wondering if Sarah's statements were sincere or if she was just saying anything to get me off her back. I chose to give it time, but I knew I couldn't wait forever. I had already invested so much in this relationship, and I wasn't sure how much more I could offer if nothing changed. I couldn't let myself become trapped in a cycle of disappointment and broken promises. So now I'm simply waiting to see if Sarah will make an attempt or if she'll revert to her old habits. I'm not sure what will happen, but I do know one thing: I'm not going to stick around for another false promise. Update 4. After that serious chat, things appeared to take a turn, for a time. Sarah tried harder. She actually organized a small date night for us, which included dinner at a local restaurant we both enjoyed. Nothing extravagant, but it did feel like an effort. She also began to assist around the house more, cleaning dishes without being asked, bringing out the garbage, and picking up groceries. Things appeared to be improving for about a week. I even began to wonder whether she was finally getting it. Maybe I was wrong about her. But during the second week, things began to return to normal. Sarah canceled a planned outing, claiming that work had piled up and she couldn't get away. Again, work stress was her go-to excuse. I tried to be understanding, but it was difficult not to perceive it as yet another meaningless excuse. I was frustrated. I had hoped that her efforts in the first week were meaningful, but they suddenly felt like a temporary fix. Something she did only to keep me quiet. The saddest thing was when Sarah forgot another milestone. She didn't recall the day we first met. It wasn't something big, just a minor detail that mattered to me. I mentioned it lightly, but she just shrugged it off as if it were no great deal. In that instant, I knew she was no longer trying to keep track of these things. She didn't care about the small things that used to matter to both of us. It was only me, attempting to hang on to whatever spark we had left, while she appeared to be losing interest. I began doubting everything. Did Sarah genuinely care about our marriage, or did she simply assume that I would always be there? She didn't appear to realize how much effort I was putting in, which hurt more than I'd want to admit. I wasn't sure if she still respected me or just took me for granted. One day, while cleaning up the living room, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. I found Sarah's calendar stashed beneath some papers on her desk. I don't typically rummage through her belongings, but something told me to look. I noticed the date of our anniversary marked on the calendar. But here's the thing, she still forgot it. It was as if she had prepared for it, made a note of it, but then forgot about it when it finally arrived. I was quite frustrated. Later that night, I confronted her, wondering why she had marked our anniversary yet still forgot about it. She made some poor excuse about forgetting to check her calendar that week. That is what she said, as if it were an innocent mistake. It was not a mistake. It was plain negligence. When I looked at the calendar more thoroughly, I realized what had actually been prioritized. There were work obligations, sporting events, and weekend vacations with pals, but almost nothing about us. Our relationship seemed to have slipped under her notice. I had understood that work was always her top priority, but seeing it set out like that stung me harder than intended. I had tried so hard to keep things going between us, but it seemed like she couldn't be bothered. The final straw arrived a few days later. I overheard Sarah on the phone with a friend, discussing a weekend trip they were arranging for a sporting event. She was ecstatic about it, discussing the trip's specifics as if it were the greatest thing ever. I felt terrible to my stomach. This was something she had not revealed to me. She had time for a weekend excursion with her pals, but she couldn't remember even the smallest details about me. I tried to dismiss it at first, but the more I considered it, the more betrayed I felt. It wasn't simply that she prioritized her hobbies, she never thought about how I'd feel. She had plenty of time and energy for everything else, but when it came to us, I felt like an afterthought. So I stopped engaging. I stopped making an attempt. I stopped texting her throughout the day and trying to make small chat when she arrived home. I felt if she didn't notice the distance between us, she probably never would. I needed her to see what was going on. I needed her to feel how I was feeling. Eventually, our pals noticed. They were initially all on Sarah's side, claiming that I was overreacting. But eventually, they noticed it as well. Several friends contacted me, stating they understood my unhappiness and even confessed Sarah had been selfish. They told me I deserved better, and I understood I wasn't alone in seeing the reality. But nothing changed. The final blow came when Sarah canceled our scheduled dinner date to attend a last-minute gathering with her pals. She didn't even tell me in person. She sent me an apology, stating she couldn't refuse the invitation. That was it. That was when I understood I needed to make a decision. This was something I couldn't keep putting off. Sarah wouldn't change unless I forced her to. I could wait for her to figure it out, but at what cost? The longer I stayed, the more I felt like I had lost myself. I needed to stop waiting for a relationship that was unsatisfactory. Now I'm at a crossroads. I'm not sure if I have the strength to walk away, but I can't keep continuing like this. The emotional barrier has grown so far that I'm not sure how to bridge it anymore. Something needs to give. It's time for me to make a difficult decision about my marriage, one that will either force her to wake up or allow me the space I require to move on. Update 5. After everything that had happened, I felt it was time to take a step back and consider what I really wanted. I needed to decide if I wanted to keep trying in this relationship or if it was time to walk away for forever. So I chose to spend the entire weekend alone. I did not respond to Sarah's SMS or calls. I didn't even leave the house often. I needed room to think, and this time I wasn't going to allow my emotions influence my decision. During that weekend, I finally realized the reality. I had been settling for less than I deserved for quite some time. I recognized how emotionally spent I had gotten by clinging to something that no longer existed. The small things I did for Sarah, the gestures, the effort, all seemed to go unappreciated. She wasn't making an effort to make me feel respected. She was not even trying. And the worst part? Sarah didn't seem to notice anything wrong. She simply went about her normal routine, figuring everything was great. That understanding ached. I spent the entire weekend reflecting on how much I gave to this relationship and how little I received in return. I was no longer upset about the anniversary or the airport event. I was concerned about the big picture. Sarah had never really cared about putting me first. She had never seen me as a priority. When I came out of my weekend of reflection, I realized I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine. I was emotionally weary, and if I stayed in this relationship, I would only continue to be harmed. So I arranged one last conversation with Sarah. This was it. I was going to lay it all out and set clear boundaries for what I needed if this relationship was going to survive. I decided to wait until the following weekend to have the chat. Sarah was going to be home, and I knew it was our last chance to actually talk. I was prepared to be direct. To tell her everything I had been keeping hidden for so long. When the time arrived, I sat with Sarah in the living room. She could see something was wrong, but I don't think she expected what happened. I began by telling her that I couldn't continue in a relationship in which I felt underappreciated. I've tried to connect with you, I explained, but nothing has changed. You're always too busy, and I'm constantly making excuses for you. I can't do it anymore. Sarah appeared shocked. She couldn't believe what I was saying. She continued asking, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't realize things were so horrible." It was as if she was taken aback by anything I said, but I found it difficult to feel sorry for her. How could she not have realized it? How could she not notice the impact her negligence was having on me? She instantly transferred the blame back onto me, saying, "You should have told me how you felt. I didn't realize things were this horrible. I thought everything was fine," she explained. She made it appear as if it was my fault for not being more outspoken about how miserable I was. That's when I realized she was completely out of touch with the state of our relationship. "I've tried, Sarah," I answered, trying to remain cool. "I've tried to connect with you multiple times, but you never listen. You do not take my problems seriously, and I have been left feeling alone. I can't continue doing this." Sarah did not take it well. She asked me for another opportunity. "I will change, I swear. I will put forth more effort. I will prioritize you. Please don't leave me." Her voice was imploring now, and her eyes were filled with desperation. For a brief moment, I considered backing down, but I knew I couldn't just let her keep making bogus promises. She had been doing so for years. "I'm willing to give it one last try," I told you. "But this time, things have to be different. I need you to actually show me that you can change. No more excuses. No more empty apologies." Sarah agreed, but I was not convinced. Her words were only that, words. Actions spoke louder, and I wanted to see if she would follow through on anything she said. We discussed specific things she could do to make time for us, organize more thoughtful dates, and be present while we were together. It was a modest list, but it was the beginning. The following few days saw a variety of tiny but obvious changes. Sarah began planning dates again. They weren't lavish, but they were thoughtful, and she was obviously trying. She began to be more present at home, taking the time to talk to me rather than disappearing into her phone or watching TV. It felt like a start in the right direction, but a part of me didn't believe it would endure. Several days later, Sarah surprised me with a handwritten note. She apologized for everything, realized how much I had been carrying in the relationship, and stated her commitment to making significant changes. I was shocked. This was the first time she had truly accepted responsibility for her acts, and it meant a lot to me. It was a step forward, but I was still unsure whether it would be sufficient. I began to sense a glimmer of hope, but I maintained my hard boundaries. I wasn't going to let myself slip into the same habits. I needed to see actual, long-lasting progress. For the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful that things would improve. But I wasn't going to base my happiness only on Sarah. That was how much I had learned. So, for now, I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm not sure what the future holds, but I know I can control my own happiness. Whatever happens to her, if things go better, that's terrific. But if they don't, I will be prepared to walk away. The decision is now in my hands. I was blamed for infertility by my ex-husband and in-laws, despite normal results, so I left. Now my ex has lost everything due to his lies. I, 32F, was married to my ex-husband Jake, 34M, for 5 years. Initially, we had a good relationship. When we first met, Jake was charming, amusing, and easy to chat to. I genuinely believed I had met someone who would always have my back. But everything changed once we married. Jake's parents, particularly his mother, began pressuring us to have children almost immediately following the wedding. At first, the comments were lighthearted, such as, "When will we have a grandchild?" However, it quickly became the only topic they wanted to discuss. For reference, Jake is an only child whose parents were extremely controlling. His mother was the type of person who had a plan for everything, how Jake should live, who he should marry, and what his life should be like. While we were dating, I had no idea how much power his family wielded. However, following the wedding, it became evident that Jake had a strong desire to gain their approval for all he did. He was especially eager for his mother's approval, which produced a lot of stress between us. Around 2 years into our marriage, Jake's parents' push to have children became overwhelming. We had tried, but nothing was happening, so I went to the doctor to make sure everything was fine on my end. All of my tests came back normal, which was a relief for me. Naturally, I suggested Jake get tested as well, just to rule out any problems on his end. That's when things started to unravel. Jake refused to be tested. He acted as if I had insulted him by even mentioning it. He asserted that he wasn't the problem and refused to talk about it anymore. I was frustrated by his reaction since all I wanted to do was figure out what was going on so we could move forward. However, Jake was locked in a haughty mindset, as if admitting a potential problem on his side was impossible or shameful. As Jake continued to decline testing, I began to feel bad about myself. Even though the physicians had told me that nothing was wrong with me, his actions made me feel as if I was somehow to blame. Meanwhile, Jake's parents persisted with their intrusive questions and comments. Every time we visited them, the subject of their prospective grandchildren dominated the conversation. It got to the point where I dreaded going to family gatherings because I knew they'd just talk about having grandchildren. No matter how many times I attempted to explain that these things take time or that we were working on them, his mother gave me a condescending look, as if she was disappointed in me. Then they began making direct statements to me about how they hoped I was not the problem. At one family gathering, where a slew of Jake's distant relatives were present, Jake's mother bluntly informed me that she hoped I wasn't damaged, in a very loud voice, with a phony, worried expression on her face. I felt humiliated. Jake said nothing. He just sat there awkwardly, laughing it off as if it was no big thing. That stung more than anything. I believed he should have defended me, but instead he allowed his parents to humiliate me. When I tried to talk to him about it, he dismissed it, saying it was simply his mother's sense of humor. A few months later, we had another family meal, and Jake's mother chose to make another harsh remark. This time, she did not hold back. She went into hysterics, wailing about how old she was getting and how I was wrecking her dreams of having grandchildren. She then started screaming in my face, calling me a broken woman, and a disgrace to womanhood. Everyone stayed silent. I was horrified. I did everything I could to keep myself from saying something rude. I knew she enjoyed humiliating me in front of her family, but this was beyond uncalled for. I looked around to see if anyone had anything to say, but everyone just kept looking down at their plates. The only answer was Jake's father nodding in agreement with his wife. Jake, like the rest of his family, simply gazed at his plate, pretending nothing was going on. That was it. That was my breaking point. I couldn't believe that, despite everything I'd gone through while trying to figure out why we couldn't conceive, Jake refused to defend me. Seeing him sit there passively, without even looking at me, let me realize where our marriage stood. That night, when we arrived home, I packed my bags and informed Jake that I was going. He hardly reacts. He didn't seem to care that I was done. He was so accustomed to his parents being the focus that he had no idea he had lost me. That only made me angry. How difficult is it to stand up for someone you claim to love? I left that day and have never looked back. Leaving was not an easy decision, but it was the best one I've ever made. After I left, I moved in with a buddy for a few months while I planned my future moves. I filed for divorce, and the process went fairly smoothly. Jake did not fight it, and we ended things peacefully. After the divorce was finalized, I focused on reconstructing my life. I returned to my profession, surrounded myself with helpful friends, and finally met someone new, my now husband, Sam, 35 million. Sam has been an absolute breath of fresh air. In many ways, he is diametrically opposed to Jake. He listens, communicates, and, most importantly, always looks out for me. We ended up dating for only a year because I became pregnant and we rushed to marry. Let me tell you, I've had a much better time with Sam in this short period than I did with Jake. Sam and I were ecstatic about my pregnancy. It meant so much more to me after everything I'd been through with Jake and his family. Now, let's look at what transpired recently. One day, while out shopping with Sam, I ran across Jake's parents in the mall. To recap, it's been 2 years since I last saw them. I was visibly pregnant at the time, and their reaction was priceless. They were stunned to say the least. They tried to be courteous by making small chat, but I could see they were shocked to see me pregnant. I'll admit that seeing their reactions made me feel vindicated. They spent years torturing and discouraging me for being unable to conceive, yet look where I am now. I hastily said goodbye and nearly forgot I had met them. Sam and I were very busy preparing for the baby, and I had no desire to linger on the past. But then, approximately a week after the mall incident, Jake began texting and calling me. Initially, I ignored them. I assumed his parents had informed him of my pregnancy and new marriage, and Jake was just being nosy. But he did not stop. I eventually opened one of his texts. He was infuriated. When his parents discovered I was pregnant, they challenged him about our marriage and why we had never had children. Jake apparently never corrected his parents when they assumed I was the reason we couldn't have children. In fact, he encouraged people to believe I was the problem. When they saw I was pregnant, they understood he had been lying to them all along. According to what I've heard, his parents were outraged when they discovered the truth. They accused him of squandering years of their lives by convincing them that they would never have grandkids because of me, when in truth, Jake was most likely the one with fertility troubles. To make matters worse for Jake, his parents had always intended to leave him a sizable inheritance. However, after finding his lies, they cut him off totally. Of course, Jake blamed me for everything. He said that if I had not flaunted my pregnancy in front of his parents, none of this would have occurred. He accused me of ruining his life because he had lost everything, even the inheritance he had hoped for. I couldn't believe he was blaming this on me. I simply moved on with my life, and it was not my fault that his lies came back to haunt him. I have not answered Jake's mails, and I do not intend to. I'm content with where I am today, and I have no desire to become engaged in his family turmoil. In my opinion, Jake dug his own hole. He would not be in this situation if he had not allowed his parents to treat me like garbage or lied to them about why we couldn't have children. I really wish Jake would stop making me feel terrible about something that is entirely his fault. Despite my intense feelings about this, I spoke with a friend yesterday and told her all that had transpired. She told me I was wrong to leave Jake like that and that I should have pushed him harder to complete the examinations. She also claimed I should not have spoken with Jake's parents and that it was petty of me to do so. I mean, I can see how I was being petty. I never wanted to hurt Jake. I must say, however, that Jake being punished for his falsehoods is a pleasant bonus. Anyway, my husband told me that anything my buddy claimed was false, but I can't help but wonder if there was some truth to what she said. So, am I an asshole, AITA, for leaving my ex-husband after his family labeled me broken? And am I wrong not to feel sorry about him losing his inheritance? Update 1. Escalation and desperation. Okay, so things have grown much more complicated, and I really need to vent. After I posted my original story, I assumed that was the end of it. But oh boy, was I mistaken. Jake has been blowing up my phone non-stop. I blocked his number, but he then began texting me on social media. I also blocked him there, but he kept creating new accounts just to reach out. He even began phoning from several numbers. I did not respond to any of it, but the texts grew increasingly frantic and angry over time. At first, he was simply blaming me for damaging his connection with his parents. But now he's gone over the deep end, claiming I owe him since I took away his future. He insists that if I had stayed with him, none of this would have occurred. It's really exhausting. Some individuals in the comments on my initial post agreed with my buddy and questioned why I didn't push harder to persuade Jake to take fertility tests. So let me be clear. I tried. I truly tried. But every time I offered it, Jake would shut me down entirely. He acted as if I had betrayed him simply by bringing it up. He refused to speak to me for days after I inquired about the tests. I tried everything I could to be patient, but there's only so much you can do when someone is so stubborn. I eventually realized I couldn't force him to do something he didn't want to do, so I had to let it go for my own sanity. Some individuals have also accused me of being selfish for displaying my pregnancy in front of Jake's parents. Look, I hadn't planned to run into them. I was just out shopping with my spouse, minding my own business. I wasn't seeking for them specifically to rub my pregnancy in their faces. However, I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel great to see their astonished reactions. I experienced what I can only describe as a nightmare, with them continually belittling me, making me feel broken, and blaming me for everything. So, yeah, it felt nice to demonstrate that I wasn't the problem or broken, but I wasn't trying to upset Jake or make any drama. All I wanted was to enjoy my life. I viewed our interaction as a fun boost to my self-esteem. Jake has pushed things to a whole new level. He didn't simply message me. He found out where I live. I have no idea how he found my address, and I am afraid. He arrived at my residence 2 nights ago. He hammered on the door for at least 15 minutes, wanting to speak with me. Fortunately, my husband Sam was home and promptly instructed him to leave. Jake refused, claiming that he only wanted to explain himself, but Sam quickly shut that down. He warned Jake that if he didn't leave, we would contact the cops. Jake eventually backed down, but not before shrieking that I had wrecked everything for him. It was quite terrifying. I can't help but fear that if I let things continue unchecked, he'll do something even more insane. Many people asked me how I discovered Jake had lost his fortune. Fortunately, I didn't learn all of the specifics straight from him. From what I've gathered from his angry messages, it appears that his parents feel completely betrayed. They were enraged when they found that the reason they never had grandchildren wasn't because of me, but rather Jake himself. They believe he lied to them for years, convincing them that I was the problem. Because their whole attention was on having grandkids, they thought Jake no longer deserved the inheritance they had intended to leave him. According to my understanding, they have now completely cut him off, both emotionally and financially. Jake is heartbroken by this, which I suppose is why he's pursuing me so aggressively. I do not feel bad about him losing the inheritance. I mean, what was I meant to do? Stay in a terrible marriage so his parents don't find out the truth? That is not on me. Jake made his own decisions. He could have told his parents the truth at any time, but instead he allowed them to mistreat me and never defended me. So, no, I don't feel sorry for what happened to him. If anything, it seems like karma is finally coming up with him. However, I have to admit that I am a little nervous. Jake's behavior is becoming increasingly unpredictable. My spouse and I are already discussing taking extra precautions in case Jake turns up again. We've considered placing cameras around the house and even obtaining a restraining order if he doesn't back down. I want to believe that he will ultimately give up, but something tells me that he will not let this go easy. He seems to be spiraling out of control, and I have no idea what he's going to do next. So, that's where things are right now. I believe this chapter in my life was over, but Jake had other intentions. I simply hope he quickly sees that I am not to blame for his difficulties. All I did was move on with my life, and to be honest, I am happier than I have ever been. I simply want to be left alone so I can enjoy the life I've created with my husband and our upcoming baby. I'll keep you posted if anything more happens, but for now, I'm hoping Jake gets the word and leaves me alone. If not, I suppose we'll have to escalate the situation and engage authorities. Hopefully, that does not happen, but who knows at this point. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post and offered suggestions. It made me realize that I wasn't crazy for leaving Jake or feeling the way I do now. I'll report again if anything changes, but for now, I'm just trying to keep focused on the future and avoid letting Jake's bullshit drag me back into the past. Update 2. Hello, everyone. I didn't expect to be back with another update so soon, but things have taken a wild turn. After my last update, I assumed Jake would finally leave me alone. I mean, even showing up at my place was already a step too far, right? To Jake, that was insignificant. Instead, he's devised a new strategy, which is just as crazy as it sounds. After Sam, my husband, and I made it obvious that we did not want Jake anywhere near us, he began bombarding me with messages again. Instead of being upset and blaming me for everything, Jake's demeanor improved dramatically. Suddenly, he begged me for assistance. He began emailing me things like, "I need you to talk to my parents, and you owe me this." He transitioned from being like a complete lunatic to requesting favors. At this point, I was perplexed but also intrigued by what he planned to accomplish. Jake is now certain that if I speak with his parents and explain everything, they will give him his fortune back. He wants me to go to them, tell them it was a misunderstanding, and somehow persuade them that he is still deserving of the riches they were planning to leave him. At first, I assumed it was a joke. There's no way he believes I'd do that, right? But he's completely serious. He acts as if I can simply wave a magic wand and make everything better for him. He even said that if I hadn't bumped into them, they would never have found out, and he'd be set for life. I couldn't believe the crap coming out of his mouth. I couldn't believe he didn't realize he had caused all of this by lying to them and treating me like garbage for years. His lack of self-awareness was both strange and frightening. It takes a lot of ego to entirely disavow responsibility for your own acts, right? Anyway, I did not react to any of his erratic texts, and he became increasingly desperate. In a matter of days, his communications progressed from begging to threatening. He said things such as, "If you don't help me, I'll make sure everyone knows you're a liar, and you'll regret this." This is ridiculous. He's clearly on a downward spiral, and he's now attempting to intimidate me into doing anything he wants. Unfortunately for him, I'm no longer terrified of him. I've dealt with enough of his bullshit to know he's just talking, so I'm not getting embroiled in his family drama again. I tried to dodge him by banning all of his new phone numbers and accounts, but I have a nagging sense he will not stop. He's already come to my place once, so what's keeping him from trying again? My husband and I have discussed getting a restraining order, but we are still deciding on the best course of action. I don't want things to become worse, but I also can't continue living like this. I can't keep worrying if Jake would show up out of nowhere with new demands or threats. If he shows up again and I refuse to do what he asks, will he harm me? He's clearly spinning and not in the best of moods, so I can't say for certain that he wouldn't. To make matters worse, I discovered that Jake's parents had been communicating with some mutual friends. Apparently, they now blame me for their family's disintegration. They believe I influenced Jake into concealing the truth, and that I am the reason they are cutting him off. I'm not sure where to start with that. Everyone in Jake's life seemed to be in utter denial about who he truly is, and I find myself caught in the center of their distorted reality. Anyway, I've been doing my best to ignore Jake's attempts to contact me, but I'm not sure how much longer I can avoid the problem. I just want to concentrate on my pregnancy and my life with Sam, but Jake is making it impossible to do so. He's not just trying to get back into his parents' good graces. He's also attempting to drag me down with him, and I won't allow that to happen. I haven't decided what to do yet, but I'm thinking about contacting his parents myself, not to aid Jake, but to set the record right once and for all. If they choose to blame me for their son's falsehoods, that is their choice, but I will not sit back and let them spread rumors about me. At the same time, I'm concerned that any interaction with them will only make matters worse. It seems like a lose-lose situation. So that's where things stand right now. Jake has gone from angry and blaming me to begging and threatening, and I'm not sure what his next move will be. I just hope he realizes I'm not going to aid him and backs off before things spiral out of control. I'll keep you all posted if anything else happens, but for now, I'm just figuring out my next steps. Thank you for your continued support. I never anticipated this problem to escalate so quickly, but it helps to know that I'm not alone in coping with it. I'll update again if Jake does anything else, which, let's be honest, he most likely will. Update 3. Hello, everyone. I have some bad and good news. The terrible news is, this will be my final update. I know many of you have been quite invested in my story, And I am grateful that so many of you have been checking in on me on a daily basis to see that my baby and I are safe. As for the good news, I'm finally free of Jake. After Jake's latest round of begging and threatening, I was beginning to worry. Sam, my husband, and I had been talking about moving for a long time, and with everything going on, we decided it was the right moment to go out of town and start over somewhere far away. We located a new apartment in a completely different state, packed up our belongings, and departed without telling anyone where we were going. I was just finished with the drama. Besides, I'm pregnant and needed to focus on myself and the kid. But immediately before we departed, something happened that I can't believe. Remember when Jake's parents blamed me for everything? It appears that they chose to approach Jake personally. I learned about this from one of Jake's cousins, who later became a close friend. Clearly, the confrontation was explosive. Jake originally attempted to blame me for everything and persuade his parents to continue their hatred for me in order to reclaim his money. But Jake's parents were adamant about finding out why he wanted the inheritance so severely. They believed they had helped prepare him for life. They found him a terrific job, bought him a house, paid off his mortgage, and advised him on how to invest in good assets to provide him with financial security. They eventually learned the truth from Jake. Jake had been lying to them about his finances for years. He informed them that he was saving money, working hard, and preparing to take over the family business. In truth, he was spending all of their money on frivolous activities such as online gambling and holidays with his cronies. He never told them about it and maintained the pretense of being a responsible son, to preserve his place in their estate. When his parents learned this, they were furious. They not only cut Jake off financially, but also officially disowned him. They told him they no longer wanted anything to do with him. The inheritance he was so determined to retrieve was gone. Jake's parents apparently spoke with their family first, who suggested that withholding him an inheritance was unnecessary. The family advocated confronting Jake to hear his version of the story and maybe reinstating him in the will if he admitted his mistakes. However, as Jake's parents learnt the whole truth, any chance of reconciliation was lost. I'm not sure what Jake is going to do now, but I'm pleased it's no longer my responsibility. From what I've heard, he's trying to figure out his next move. I wish him the best of success with it. After hearing all of this, I felt a lot of comfort. For years, I thought I was the one who had failed, that I hadn't done enough to make things right with Jake and his family. But now it's evident that Jake was hiding a lot more from everyone, including me. His parents finally recognized him for who he truly is, and it feels like karma has come full circle. As for Sam and me, we've adjusted into our new house in another state and are doing well. I feel much safer now that we are away from Jake and his turmoil. We added security cameras just in case, but there has been no trace of Jake or any other strange communications. We even obtained a restraining order before leaving to guarantee that he could not follow us or try anything else. It feels great to know that he can't come after us anymore. Oh, and here's the icing on top. Jake's parents actually contacted me. I received a note from them, through the same cousin who alerted me about the confrontation, apologizing for how they had treated me over the years. They said they had no idea Jake was lying to them and were sorry for everything they had put me through. I'm not sure whether I'll ever respond to them, but it was wonderful to receive some sort of apology after everything. It's incredible how much things have changed. Anyway, I'm relieved to be able to focus on my life without the weight of all this turmoil. Sam and I are very excited about our baby, and I'm pleased we're in a quiet place now to embrace this new chapter. The last few months have been extremely difficult, but I believe we've come out stronger. Thank you again to everyone who has supported me throughout this struggle. Your comments and advice gave me the strength to keep going, and I thank you more than you know. That's all for now.